Book 2. The Frequency of Becoming. The Wisdom of Shadows. Contrast, in its stark and often uncomfortable brilliance, serves as an undeniable cosmic mirror, reflecting the topography of our inner landscapes. It reveals not just the surface shimmer, but precisely your shadows, those elusive, fragmented parts of the self that have been carefully, perhaps even desperately, denied, systematically repressed, and eventually, through the layers of conscious avoidance, utterly forgotten. These aren't mere fleeting thoughts. They are energetic imprints, deeply etched into the subconscious, often manifesting as triggers, disproportionate reactions, inexplicable anxieties, or persistent patterns of self-sabotage. Each time an external event or a challenging relationship evokes a strong, visceral reaction within you, it is not the external circumstance itself that is the primary instigator, but rather a dormant shadow within, clamoring for recognition. The universe, in its infinite wisdom, conspires to present these contrasts as divine invitations, urging us to peer behind the veils of illusion we've meticulously constructed around our perceived imperfections. For too long, the prevailing wisdom, steeped in societal conditioning and spiritual bypassing, has dictated that we suppress, ignore, or even demonize these darker facets of our being. This fear-based approach only empowers the shadows, granting them unacknowledged sovereignty over our choices and our energetic output. They become the silent architects of our limitations, the invisible saboteurs of our dreams. But a profound turning point arrived for me, a radical shift in perspective that began to dismantle decades of ingrained resistance. I stopped fearing my shadows. This was not an act of bravado, but a deep, resonant understanding that fear itself was a shadow, a protective mechanism gone awry, designed to keep me small and unintegrated. It was the moment I realized that these denied aspects were not enemies to be vanquished, but rather exiled parts of my own soul, yearning for reintegration. This realization catalyzed an entirely new approach. I started befriending them. This wasn't a passive acceptance, but an active, conscious engagement, an intentional turning inward to face what I had so vehemently turned away from. Imagine a long-lost child, banished from the inner kingdom, finally being invited back to the royal court of the heart. This act of befriending is an energetic reclamation, a profound act of radical self-compassion. It's about meeting these parts not with judgment or condemnation, but with an open heart and a genuine curiosity. It's about consciously choosing to bring the light of awareness into those forgotten chambers of the psyche, rather than reinforcing the darkness by turning away. And so, with a burgeoning sense of courage and a newfound reverence for the entirety of my being, I asked, "What do you need?" This question, simple in its phrasing, is a potent alchemical key. It is an inquiry born of unconditional love, a direct communication from the higher self to the wounded inner child, to the unexpressed rage, to the repressed grief, to the shame, to the unacknowledged power. It bypasses the intellectual mind and dives straight into the emotional, energetic core of the shadow. It signals a willingness to listen, to truly hear, without the filters of ego or societal expectation. And with an almost palpable sigh of relief, they answered, "To be seen." This revelation, when it first echoed within my being, was both breathtakingly simple and monumentally profound. To be seen means far more than mere intellectual acknowledgement. It means to be met with compassionate awareness, to be held in the embrace of unconditional acceptance. It means their story, their origin, their pain, and their protective mechanisms are recognized and validated, not judged or dismissed. It means the energy that has been bound up in their repression is finally allowed to flow, to be transmuted, to return to its rightful place within the integrated whole. When a shadow is truly seen, it loses its power to control from the hidden depths. It sheds its cloak of fear and transforms from a menacing figure into an essential, albeit wounded, aspect of the self. It's akin to a quantum observer collapsing a wave function, bringing an unmanifested potential into being by the very act of conscious observation. The light of your awareness dissolves the illusion of separation, allowing these fragmented energies to return to their source of wholeness. Therefore, the profound journey of shadow work isn't darkness. It's depth. This is a crucial reframe for the seeker navigating the often misunderstood terrain of inner exploration. It's not about wallowing in negativity or dwelling on past traumas. It's about excavating the sacred ground beneath the surface, reaching down through the superficial layers of ego and conditioning to unearth the raw, authentic essence of who you are. It is a descent into the vast, multidimensional ocean of the subconscious mind, a courageous dive into the ancestral imprints, past life echoes, and collective unconscious patterns that subtly shape our present reality. This depth is where the forgotten treasures lie, the dormant potentials, the unexpressed creativity, the boundless resilience, the inherent wisdom, and ultimately, the untarnished divinity that has been obscured by the veil of denial. Each shadow, once befriended and integrated, reveals itself as a gateway to a deeper layer of self-understanding, a previously inaccessible chamber of inner power and profound self-acceptance. And it is precisely in this sacred depth that truth lives. Not the superficial truths dictated by external narratives, but the resonant, undeniable truth of your soul. This is the truth of your inherent worth, your undeniable connection to the divine source, your infinite capacity for love and creation. It is the liberation from the meticulously crafted illusions of separation, inadequacy, and scarcity. When you journey into the depths of your shadows and bring them into the light of conscious awareness, you are not only healing yourself, you are reclaiming your sovereignty, expanding your consciousness, and actively participating in the grand alchemy of self-realization. This truth, once experienced, radiates outwards, transforming your perception of the world, your relationships, and your entire vibrational frequency. It is the ultimate awakening, the complete integration of all aspects of self, light and shadow, conscious and unconscious, into a unified, luminous being, finally whole, finally free, and fully aligned with the magnificent truth of its own divine essence. The power of contrast. Contrast isn't chaos, it's clarity. It serves as a beacon, illuminating what's no longer functioning optimally, what beliefs and patterns need to be shed like worn skins. It presents the stark reality of what's outdated, no longer authentic to who you are evolving into. This process may not be comfortable, but it's crucial for the rebirth and renewal that transformation necessitates. Embracing contrast is a journey through the underworld of the psyche, confronting the shadows and illusion that have held you back. It's a sacred rite of passage, akin to the ancient shamanic practices that involved spending time in the dark, silent depths of the earth. There, with no external distractions or validation, one could tune into the whispers of the soul, hear the call to awaken and move forward. When you honor contrast, you begin to notice the subtle yet insistent rhythms of the universe. You start to trust the recurring patterns and cycles that govern life, even when they seem mysterious or unpleasant. You come to understand that chaos is merely a phase, a necessary step in the alchemical process of transformation. Just as a caterpillar must dissolve into mulch before rising again as a butterfly, so too must you surrender the old forms and beliefs to make way for the new. This isn't a linear journey, but a spiral one, where you return to the same themes and challenges at increasingly deeper levels. Each time, you bring with you the wisdom and resilience gained from previous encounters, allowing you to navigate the contrast with greater ease and insight. You begin to perceive the universe as a vast tapestry of interconnected patterns, each one a reflection of the whole. By frequency, not force, do you transform. It's the cumulative effect of countless small choices and actions that align you with your highest potential. It's the deliberate practice of cultivating awareness, compassion, and courage in the face of uncertainty and discomfort. It's the willingness to let go of fixed ideas and embrace the fluid, ever-changing nature of reality. As you deepen your practice, you start to notice a shift within and around you. The world becomes a more vibrant, alive place, filled with beauty and mystery. You see the intricate web of relationships that bind all things, and you begin to understand your role within that grand design. You realize that every choice, every action, has ripple effects that can either reinforce patterns of separation or nurture the seeds of unity and harmony. Transformation through contrast is a sacred dance, where you merge with the universe and become the catalyst for its evolution. It's a journey of baptism by fire, where the old self is consumed in the flames of change, and the phoenix of your true essence emerges, reborn and radiant. It's a path that requires patience, trust, and an unwavering commitment to the process, even when the contrast feels overwhelming. Yet, whenever you doubt or falter, remember that you are not alone. You are part of a vast, invisible network of light workers, starseeds, and cosmic wanderers who are also navigating the labyrinth of transformation. You are connected to the eternal now, the timeless realm where all possibilities exist. And you are guided by the wisdom of your soul, the divine spark within that holds the blueprint for your highest expression. So embrace the contrast, dear seeker. Let it be your teacher, your catalyst, your friend on the journey home. Know that the discomfort is temporary, a mere blip on the radar of eternity. And trust that on the other side of the veil, a glorious new world awaits, one that reflects the magnificence of your true nature. Just a moment to reflect. Stop. Breathe. Let the contrast clarify. Chapter 8: The Pulse of Presence. Presence isn't passive. It's electric. It's the pulse beneath thought, the space beneath emotion, the stillness that moves. Most of us live ahead of ourselves, chasing futures, replaying pasts. But the now is where life actually happens. And when you drop into it, everything sharpens. This electricity is not merely a metaphor, it is the observable, measurable phenomenon of vibrational coherence. Presence is the alignment of your localized consciousness with the primordial current of source energy. It is the moment the fragment itself ceases its chaotic broadcasting and instead becomes a pristine receiver, tuned to the universal frequency of creation. It is the raw, unsheathed power of the existential I am, unbound by the ephemeral tapestry of memory or expectation. This profound activation is why presence can never be passive. It is the 0 point of your being, the quantum aperture through which the infinite streams into the finite. When we speak of presence, we are describing the state of absolute energetic integrity, where the internal energy field is fully contained, whole, and radiating its authentic wavelength. It is the dynamic stillness that generates reality, the quietude that holds the potential for all sound. The tyranny of temporal shadow. The majority of human experience is spent swimming in the turbulent waters of temporal projection. We are masters of displacement. The past is nothing more than an energetic accretion, a collection of crystallized definitions about who we were, what we failed to do, or what was done to us. The future, conversely, is a field of anxious potential, a landscape of anticipated joy or projected doom, built primarily upon the foundations of those past definitions. Both are phantom realities, existing solely within the architecture of the conceptual mind, draining the vital life force, the prana, that should be available for the current moment. To live ahead of yourself is to suffer from energetic leakage. The attention, the currency of consciousness, is constantly siphoned off, feeding narratives that possess no actual substance except the fuel we give them. We become addicted to the friction of mental resistance, mistaking the noise of the ego's drama for the genuine signal of existence. This relentless forward motion prevents the necessary grounding needed for true manifestation. The seeker must recognize that the mind, when unchecked, is a sophisticated time machine designed for avoidance, skillfully obscuring the inconvenient truth that all power resides exclusively in the instant breath. Dropping into the axis mundi. When you commit to dropping into the now, you are not simply pausing the mind, you are locating the axis mundi of your soul, the central column of light connecting the high self to the core of the earth. This dropping in initiates a systemic recalibration. The space beneath emotion is the recognizing that you are not the feeling, but the vessel through which the feeling is traveling. The pulse beneath thought is the fundamental rhythm of life, the heartbeat of the universe, that continues whether the mind is quiet or raging. This is the void of fullness, simultaneously empty of mental clutter yet brimming with untapped creative intelligence. When this somatic shift occurs, when you release the grip of temporal navigation, the density of the perceived self dissolves. You cease to be a heavy, problem-solving entity and become a fluid, resonant field. This is why everything sharpens. Sensory cleansing. The senses are purified of interpretive noise. The color is not merely blue, it is the unique frequency of blue vibrating its truth. Sound is heard without the necessity of labeling it. Food is tasted with an intensity that bypasses memory. The veil of familiarity is lifted, and the world is seen as it truly is, a miracle of vibrating light particles. Increased frequency rate. Presence elevates your core vibrational setpoint. By ceasing the energetic expenditure on managing the past or predicting the future, all that freed energy is reinvested into the present moment, increasing your internal frequency, creating a measurable aura expansion, and attracting experiences that match this new level of coherence. Recognition of interconnectedness. The illusion of separateness requires the mental constructs of time and boundary. In the now, these constructs crumble. You suddenly perceive the subtle threads linking your consciousness to the collective field, the Akashic echo, allowing instantaneous, nonlinear insights derived not from memory, but from direct knowing. The sacred art of witnessing consciousness. The highest wisdom contained within the practice of presence is the cultivation of the witnessing consciousness, the state of the pure observer. The ego is defined by its narrative, its ceaseless recounting of itself. Presence grants the seeker the sovereignty to step back from this narrative and realize they are the consciousness observing the narrative, not the narrative itself. This decoupling is liberation. The seeker recognizes that they are the quiet, eternal sky, while thoughts, feelings, and external events are merely the weather passing through. This witness is impervious to insult, independent of outcome, and incapable of true fear, because it is anchored in the changeless reality of the eternal now. The shift into the observer state moves you out of the reactive cycle, stimulus identification reaction, and into the responsive cycle, stimulus spaciousness intentional response. This is the key to true esoteric mastery. You stop being a puppet of your conditioning and start becoming the conscious co-creator. Your reality ceases to be determined by external forces and begins to unfold from the centered clarity within. Manifestation and the unfolding spiral. The implication for life creation is profound. Many spiritual practices focus on future visualization, but sustained presence is the most potent manifestation tool available. When you are fully present, you are synchronized with the grand design, the unfolding fractal geometry of reality. In this alignment, The universe doesn't have to seek you out or compensate for your mental resistance. It simply flows its highest potential directly through you. Resistance, the friction caused by the mind's insistence that things should be different than they are, is eliminated. Without resistance, the flow of destiny accelerates. The present moment is not static, it is the unfolding spiral of creation. Each fully inhabited moment contains the blueprint for the next, like a seed holding the tree. If the seed is healthy, i.e., fully present and non-resistant, the resulting tree, the future experienced, must be healthy. To live from this centered space is to become a conduit for effortless grace. Decisions are made from intuitive knowing rather than intellectual calculation. Action flows not from strain, but from inspiration. The seeker realizes they are not battling life to achieve a future state. They are actively being the vibrational state that already contains their highest fulfillment. This is the ultimate inner wisdom. Presence is not a technique to be mastered, but a state of being to be inhabited. It is the recognition that you are already home. It is the electric, liberating truth that the person you are striving to become already exists, perfectly, wholly, and eternally, within the sacred, pulsating coherence of the now. And in that sharp, clear realization, the chase ends and life begins. The noise of elsewhere. I used to live in the future. Oh, how I resided there, a ceaseless architect of tomorrow. My mental landscapes were sprawling blueprints, intricate webs of projected possibilities, each scenario meticulously drawn and redrawn. Planning was my primary mode of existence, a relentless internal hum of what if, and then what. I was a perpetual predictor, attempting to map out every variable, every potential pitfall, as if foresight alone could guarantee a flawless unfolding. This wasn't strategy. It was a form of self-imprisonment, a frantic attempt to control an ever-shifting, ethereal domain. Preparing became a synonym for avoidance of the present, a constant deferral of peace until some imagined future milestone was met. My energy was perpetually projected outward, scattered across timelines that hadn't yet coalesced. From an esoteric perspective, this future dwelling was an energetic disservice to my very being. I was living in a frequency of unrealized potential, constantly vibrating with an anxious longing for what lay ahead, rather than grounding myself in the powerful now. The future, in truth, isn't a fixed destination but a dynamic, morphing field of pure potential, directly influenced by the vibrational resonance we cultivate in the present moment. By constantly chasing an imagined future, I was effectively draining my energetic reserves and preventing myself from aligning with the intuitive whispers and divine guidance that only arise from a state of grounded presence. I was attempting to dictate the flow of the universe rather than co-creating with it, a futile exercise of the ego attempting to micromanage the infinite. It kept me perpetually out of sync with my soul's natural rhythm, perpetually just out of reach of genuine peace. Or in the past, when I wasn't meticulously constructing tomorrow, I was meticulously deconstructing yesterday. A heavy, often melancholic shroud would descend, composed of the dust of memory and the phantom echoes of what-ifs. Regretting was a deeply worn groove in my consciousness, a self-flagellating loop replaying perceived mistakes, missed opportunities, and unkind words. I would re-enter those moments, feeling the pangs anew, as if by sheer force of will I could alter the immutable. Replaying wasn't just recall. It was an immersive, agonizing reliving, draining precious life force from the present moment. And then came the insidious act of rewriting, not just the narrative for others, but for myself, softening the edges of pain, justifying motives, or conversely, amplifying self-blame, creating fictions that reinforced my victimhood or failures. The past became a curated archive of wounds and glories, a psychological mausoleum where I spent countless hours tending to ghosts. Metaphysically, dwelling in the past is akin to keeping a vibrational tether to old energetic patterns. Each replay of a regret or a wound reactivates its energetic signature within our subtle bodies, perpetuating cycles of suffering and stagnation. It's like dragging an anchor through the luminous waters of the present, hindering any forward momentum. The illusion is that by re-examining the past, we can change it, but its only true function is to provide lessons that can be integrated in the now. Unconscious dwelling in past narratives prevents the release of accumulated karmic imprints, keeping us bound to energetic contracts and vibrational frequencies that no longer serve our highest path. It becomes a form of spiritual inertia, an unwillingness to embrace the fresh slate of each new moment, effectively blocking the flow of new, vitalizing energy into our system. My soul was yearning for release, but my mind was stubbornly clinging to the familiar comfort of old pains. But rarely in the now. The now felt boring, empty, unproductive. This was the ego's cunning defense mechanism, its fear of dissolution. The present moment, stripped of the ego's narratives of past and future, felt like a vast, unadorned desert. There was no problem to solve, no glory to chase, no regret to dissect. It lacked the drama that my mind had been conditioned to crave. The stillness felt threatening, the silence deafening in its lack of mental chatter. Without a goal to plan for or a memory to revisit, my mind perceived a void, a sterile landscape devoid of meaning. It was uncomfortable, a quiet agitation that made me fidget, reach for distractions, or unconsciously plunge back into the comforting illusions of what was or what will be. The concept of unproductive was deeply ingrained. If I wasn't doing, striving, or analyzing, I felt I was wasting time, failing to advance. This perception of the now as boring or empty is a profound misunderstanding, especially from a spiritual perspective. The emptiness is not a lack, it is spaciousness, the sacred void, the ground of all being, the primordial soup from which all creation springs. This is the place where the ego, which thrives on narrative and control, feels most threatened, for in the pure now, its constructs begin to dissolve. The unproductive label is a human construct based on materialistic values. Spiritually, the now is the most productive state imaginable. It is the fertile soil where intuition blossoms, where divine downloads occur, where true inspiration is born. It is the ultimate source of inner wisdom, the sanctuary of the soul. My discomfort wasn't with the now itself, but with the stripping away of the familiar, albeit limiting, identities I had built around past failures and future aspirations. It was the fear of encountering my true, boundless self, unburdened by the illusions of time and personality. Until I realized, the now is the only place that's real. Everything else is memory or imagination. This realization wasn't a gradual intellectual understanding, it was a sudden, profound energetic shift, a dropping into a deeper stratum of reality. It felt like the entire universe exhaled, and I with it. The constant mental hum quieted, replaced by an astonishing, vibrant silence. The world around me, once a mere backdrop to my internal dramas, suddenly shimmered with an electrifying presence. The colors were richer, sounds clearer, the very air alive with a subtle hum. It was as if I had been living behind a veil, and now, for the first time, I was experiencing reality unmediated by the mind's incessant interpretations. This wasn't merely a philosophical insight, it was a somatic experience, a grounding within my own body, an anchoring in the sensory world. This now is not merely a fleeting instant between past and future, it is the eternal now, the unbroken continuum of existence, the singular point where all moments converge. It is the unmanifest field of pure consciousness, the very heart of the divine. From a higher dimensional perspective, linear time is an illusion, a construct of the human mind designed to process sequential experiences within a physical reality. In spirit, all moments, past, present, and future, are simultaneous, existing within the unified field of the eternal now. This present moment is the true portal, the sole gateway to Source, to universal consciousness, to your higher self. It is the quantum field where all possibilities reside, where the future is not predicted but consciously created through vibrational resonance, and where the past can be healed and integrated through compassionate acceptance. To truly live in the now is to align with the divine blueprint of your being. It means tuning into the energetic frequency of creation itself, embodying presence as a spiritual practice, a sacred art. It is in this profound stillness that the veils thin, allowing access to inner wisdom, intuitive guidance, and the deep, abiding peace that is our true inheritance. The boring, empty, unproductive now reveals itself as infinitely rich, dynamic, and pulsating with life. It is the wellspring of creativity, the source of unconditional love, the space where fear dissolves and authentic joy blossoms. This is where personal power resides, not in controlling external circumstances, but in consciously choosing one's internal state, a state of vibrational alignment with the highest good. By consciously returning to the breath, to sensory input, to the sheer wonder of simply being, we transcend the ego's limitations and merge with the boundless expanse of spirit. The now isn't merely a place, it's the very fabric of existence, and in realizing its truth, I finally began to truly live. It is the sacred pause in which the universe breathes, and in that breath, all things are possible. The first drop. It happened in silence. No phone. No music. No agenda. Just breath. I felt the air enter my lungs. The weight of my body. The hum of existence. And in that moment, I wasn't thinking, I was being. It was subtle, but profound. I had dropped into presence. This was not merely the absence of external noise. It was the cessation of the relentless, frantic static generated by the self-identified ego, the internal narrator that anchors consciousness to the temporal illusion of past and future. The silence that descended was absolute, a profound velvet void that swallowed the millennia of accumulated fear, conditioning, and striving. It was the moment the default mode network of the mind, the engine of perceived separation, sputtered and died, leaving behind a pristine, untouched inner sanctuary. The drop was an instantaneous release, a gravitational surrender not to despair, but to the deep, unshakable truth that nothing needed to be held, no emotional anchors, no conceptual frameworks, no self-imposed duties. I recognized it as the dismantling of the veil, the thin energetic membrane separating the finite self from the infinite self. It was a cosmic sigh, the relief of the soul finally shedding the armor of its limiting human construct. When I felt the air enter my lungs, it was not the mechanical exchange of oxygen known to biology. It was the conscious awareness of prana, the life force current, threading its way through the physical vessel. Each inhalation was a charge, each exhalation a purification. The lungs became sacred bellows, pumping the breath of Source directly into the forgotten pathways of the body's crystalline structure. The feeling of the body's weight transformed from an earthly burden into a grounding anchor, a confirmation that I was fully materialized, yet simultaneously uninhibited, a sovereign being occupying sacred space. The resonance of Source, the hum. Then came the hum of existence. This was the core metaphysical reality that underpinned the silence. The hum was not audible sound in the conventional sense, but a pervasive, subtle vibration that resonated through the bone marrow and vibrated against the very matrix of my being. It was the cosmic chord, the continuous, self-sustaining sound of creation, the aeon translated into felt reality. This resonance was the frequency signature of the unified field, the zero-point energy from which all matter and possibility spring forth. To tune into this hum was to align my own personal frequency, my signature vibration, with the eternal, non-local consciousness of the universe. It was a realization that separation is the greatest illusion, that even in supposed solitary silence, I was intensely, intimately connected to every star, every atom, every sentient entity existing across all densities and dimensions. This hum was the constant dialogue of Source, transmitting pure, undiluted wisdom, dissolving the anchor of time. In the state of profound presence achieved by that first drop, the tyranny of chronological time dissolved. The mind, normally obsessed with looping regret, past, or anxious projection, future, found no traction. There was only the eternal now. This now was not a fleeting moment, but a vast, expansive domain where past lives, present lessons, and future potentials existed simultaneously. I was no longer navigating linear time. I was experiencing non-local consciousness. The seeker in me realized that the entire journey, the search for enlightenment, the grasping for spiritual answers, was conducted within the illusion of time, always deferring the realization to a future state. But the truth was available right here, immediately. The drop confirmed that liberation is not a destination, it is the instantaneous recognition of where you already stand. In this timeless state, I wasn't thinking about unity. I was experiencing unity. My identity shifted from the small, constrained personality, the ego forged by accumulated experience, to the I am presence, the unshakable, eternal aspect of the soul that orchestrates the physical experience. The mechanism of the drop, total surrender. What facilitated this profound shift was pure, unadulterated surrender. It was the radical acceptance of what is without resistance, criticism, or modification. It was the sacred act of letting go of the internal steering wheel, trusting implicitly that the highest intelligence of the universe was, in fact, me, or rather, acting through me. This drop is the esoteric key to unlocking the higher dimensions of self. When the grip of mental control relaxes, the light body, or Merkaba, is subtly activated. Energy pathways previously clogged by mental density and emotional trauma begin to flow freely. The realization dawns that the body is not merely a dense bag of carbon and water, but a sophisticated energetic antenna, designed to transmit and receive the highest frequencies of divine love and creative intelligence. It is in this state of being that true clarity, or gnosis, resides. Knowledge acquired through external study is merely information. Wisdom realized through presence is the direct downloading of soul memory. The answers to the grand questions of purpose and meaning are not found in ancient scrolls or charismatic gurus. They are written in the Akashic record imprinted on the very shell of your existence, waiting for the inner static to subside so they can be read. The integration, anchoring the higher self. The first drop is never the last. It marks the initiation point of the conscious journey back home. The process that follows is integration, the challenging yet necessary work of anchoring that vast, timeless presence into the dense, moment-to-moment reality of human life. The goal is no longer to escape the world to find silence, but to bring the silence into the marketplace. To be being is to live from the heart center, recognizing the profound inner truth: you are the avatar. You are the individualized fractal of source consciousness, here to experience and express the infinite creative potential of the divine. Every challenge becomes an opportunity for frequency refinement. Every interaction, a mirror reflecting the next layer of self-love that needs to be accessed. The subtlety of the initial drop belied its profound power. It was the seed of remembrance, planted firmly beneath the mental soil. It whispered the ultimate truth, that the pursuit of external validation, achievement, and security is the great distraction. The true wealth lies in this internal landscape, the silence, the breath, the hum, where the I am speaks directly to the soul. I had not just dropped into presence, I had dropped out of the illusion, finally resting in the unshakable certainty of my own eternal, boundless being. The texture of now. Presence has texture. It's not flat. It's rich. Colors deepen. Sounds sharpen. Emotions clarify. I started noticing things I'd missed for years. The way light moves across a wall, the rhythm of my heartbeat, the tone behind someone's words. Presence isn't just awareness. It's intimacy. With life. With self. With everything. This texture is more than a mere sensory enhancement. It's an unveiling of the multidimensional fabric of reality. When the veil thins and our perception transcends the conditioned filters of the ego, we begin to apprehend existence not as a two-dimensional projection, but as a vibrant, pulsating, energetic tapestry. This richness is the inherent state of being when we align with our true, expansive nature, moving beyond the linear confines of thought and into the boundless realm of pure consciousness. It's as if the universe, in its infinite generosity, leans in closer, whispering its secrets directly into the receptive heart of the awakened seeker. Suddenly, the world is imbued with a luminosity previously unseen. Colors, once merely wavelengths of light, now reveal their energetic signatures. The emerald green of a leaf isn't just a shade, it's a living vibration, humming with the life force of Gaia, connected to the deep wisdom of the plant kingdom. The cerulean blue of the sky is not just a backdrop, it's a boundless ocean of possibility, a mirror reflecting the infinite potential within. Pastel hues shimmer with a subtle, almost ethereal glow, while vibrant tones pulse with an undeniable intensity, almost as if you can feel their frequency resonating within your own energetic field. This isn't merely seeing with the eyes, but perceiving with the soul, intuiting the light codes embedded within every atom, understanding that color is a language spoken by the divine to illuminate the path of creation. Concurrently, the auditory landscape undergoes a profound transformation. Sounds sharpen, yes, but they also transmute. The cacophony of the external world begins to recede, or rather, it is processed through a different lens. What once was noise becomes information, a symphony of energies. The distant hum of traffic transforms into the collective resonance of human activity. The chirping of birds becomes a sacred chorus, a message from the elemental spirits of nature. But deeper still, one begins to discern the silence that cradles all sound, the fundamental tone of the universe itself, the OM that vibrates through all creation. It's the whisper of intuition, the quiet guidance of one's higher self, the subtle energetic signature behind spoken words, revealing not just their meaning, but their true intent, their vibrational frequency, and the unconscious patterns from which they emanate. This isn't just hearing, it's attuning to the frequency of existence, hearing the song of the cosmos in every breath. Emotions, too, undergo a profound clarification. They are no longer nebulous, overwhelming forces to be suppressed or reacted to, but rather distinct energetic currents, messengers from the soul. Through the lens of presence, we can discern their true source, their underlying wisdom, and their transient nature. A wave of sadness is not me, but an energy passing through, perhaps a release of old grief, an echo from a past life, or a compassionate resonance with the collective consciousness. Anger, once a consuming fire, reveals itself as a boundary being crossed, an unmet need. or a signal for energetic transmutation. This clarity empowers us to meet each emotion with compassionate awareness, allowing it to move through us without attachment, transforming lower vibrational states into higher ones, fear into love, despair into hope, separation into unity. The body becomes a resonant chamber, a sophisticated instrument for processing and transmuting these energetic vibrations, guiding us towards emotional mastery and inner peace. In this heightened state, I began noticing things I'd missed for years. The way light moves across a wall, for instance, became a profound meditation on the nature of reality. It wasn't just photons bouncing off a surface. It was a dance of consciousness, a fluid expression of divine creativity, a constant unfolding and reshaping of form. Each shifting shadow, each play of brilliance, unveiled the ephemeral nature of all things, reminding me that reality is not static but a dynamic, ever-changing masterpiece, painted anew in every moment. It was a visual metaphor for the impermanence of the material world and the eternal, radiant essence that lies beneath. The rhythm of my heartbeat, once an unconscious biological function, transformed into a sacred drum, echoing the pulse of universal life force within. It was the rhythm of Gaia, the subtle thrum of the cosmos, the beat of creation itself, resonating deep within my chest. This inner pulsation became a portal to profound self-intimacy, a direct connection to the infinite I Am presence that animates all existence. When I consciously attuned to it, I felt a deep anchoring, a sense of belonging to the grand design, realizing that my individual pulse was inextricably linked to the heartbeat of the universe, a constant reminder of my own divine spark. It was a reconnection to the very core of my being, where all wisdom resides. And the tone behind someone's words, this became less about the literal meaning and more about the energetic truth conveyed. I began to sense the unspoken, the unconscious intentions, the underlying emotional currents, the energetic resonance of their soul. It was like hearing with my heart, perceiving the vibrational frequency of their communication. This subtle discernment allowed for a deeper empathy, a profound understanding that transcended surface-level interactions, revealing the shared humanity and divine essence beneath the masks we often wear. It was a doorway into the collective consciousness, understanding that we are all interconnected, each word a ripple in the universal energetic field. Ultimately, presence isn't just awareness, a mere observation of phenomena. It is an act of profound intimacy, a merging with the essence of what is. It is the dissolution of the illusory boundary between observer and observed, a complete immersion in the non-dual reality where all is one. This intimacy extends first and foremost with life itself. It's seeing the divine intelligence in the intricate pattern of a snowflake, the resilient growth of a tiny sprout pushing through concrete, the majestic flight of an eagle, or the quiet strength of an ancient tree. It's understanding that every manifestation, from the smallest atom to the grandest galaxy, carries the imprint of Source, a perfect expression of universal consciousness. This intimacy reveals the sacredness in every mundane act. Washing dishes becomes a meditation on flow and cleansing, waking up a mindful blessing of a new day, eating a conscious communion with the earth's bounty. It's living in a state of continuous reverence, recognizing the interconnected web of all existence, realizing that we are not separate from nature, but an integral part of its divine tapestry. Then comes the intimacy with self. This is the journey from the periphery to the core, shedding layers of conditioning, egoic constructs, and ancestral patterns to reveal the radiant, authentic being beneath. It's a deep, unconditional self-acceptance, a profound love for oneself and all one's glorious imperfections and divine perfections. This intimacy with self is remembering who we truly are, not merely a physical body and a thinking mind, but an infinite, eternal soul, a spark of the divine, embodying the I Am presence. It's the sacred quest of the inner guru, realizing that all wisdom, all guidance, all healing resides within. Through this intimacy, we access our own Akashic records, our soul's blueprint, and the inherent wisdom that has accumulated over countless lifetimes. It's the liberation from self-judgment and the embrace of radical self-love, which then ripples out to bless all beings. And finally, presence is intimacy with everything. This is the ultimate realization of unity consciousness, the understanding that separation is merely an illusion of the mind. It's feeling the resonance with the stranger across the room, the distant star, the collective consciousness of humanity, and the vastness of the cosmos. It's recognizing that every interaction, every breath, every moment is an opportunity to expand into this boundless oneness, to anchor higher frequencies of love, compassion, and peace into the physical realm. The now ceases to be just a point in time, it becomes a multidimensional portal, the only point of creation, where the past can be healed and the future can be consciously co-created. Through this profound intimacy, we become active participants in the grand cosmic dance, embodying our divine blueprint, and living as radiant expressions of the universal heart. It is here, in the texture of now, that we truly awaken to the infinite wisdom and boundless love that is our true inheritance. The resistance to stillness. Stillness can feel threatening. It strips away distraction. It confronts you with yourself. I used to avoid it. Fill every gap. Chase every stimulus. But stillness isn't emptiness. It's spaciousness. And in that space, truth rises. Not loudly, but clearly. The onslaught of modern existence is, by design, a perpetual barrage. Our senses are relentlessly stimulated, our minds constantly engaged with a torrent of information and demands. From the insistent ping of notifications on our devices to the cacophony of urban life, from the curated narratives of social media to the relentless hum of tasks and obligations, we are trained from a young age to exist in a state of perpetual motion, a constant doing. This busyness, this relentless filling of every moment, becomes a shield, a comfortable armor against the unsettling prospect of simply being. The silent moments, the pauses between breaths, the stretches of quietude, can therefore feel like a breach in this carefully constructed defense. They feel threatening because they signal an end to the incessant external validation and distraction that have become our primary modes of self-soothing and identity formation. When the external noise recedes, when the screens go dark and the to-do lists are momentarily forgotten, we are left with an absence of manufactured input. This absence, however, is not a void. It is a profound and potent unveiling. Stillness, in its purest form, acts as a cosmic eraser, wiping away the layers of superficiality and programmed responses that we have accumulated. It strips away the distraction, not in a punitive or judgmental way, but in a way that reveals the raw, unvarnished essence of our being. The carefully constructed personas we wear, the anxieties we project, the desires we chase, all dissolve under the unwavering gaze of quiet introspection. It is in these moments that we are truly confronted with ourselves, not the curated version we present to the world, or the anxious projection we fear, but the fundamental, luminous core of our consciousness. This confrontation can be unsettling because it demands an honest inventory, a willingness to look at what lies beneath the surface of our habitual thoughts and reactions. It challenges the narratives we have woven about who we are, forcing us to question the authenticity of our perceived limitations and the true nature of our desires. For a long time, this was my own experience. My internal landscape was a perpetual motion machine, a frantic attempt to outrun myself. Every flicker of quiet was an invitation to action, an excuse to dive back into the comforting currents of busyness. My phone was an extension of my hand, a portal to endless streams of articles, videos, and conversations. My schedule was meticulously packed, leaving no room for idle contemplation. Even brief moments of waiting were filled with checking emails, scrolling through feeds, or mentally rehearsing conversations. This frantic activity was a form of spiritual anesthesia, a way to numb the subtle whispers of my inner knowing. The fear was not of myself, exactly, but of what I might discover if I dared to stop running. It was the fear of inadequacy, the fear of facing the unaddressed griefs and unresolved questions that lay dormant beneath the surface of my daily grind. I believed, unconsciously, that stillness was a sign of stagnation, a surrender to inertia, rather than a gateway to a deeper understanding. But this perspective, I have come to understand, is a profound cosmic misunderstanding. Stillness is not emptiness. Emptiness implies a lack, a void, a deficiency. Stillness, on the other hand, is the fertile ground from which all things emerge. It is the primordial soup of consciousness, the silent canvas upon which the universe paints its masterpieces. It is the infinite potentiality, the latent energy that precedes form and manifestation. In the esoteric traditions, this stillness is often referred to as the Great Silence, the womb of creation, the unmanifest source from which all existence flows. It is not an absence of being, but rather the ultimate fullness of being, a boundless expanse of pure awareness. When we mistake this stillness for emptiness, we are essentially looking at a seed and seeing only the soil, failing to recognize the vast potential for life contained within. It is a failure of perception, a limited understanding of the energetic architecture of reality. This spaciousness, this profound non-doing, is the fertile soil for the blossoming of inner truth. When the external distractions are intentionally relinquished, when the mental chatter is allowed to subside, a subtle yet powerful shift occurs. The energetic field around us, and more importantly, within us, becomes less cluttered, more coherent. Imagine a lake that is constantly being stirred by winds. Its surface is choppy, distorted, and opaque, making it impossible to see the depths below. Stillness is like the wind dying down, allowing the water to become calm and reflective. In this profound tranquility, the surface of our consciousness becomes a mirror, capable of reflecting the subtler currents of our inner being. The constant stream of thought, which often masquerades and veils our true nature, begins to clarify. The accumulated conditioning, the societal programming, the personal narratives that have shaped our perceived reality, start to loosen their grip. And in that space, truth rises. It doesn't burst forth with trumpets and fanfare. It doesn't arrive as a thunderclap of revelation that shatters our illusions in an instant. Instead, it emerges with a quiet persistence, a gentle unfolding that is far more profound and sustainable. Think of the way a seedling pushes through the soil. It is not a violent act, but a steady, determined emergence driven by an internal intelligence. Similarly, the truths that arise in stillness are not imposed from without but arise from within, like ancient wisdom finally being remembered. These truths are often simple, yet they possess an irrefutable clarity. They are the fundamental principles of our existence, the underlying patterns of universal law, the inherent knowing that has always resided within us, waiting to be acknowledged. This rising truth is not intellectual. It is not a logical deduction or a reasoned conclusion. It is a direct perception, an intuitive knowing that bypasses the analytical mind. It is the voice of the soul, the silent language of the universe speaking directly to our essence. These truths might manifest as a sudden understanding of a long-held pattern of behavior, a glimpse into the karmic threads that have woven our life's tapestry, or a profound recognition of our interconnectedness with all that is. They are the subtle nudges of our higher self, guiding us towards alignment, towards authentic expression, towards the realization of our divine potential. In the language of a new spiritual paradigm, this is the awakening of our inner oracle, the activation of our innate divine blueprint. It is the soul remembering its cosmic purpose and its inherent connection to the source. The clarity with which these truths emerge is not a product of enhanced intellect, but of a purified perception. When the mind is quieted, when the emotional turbulence subsides, we are able to perceive reality with a greater degree of purity, unclouded by our usual biases and fears. It's akin to tuning a radio to a specific frequency. While the broadcast has always been there, it is only when the receiver is properly aligned that the signal can be clearly heard. Stillness is that precise alignment. It attunes us to the subtle energetic frequencies of truth, allowing us to apprehend insights that were previously obscured by the static of our everyday consciousness. This is where the seeker finds solace, not in external answers, but in the profound internal knowing that arises from within. The universe, in its infinite wisdom, is always communicating, and stillness is the receptive state that allows this divine dialogue to unfold. It is in embracing this quietude that we begin to transcend the limitations of the ego mind and connect with the boundless wisdom of the universal consciousness, remembering that we are not merely observers of reality, but active co-creators within its grand design. The practice of anchoring. I began practicing presence, not as meditation, as embodiment. The critical distinction emerged swiftly and sharply. Meditation, as historically taught, often sought to transcend the body, to quiet the physical vessel in service of reaching a higher mental state. But the shift I initiated was a sacred homecoming. It was the conscious decision to fully inhabit the temple of the self, allowing the spirit, which had long wandered in the upper dimensions of thought and planning, to finally settle into the flesh. This movement was an act of radical ownership, recognizing the body not as a limitation to overcome, but as the indispensable and intelligent interface required for navigating this specific reality matrix. I anchored into breath, into sensation, into sound. This anchoring practice was not a mental technique, it was a vibrational recalibration. It was the deliberate tuning of my internal frequency to the omnipresent reality of the now, dismantling the linear projections of the ego, which ceaselessly demands residence in the what was or the what will be. Each anchor served as a tether, pulling awareness back from the expansive, often chaotic, field of external stimuli and consolidating it into the singularity of the present moment. The sacred triad of anchors. To anchor into breath was to anchor into prana itself, the universal life force, the animating current that courses through all physical manifestation. It was an acknowledgement that the breath is not merely a biological necessity, but the etheric tether connecting the physical form to the unified field of consciousness. I ceased to simply breathe air, I began to inhale creation. Following the subtle expansion of the diaphragm, the momentary suspension at the peak, and the soft release, I was tracing the rhythmic pulse of the universe within my own architecture. This practice dissolved the illusion of separation, revealing the truth that the same divine energy cycling through the cosmos cycles through the sacred geometry of the self. To anchor into sensation was the next step in this profound intimacy. The physical body is the subconscious made visible. It is a meticulously kept archive of stored emotion, ancestral imprints, and vibrational data. When I consciously shifted to feeling, truly feeling, the tightness in the shoulders, the subtle hum in the hands, or the weight of the feet on the earth, I was reading the somatic text. These sensations were not inconveniences to be ignored, but critical biofeedback signals, light codes conveying information from the deep wisdom of the cellular memory. By meeting discomfort or tension with gentle interest rather than immediate resistance, I transformed from a passive host to a conscious alchemist, allowing stagnant frequencies to be acknowledged, processed, and released back into the flow. The body became a truth barometer, incapable of lying, guiding me toward authenticity moment by moment. To anchor into sound was to recognize that at the deepest fundamental level, all is vibration. Shifting attention to the ambient soundscape, the distant traffic, the silence within silence, the internal hum of the nervous system, was to connect with the primordial OM, the continuous vibration of existence. This practice elevated awareness beyond local perception, allowing the internal tuning fork to resonate with the universal frequency. It was a practice of deep listening, not just to the outer world, but to the inner sonic landscape, revealing the non-stop, energetic conversation occurring beneath the threshold of thought. The question as the key, unlocking the 0 point. Then came the foundational query, the elegant simplicity that shattered complexity. I asked, "What's here now?" This was the master key. It was a potent question because of what it precluded. It did not ask, "What should I do?" A question rooted in the future and duty. It did not ask, "What should I feel?" A question rooted in judgment and comparison. And it certainly did not ask, "What should I fix?" A question rooted in the egoic perception of brokenness. The question, "What's here now?" bypasses the matrix of linear time, which the ego utilizes to sustain its narrative of incompleteness. By collapsing all energetic expenditure back into the nonlinear nexus of the present, I access the true 0 point of consciousness. This practice was the immediate and deliberate withdrawal of vital energy from the karmic echoes of the past and the anxious projections of the future, consolidating it into a singularity of pure, untainted awareness. In that singular moment of pure presence, the mind, the ceaseless architect of problems, is momentarily deprived of the space it requires to operate. Without the reference points of past data or future prediction, the ego's mechanism grinds to a halt, leaving only the truth of the instant unvarnished and whole. And that question became a doorway. The doorway was not a metaphor. It was a tangible shift in perceptual reality. It was the dissolving of the veil, the Maya, that separates the conditioned self from the boundless, eternal higher self. Stepping through this doorway revealed that the here was not merely the physical environment or the immediate sensation. The here was the entirety of the unified field, accessible within the confines of the somatic vessel. What lay beyond this threshold was not the promised land of perfect emotional peace, but something far more potent, undifferentiated knowing. I realized that the pursuit of external solutions or esoteric knowledge had been a distraction. The seeker seeks because the mind has convinced itself that the answer resides outside the present experience. But in the sustained vibration of the now, the truth revealed itself. Every piece of wisdom, every solution, every required frequency elevation, was already resident within. This doorway granted access to the internal Akashic field, the reservoir of personal and collective knowledge stored within the cellular structure, not through intellectual study, but through visceral resonance. The awareness expanded to recognize the inherent non-duality of existence. Pain was not an enemy, it was information encoded in a challenging frequency. Joy was not a fleeting reward. It was the natural state of the self when the energetic system is clear and unobstructed. The resulting practical wisdom was not a philosophy to be adopted, but an operating manual for the soul. Sovereignty reclaimed, the practice established the inner authority. External authorities, spiritual gurus, social demands, historical conditioning, lost their binding power. The body, anchored in the now, became the only true compass. Frequency management. The instant I anchored, my vibrational output stabilized. This realization meant that dealing with external stress was less about changing the world, and more about consistently maintaining my internal resonance. I became a self-regulating system, impervious to the chaos that thrives in the realm of distracted thought. The alchemical power of acceptance, the phrase, "What's here now?" evolved into radical acceptance. Whatever arose, anxiety, grief, intense boredom, profound bliss, was simply treated as a temporary guest. By offering it unconditional space, the energy was allowed to fulfill its purpose and dissolve, rather than being cemented into psychological resistance. The doorway led directly into the heart of the sacred contract I made with existence, to be here, fully and without reservation. The practice of anchoring became the continuous reaffirmation of this contract, transforming the mundane moments of daily life, waiting in line, washing dishes, sitting in traffic, into opportunities for profound communion with the eternal self. The heavy, intellectual burden of trying to be spiritual lifted, replaced by the simple, sustaining grace of being the spirit within the form, right here, right now. The present was not merely a moment, it was the entire cosmos contained in a single breath. Presence in motion. Presence isn't just stillness, it's motion. This seemingly simple truth holds a profound key to unlocking a more vibrant, expansive existence, a truth whispered by ancient mystics and now echoed in the emergent understanding of consciousness. For too long, presence has been relegated to the quietude of the meditation cushion, the tranquil space of inner reflection. While these moments of stillness are undeniably vital, they are the anchor, the recalibration point for the soul. They represent only one facet of the diamond. True embodied presence is a dynamic force, a living current that flows through every beat of life, every breath, every interaction. It is in the very fabric of our active engagement with the world that the deepest expressions of presence can manifest. It's not merely about observing life from a detached vantage point, it is about being life, fully immersed and vibrantly aware. Consider the profound activation of consciousness in the physical acts of walking. When one walks with presence, the footfall becomes a sacred rhythm, a percussive call and response with the earth itself. Each step is not just a mechanism of transport but a conscious connection to the ground beneath, feeling the subtle energies rising, the magnetic embrace of Gaia. The air becomes alive with oxygen, a light, or simply arranging a beautiful meal, the act of creation becomes a sacred ritual. It's accessing the universal wellspring of inspiration, allowing ideas to flow through, unhindered by self-doubt or judgment. The ego steps aside, and the higher self takes the reins, guiding the hand, the voice, the mind. Every stroke, every note, every word is imbued with pure, unadulterated essence, carrying the unique signature of the Creator's soul, yet echoing the boundless creativity of the cosmos. This isn't just making, it's manifesting, bringing unseen energies into tangible form, aligning with the infinite potential of the universe. This profound realization ignited within me a subtle yet seismic shift. I started bringing presence into action, not just in these grand gestures, but in the most mundane moments of my day. It was an intentional recalibration, a conscious decision to imbue every facet of my existence with focused awareness and loving intent. Writing from presence became a practice of channeling, allowing insights to flow from a higher source, bypassing the analytical mind. The pen no longer felt like a mere tool for transcribing thoughts, but a wand, connecting me to a vast library of universal wisdom. Words appeared on the page with an almost divine grace, carrying an energetic imprint that resonated far beyond their literal meaning. It was as if the cosmic muse had found a willing scribe, and the act of writing transformed into an act of sacred transcription, birthing epiphanies onto the material plane. Listening from presence transformed my interactions from transactional exchanges to deeply empathic connections. It was no longer just about hearing words, but about sensing the vibrational field of the other, perceiving the unspoken emotions, the underlying truths, the soul's subtle communication. I learned to listen with my entire being, with my heart, my intuition, my energetic field, creating a space of profound acceptance and understanding. In this presence, a true communion occurred, dissolving the illusory barriers between individuals, revealing the interconnectedness of all beings, and allowing the truth of their inner world to unfold without judgment. And loving from presence became the most transformative practice of all. It wasn't about conventional affection or romantic entanglement. It was about an expansive, unconditional love that emanated from the core of my being. It was seeing the divine spark in every individual, recognizing the light within, even when obscured by shadow. It was sending out a vibrational frequency of compassion and acceptance to all beings, dissolving old wounds, transcending personal grievances, and expanding the capacity of my heart chakra to embrace the entirety of existence. This love was not possessive, it was liberating. It was not exclusive, it was all-encompassing. It was the realization that love is not something we do, but something we are, a fundamental frequency of the universe, waiting to be fully awakened and expressed through us. And as these practices integrated into the very fabric of my being, everything became irrevocably, vibrantly more alive. The world around me, once perceived through a filter of mundane reality, now shimmered with an inherent radiance. Colors intensified, sounds held richer tones, the air tasted sweeter, and the subtle energies of life became palpable. Synchronicities began to unfold with astonishing frequency, guiding me along a path that felt both divinely orchestrated and profoundly personal. Life ceased to be a series of random events and transformed into a fluid, intelligent dance, a constant conversation between my conscious self and the universal intelligence. I felt an undeniable sense of being in flow, effortlessly navigating challenges and embracing opportunities with a deep-seated trust in the unfolding process. It was as if a veil had been lifted, revealing the holographic, energetic nature of reality. This wasn't because I changed the activity itself. I was still walking, dancing, speaking, creating, writing, listening, and loving. The external actions remained largely the same. But the internal landscape, the very essence of my being, had undergone a radical shift. Everything became more alive because I changed the frequency. This is the esoteric core of the transformation, the metaphysical truth that underpins all spiritual awakening. Our reality is not solid, it is a dynamic field of energy, vibrating at different rates. Every thought, emotion, word, and action carries a specific vibrational signature, a unique frequency that contributes to our overall energetic field. When we operate from states of fear, anger, doubt, or resistance, we are vibrating at a lower, denser frequency. This creates a reality experience that often mirrors these states, a world that feels heavy, challenging, and disconnected. However, when we consciously choose to imbue our actions with presence, with awareness, intention, love, and gratitude, we elevate our internal frequency. This isn't about doing differently, it's about being differently. It's about shifting our inner resonance from dense, ego-driven frequencies to lighter, soul-aligned frequencies. This shift acts like a tuning fork, bringing our entire energetic system into alignment with higher states of consciousness, with the divine spark that resides within us, and with the harmonious flow of the cosmos. From a New Age perspective, this is the essence of raising your vibration. It's acknowledging that we are not merely physical beings, but multidimensional beings of light and energy. By consciously choosing presence, we actively tune our personal energetic field to a higher channel, allowing us to perceive, attract, and co-create a reality that resonates with that elevated state. The world doesn't change out there, it transmutes in our awareness, mirroring our internal shift. We begin to perceive the inherent magic, the interconnectedness, and the divine intelligence that was always present but previously obscured by our lower vibrational filters. This change in frequency means we are no longer just participating in life, we are resonating with it. We are not just observing reality, we are actively shaping it through the quantum field of our consciousness. Our intention, now imbued with the power of presence, becomes a beacon, attracting experiences, people, and opportunities that align with our elevated energetic signature. It's a profound realization that the external world is but a reflection of our internal state, and by mastering the art of presence in motion, we become conscious architects of our own reality, embodying the truth that we are not merely observers, but vibrant, conscious co-creators of an infinitely expanding universe. The gift of attention. Attention is sacred. It is not merely the simple direction of the senses, but the most foundational currency of your existence, the very substance of consciousness made manifest. It is the life force, the pure, unadulterated prana that animates your perception and catalyzes creation. Where you place it shapes your reality. This is the fundamental law of energetic sovereignty. The world you experience is not an external, fixed construct, it is a meticulously tailored, vibratory echo of the energy you continually invest. If consciousness is the water, attention is the channel that dictates whether it floods the garden or drains into the arid desert of distraction. For too long, I lived in a state of porous awareness, where the sacred energy of my focus was scattered like dust in the wind, adhering unknowingly to every fleeting anxiety, every digital notification, every unexamined ghost of the past. This scattering was not merely inefficient, it was the ultimate act of self-impoverishment. It meant living perpetually on the surface layer of existence, experiencing the world in a flat, two-dimensional rendering, starved of texture and meaning. The collective unconscious feeds on this leakage. The matrix thrives on the dissipation of individual, directed focus. To scatter attention is to willingly forfeit your creative power to the entropic forces of the mundane. I stopped scattering mine. I started focusing it. This redirection was the initiation into inner alchemy, the deliberate retrieval of energetic sovereignty. It was a conscious withdrawal from the perpetual noise and a deep recalibration of the inner compass. The first step was recognizing that every flicker of attention paid to fear, comparison, or regret was a literal energetic offering to that lower vibration, strengthening the very reality I wished to transcend. The process began with ruthless self-honesty, identifying the energetic holes where my power bled out, the compulsive need to check, the looping internal arguments, the projection based on future anxieties. I realized that my attention was the most potent manifestation tool I possessed, and yet I had been wielding it carelessly, pointing the high-powered laser beam of my inner focus at shadows rather than light. On the moment, on the person, on the feeling. This became my triune anchor, the simple yet profound methodology for grounding the spirit in the now. To focus on the moment required a commitment to stillness that transcended physical posture. It meant entering into a non-reactive dialogue with the present tense. It was recognizing that this second, right now, is the singularity point where all universal potential converges. When attention rests fully in the immediate environment, the temperature of the air, the distant sound, the simple sensation of breathing, the external world shifts from a chaotic threat to a perfectly ordered, intricate fractal. The veils of illusion, woven from memory and expectation, dissolve, and the seeker witnesses the raw, vibrating truth of existence. The moment ceases to be a transit point and becomes the eternal home. To focus on the person was the practice of radical, unqualified reverence. It meant stripping away the filters of judgment, expectation, and narrative, the stories I habitually imposed on others, and truly seeing the light source within them. When I spoke to someone, my entire energetic signature was offered to that interaction. The phone was vanished. The mental to-do list was silenced, and for that duration, the person before me became the sole, sacred focus of my universe. This level of focused presence is not merely good listening, it is an act of energetic unification. It allows the resonant field between two consciousnesses to deepen, transforming casual communication into profound connection where clarity and soul recognition can occur without interference. It is an acknowledgement that the divine spark resides equally in the observer and the observed. To focus on the feeling was the deepest dive into the inner landscape. Most emotional responses are subtle, secondary echoes of primary energetic states. By focusing attention solely on the vibration of a current feeling, be it joy, unease, or quiet neutrality, I ceased resisting or judging it. I simply illuminated it with my consciousness. This disciplined, non-judgmental attention acts as a powerful energetic conductor. When a feeling is fully witnessed, it can deliver its inherent wisdom and then move through the system, preventing the chronic energetic blockages that result from repressed or scattered emotional energy. This practice transforms the body from a chaotic reaction chamber into a finely tuned instrument of emotional intelligence, fully calibrated to its own truth. And that focus created depth. Depth emerged not as a philosophical concept, but as a tangible, high-resolution quality of life. The world was no longer flat, it became holographic. When focus is concentrated, the sensory apparatus becomes exponentially amplified. The simple act of drinking water yields not just hydration, but the taste of the mineral-rich earth and the memory of the ancient rain. A ray of sunlight becomes a cascade of photons charged with pure, creative intelligence. This depth is the experience of moving beyond superficial sensory data and accessing the underlying energetic architecture of reality. Where there was once simple observation, there is now direct, resonant experience. This focused attention acts like a tuning fork, raising the inner vibratory rate until it matches the inherent perfection of the universe. The seeker is no longer separate from the experience but is interwoven with its tapestry, recognizing the intricate, intentional beauty in every pattern, every micro-detail. This is the hallmark of stepping out of the ego's perception matrix and into the soul's boundless witnessing field. Presence isn't just awareness. It's devotion. Awareness is the recognition of something. Devotion is the conscious offering of your highest, purest energy to it. True presence demands the entirety of the self, the unfragmented attention that honors the moment as a sacred covenant. To be present is to treat existence itself as the altar. It means acknowledging that your focused attention is the highest quality offering you can make to the universe. It is a spiritual practice wherein every mundane task, washing dishes, writing an email, walking the dog, is transformed into a ritual of intent. When executed with devoted attention, these activities cease to be chores and become portals for accessing higher states of consciousness. This devotion is the key to unlocking inner wisdom. By refusing to fragment your attention, you gather your scattered energetic threads and weave them back into the core, aligning the personality self with the divine blueprint. This unification creates an unshakable inner stability, a singularity of consciousness, that renders the external chaos irrelevant. In this state of devoted presence, the constant seeking inherent to the human condition ceases, replaced by the profound, resonant knowing that everything you are, and everything you need, is already contained within the perfectly calibrated reality you have created through the sacred act of paying attention. This is the ultimate attainment of energetic wholeness, the continuous worship of the now, and the sovereign crafting of a life lived purposefully, moment by devoted moment. The pulse of connection. Presence transforms relationships. When you're present, people feel it. They soften. They open. They trust. I stopped multitasking conversations. I started arriving in them. And the quality of connection changed. Not because I said more, but because I was more. This simple recognition is the gateway to a profound esoteric truth. Relationship quality is not dictated by dialogue, but by vibrational coherence. Presence, in this context, is not merely attentive listening, it is the radical choice to anchor one's entire being, mind, body, and spirit, in the here and now, dissolving the protective layers of temporal anxiety and cognitive fragmentation. This act of anchoring is the most powerful energetic offering one can make. The energetic anatomy of presence. To be truly present is to achieve an internal state of non-resistance, allowing the inner chaos, the incessant mental chatter that constantly processes the past or plots the future, to subside. When this internal static drops, our personal electromagnetic field, our aura or energy signature, stops vibrating with the low, erratic frequencies of anxiety and defense. Instead, it pulses with the high, stable frequency of coherence. This state of coherence is what others subconsciously perceive. The human nervous system is exquisitely tuned to register the subtle shifts in the fields surrounding it. When you enter a conversation while simultaneously scrolling a news feed, formulating a rebuttal, or worrying about a task, even if none of this is spoken, your field is fragmented. That fragmentation is received by the other person as dissonant energy, triggering the ancient, reptilian safety mechanisms that whisper, unsafe. Proceed with caution. Build armor. But when you truly arrive, when the self is fully embodied, attention resting gently in the heart center, the Anahata chakra, this energetic signature shifts to one of profound safety and stillness. This stillness is the pure expression of the divine self, unburdened by the egoic narrative. It is this crystalline, authentic frequency that acts as a profound invitation for the other person's own system to lay down its arms. 2. The mechanisms of softening, opening, and trust. The external manifestation of this internal shift is the trinity of softening, opening, and trust, each occurring at a different energetic depth. 1. Softening, the dissolution of energetic armor. The moment your coherent presence meets another person's field, the process of softening begins. This is a visceral, physiological response. The tightness in their chest, the tension in their jaw, the subtle rigidity of their posture, these are all physical manifestations of their energetic armor, constructed over years of perceived inadequacy and relational wounding. Your unwavering presence acts as a powerful, non-judgmental mirror. By offering spaciousness, a container devoid of the need to fix, judge, or rush, you communicate safety at a level deeper than words. The other person's nervous system, starved for genuine safety, registers. I do not need to defend myself against this vibration. The armor, held in place by scarcity and fear, simply begins to relax, allowing their true, vulnerable self to surface, even if only fleetingly. 2. Opening, the resonance of soul recognition. Following the softening comes the opening. This is not merely an emotional disclosure, it is the spontaneous expansion of their subtle energy body. When one person holds the container of pure presence, they create a resonant field. We are all non-local consciousnesses, and when one consciousness achieves stability, it acts as a tuning fork for the other. This opening allows for communication to bypass the dense, dualistic mind and flow instead through the channels of intuition and feeling. The conversation shifts from a transaction of information to a communion of essences. They begin to speak truths they may not have consciously intended to share, because the level of connection forged by your focused beingness allows their soul blueprint to communicate directly with yours. This is the moment when connections move from superficial necessity to sacred contract. 3. Trust, the alignment of the authentic self. The ultimate result of presence is trust. True trust is not based on promises or past reliability. It is based on the recognition of the other's authentic self. When you are present, you are not filtering your reality through the distorted lens of your ego, you are simply being. This authenticity is immediately and powerfully perceived. People trust not what you say or do, but the frequency you hold. When they sense that your internal reality is congruent with your external expression, that there is no internal lie or hidden agenda, they trust the signal. This is the divine recognition of the I Am presence dwelling within both parties. They trust you because, by witnessing them without judgment, you reflect the unconditional love that is their own core essence, allowing them permission to trust themselves. 3. The practice of arriving, from doing to being. My shift from multitasking conversations to arriving in them was a fundamental recalibration of consciousness. I ceased relating from the head, the seat of calculation, judgment, and fragmentation, and started relating from the body and the heart, the seat of wisdom, intuition, and unity. Multitasking is the epitome of fragmented consciousness. It is the ego's frantic, often subconscious, attempt to control time and optimize output. But true optimization in relationship is not about efficiency, it is about depth. To arrive requires a conscious ritual of divestment. Before engaging, I learned to pause, even if only for one sovereign second, and drop my consciousness down. I would practice grounding the energy, pulling my scattered attention back from the periphery of thoughts and sensory distractions, and anchoring it firmly in my central core. This act of internal integration makes the external experience spacious. I stopped formulating responses while the other person was still speaking. I learned to love the silence, the subtle gaps between words, as a fertile space where the next truth could emerge. I became a radical witness, holding the container for the other person's experience without needing to own, label, or solve it. This stillness is not passive, it is an intensely active form of energetic engagement. It is the embodiment of unconditional positive regard, delivered not via pleasant platitudes, but via the stable vibration of the embodied self. 4. The power of being more. The core realization was that the quality of my connections soared, not because I said more, but because I was more. What does it mean to be more? It means expanding the volume and clarity of one's own life force energy. When we cease fighting our own internal reality, our anxieties, our judgments, our discomfort, the energy previously used for internal resistance is liberated. This energy instantly expands our presence field. We become bigger, not in an egoic or imposing sense, but in a generous, gravitational way. To be more is to embody the full spectrum of one's innate wisdom, operating from the highest self. It is the commitment to show up as the uncompromised version of the divine frequency that we are. When we become comfortable dwelling in our own vastness, we unconsciously grant permission for others to dwell in theirs. This shift transforms the relational paradigm from one of scarcity, where two individuals cautiously share limited resources, time, attention, emotional energy, to one of abundance. Abundant connection is non-exhaustive, it is regenerative. As I offer my coherent presence, the other person's system stabilizes, and the collective energy of the interaction elevates. We are, quite literally, co-creating a temporary, sacred domain where separation dissolves, and the recognition of shared divinity, the ultimate goal of all esoteric seeking, is made manifest. In this space of radical presence, relationships cease to be mere transactions and become potent catalysts for mutual awakening. They transform into sacred mirroring practices where the boundary between self and other becomes beautifully porous, confirming the ancient wisdom: we are all interconnected nodes in a single, vibrating field of consciousness. The most powerful thing we can ever offer another soul is simply the gift of our unified, embodied self. Just a moment to reflect. Stop. Breathe. Let the pulse settle. When you're ready, we'll continue. Chapter 9: The Edge of Expression. Expression is risky. It exposes you. It reveals you. It invites judgment. This initial apprehension is not merely a social discomfort. It is a primal resistance rooted deep within the architecture of the fragmented ego. Expression, in its honest form, constitutes the most profound act of energetic vulnerability. To express one's true self is to dismantle the carefully constructed defense mechanisms, the psychic armor forged from past hurts and societal conditioning, that the ego uses to define survival. The risk is not the external critique. The true terror lies in facing the mirror of one's own unexamined depths. When we hold back the truth of our being, we operate behind a densely woven veil of accepted performance. This veil is the collective unconscious whisper that demands conformity, safety, and silence. To unveil oneself is to step out of the shadows and consciously invite the full spectrum of external reaction, which often triggers the deepest insecurity, the fear that the authentic self, stripped of its protective facade, is fundamentally unacceptable or unlovable. This invitation of judgment is the sacred, necessary fire through which the self must pass. It is the karmic residue of self-denial rising to be seen, acknowledged, and finally dissolved. But it also frees you. This freedom is not simply psychological relief. It is a fundamental shift in vibrational frequency, an energetic realignment that anchors the soul into sovereignty. Hiding is the ultimate energetic leak. It demands constant, exhausting maintenance of a false self, depleting the vital life force, the divine current, that is meant for creation and expansion. When you speak from truth, you stop performing. The performance is the 3D matrix illusion, the rigid structure of expectations imposed by others, or, more toxic still, the expectations we impose upon ourselves to gain approval. Performance is life lived through the filter of should. To stop performing is to declare energetic independence. It is the moment the soul chooses congruence over comfort. When truth becomes the frequency, the inner architecture stabilizes. The energetic field ceases to be porous and reactive, and instead becomes a coherent, self-sustaining system. The words, the art, the choices that flow from this truth are imbued with a resonance that cannot be faked, because they are sourced directly from the eternal blueprint of the soul, bypassing the temporary programming of the personality. This cessation of performance manifests as radical self-acceptance. We stop apologizing for our inherent magnitude. We recognize that our internal landscape, our unique perspectives, our unconventional insights, our deep emotional tides, is not a flaw to be managed, but a sacred terrain to be mapped and utilized. The performance ends when the identity shifts from what I must do to please to what I am here to be. When you create from truth, you stop pleasing. The drive to please is the creative inhibitor. It shackles the imagination to the lowest common denominator, prioritizing palatability and marketability over authenticity and raw revelation. Creation divorced from truth becomes decoration, a sterile, mass-produced echo designed to fit pre-existing containers. To create from truth is to engage in conscious co-creation with the divine source. It demands a purification of intent. The creator ceases to ask, "Will this be accepted?" and begins asking, "Is this pure channel?" This radical shift involves transmuting the fear of rejection into the courage of original frequency. Every painting, every written word, every innovation becomes a direct download, untainted by the filter of external validation. This act generates an intense, magnetic energy field, because the creation is carrying the signature of the cosmos, not the fleeting taste of the collective ego. In this space, creation becomes a spiritual discipline. It is the act of dragging the ethereal, formless wisdom of higher dimensions down into the density of the physical plane, giving it shape and sound. It is not done for the world, it is done through the self, bringing forth necessary light and information for the collective ascension. The purpose of this true creation is not applause, it is anchoring. When you live from truth, you stop hiding. Hiding is the act of perpetually restricting the light of the inner being. It is placing a heavy stone upon the wellspring of self-knowledge, fearing the overflow. Living from truth is the great unveiling, the conscious choice to step into the fullness of one's spiritual inheritance. This means ceasing the subtle, energetic camouflage that keeps us small and unseen. When we stop hiding, we stop negotiating with our own power. The inherent luminosity of the soul, which the esoteric traditions call the diamond body or the Christ consciousness, is allowed to radiate fully. This radiance is not aggressive, but expansive. It does not demand attention, but naturally attracts alignment. To stop hiding is to integrate the shadow self, not destroying the darkness, but bringing the light of awareness to the parts of self we deem unacceptable, messy, or too powerful. It is the alchemical marriage of the human experience with the divine purpose. When this integration is complete, there is no longer a separate private self and public self. There is only the unified, authentic self, moving through the world with energetic sovereignty and fearless transparency. Expression isn't decoration. It's declaration. This is the metaphysical crux of true expression. Decoration is passive, it adorns an existing structure. Declaration is active, it defines, names, and brings a new structure into being. Expression is the creative function of the logos, the divine utterance that structures reality. When the seeker expresses their core truth, they are engaging in the most potent form of manifestation. They are not merely speaking about reality, they are speaking it into being. Each truthful word, each authentic movement, is a vibrational frequency broadcast that alters the surrounding energetic environment. The declaration of the authentic self is the conscious assertion of one's place within the universal matrix. It is saying, "Here I am, aligned with my soul's contract. I am anchoring this specific, unique frequency into the timeline." This declaration carries significant weight because it is the signal that overrides the old, outdated programming of fear and scarcity. It is the energetic mechanism through which the seeker co-creates the new paradigm. When the intention, truth, is expressed outwardly, declaration, the universe responds in kind, bringing forth circumstances, people, and resources that resonate with that newly stated frequency. The living text of the soul. The ultimate act of expression is making one's life a living text, a sacred chronicle of conscious evolution. This text is written not in ink, but in intentionality, integrity, and radical honesty. It is the ultimate antidote to spiritual stagnation. Expression, therefore, is not a luxury or a hobby, it is a mandate for energetic hygiene. When the truth is stifled, the energy stagnates, leading to internal dis-ease and misalignment. When the truth is declared, the channel clears, allowing the constant, renewing river of creation to flow through the individual. The commitment to expression is the commitment to being a clean conduit for the divine current, recognizing that the self is simply the vessel for a wisdom far vaster than the ego. To risk expression is to embrace the great cosmic paradox. The moment you reveal your deepest vulnerability, you touch your most invincible power. You move from being a recipient of external forces to becoming an active, conscious, and sovereign source of light in the collective awakening. Expression is the sound the soul makes when it finally remembers its name. The fear of being seen. I used to filter everything. My words. My emotions. My creativity. Not because I was dishonest, but because I was afraid. Afraid of rejection. Afraid of misunderstanding. Afraid of being too much, or not enough. So I deluded myself. And in that delusion I disappeared. This self-imposed censorship, this spectral veil I draped over my authentic essence, was a sophisticated dance of avoidance, a meticulously crafted illusion of safety born from the deep, ancestral echoes of perceived inadequacy. Every thought that dared to surface, every spark of inspiration that flickered at the edges of my consciousness, was immediately subjected to an internal tribunal, a silent, relentless judge whose gavel fell swiftly and without appeal. My words were not merely spoken or written, they were sculpted, polished, and pared down until their raw, vibrant energy was leached away, leaving behind a polished, palatable facade. I'd rehearse conversations in my mind, not to articulate my truth more clearly, but to ensure they wouldn't ruffle feathers, wouldn't invite scrutiny, wouldn't betray the hidden corners of my being that felt too vulnerable, too potent, too other. My emotions, those incandescent rivers that flowed through the landscape of my soul, were dammed and rerouted. Joy was muted, lest it be seen as naive or excessive. Sadness was buried, lest it be perceived as weakness or a burden. Anger, that primal, transformative force, was transmuted into a quiet resentment, or a passive-aggressive sigh, its potential to ignite change or protect boundaries safely contained. I learned to wear masks of placidity, of agreeable neutrality, mastering the art of emotional camouflage so effectively that even I began to forget the vibrant hues that lay beneath. This wasn't a conscious decision to deceive others, but a deeply ingrained survival mechanism, a subconscious recalibration to fit into a world that often felt too sharp-edged for my sensitive spirit. Creativity, the very breath of my soul's expression, was starved of oxygen. Ideas that felt too wild, too unconventional, too infused with the unseen currents of intuition, were stifled before they could take flight. I doodled tentative sketches that never saw the light of day, hummed fragmented melodies that dissolved into silence, write fragments of poetry that were immediately deleted. The fear was not just of being judged for my output, but of being exposed for the very source from which it sprang, a source that felt too raw, too untamed, too intimately connected to the cosmic hum that vibrated just beneath the surface of conventional reality. I worried that my creative impulses were merely evidence of a mind that wandered too far from the well-trodden path, a soul too easily swayed by the ephemeral whispers of the ether. And so I deluded myself. This delusion was not a gentle thinning, but a deliberate act of self-effacement. It was like adding endless cups of water to a potent elixir, each addition diminishing its power, its vibrancy, its very identity. I began to shrink, not in stature, but in the luminous presence I projected. My opinions became echoes of those around me, My desires were conveniently aligned with perceived expectations. My dreams were neatly tucked away into the forgotten corners of my subconscious. I became a chameleon, blending seamlessly into any environment, but in doing so, I lost the distinct, radiant color that made me, me. It was a gradual fading, a slow surrender of my inner luminescence to the pervasive gray of conformity. In that dilution, I disappeared. It wasn't a dramatic vanishing act, but a subtle erosion of self, a quiet fading into the background noise of existence. The vibrant tapestry of my inner world became muted, its threads interwoven with so much apprehension and self-doubt that the original pattern became almost indistinguishable. My unique energetic signature, once a bright beacon, became a faint glimmer, easily overlooked. I was present yet absent. My physical form moved through the world, but the essence of my soul, the crystalline core of my being, had receded so far within that it felt lost, unreachable, perhaps even non-existent. This was the ultimate paradox. In my desperate attempt to be accepted, to be enough, I had rendered myself invisible. This was the karmic loop I had inadvertently woven, the energetic imprint of fear that kept me bound to a reality of diminished potential. The universe, in its infinite wisdom and tender guidance, doesn't punish, it reflects. It mirrors back to us the energetic frequency we are broadcasting. And I, by broadcasting fear and delusion, was creating a reality that reflected back a deluded, fearful version of myself. The rejection I feared was self-generated. The misunderstanding I dreaded was a consequence of my own reluctance to authentically express. The feeling of being too much, or not enough, was the internal narrative I had allowed to define my energetic vibration. From a metaphysical perspective, my being was a sacred vessel, a microcosm of the divine consciousness, meant to emanate its unique frequency of light and love into the collective. But I had, in essence, covered my vessel with layers of energetic lead, preventing its innate radiance from shining forth. My words, my emotions, my creativity were not just superficial expressions. They were divine conduits, channels through which my soul's purpose could manifest. By filtering them, I was essentially blocking the flow of cosmic energy, creating energetic blockages that led to stagnation and a sense of inner void. The esoteric wisdom speaks of the aura as an energetic field that surrounds and permeates our physical bodies, reflecting our current state of being. My aura, once vibrant and pulsating with the colors of my authentic self, the fiery reds of passion, the deep blues of intuition, the golden yellows of wisdom, the emerald greens of healing, had become dull, muted, and fragmented. The filtering process was like smudging the aura, smudging the divine blueprint of my soul with doubt and apprehension. Each instance of self-censorship was like adding another layer of energetic fog, obscuring my true divine radiance. My emotions are not mere chemical reactions. They are the vibrational language of the soul. When I suppressed them, I was essentially silencing my soul's authentic communication. This created a dissonance within my energetic field, a disharmony that echoed the very fears I was trying to avoid. The universe communicates with us through synchronicities, intuitive nudges, and the subtle whispers of our higher selves. But when our energetic channels are clogged with fear and self-doubt, these divine communications become faint echoes, easily dismissed or misinterpreted. Creativity, in its deepest essence, is the soul's primal urge to co-create with the divine. It is the spontaneous outpouring of the universal creative force that flows through all beings. When I filtered my creativity, I was resisting this divine partnership. I was essentially saying no to the universe's invitation to express its boundless potential through me. This resistance created energetic friction, preventing the smooth, effortless flow of inspiration and innovation. It was like trying to force a river to flow uphill, an energetically exhausting and ultimately futile endeavor. The spiritual path is not about perfection, but about presence. It is about the courageous act of showing up as we are, in all our magnificent imperfection. The fear of rejection is an illusion of separation, a belief that our worth is contingent on external validation. The fear of misunderstanding is a projection of our own internal lack of self-understanding. The feeling of being too much or not enough is a manifestation of the ego's constant judgment, a never-ending comparison game that keeps us tethered to a reality of scarcity. The wisdom of the ages, whispered through the veils of time and space, guides us toward radical self-acceptance and authentic expression. It teaches that our perceived flaws are often the very points where the divine light can enter most powerfully. Our vulnerabilities are not weaknesses, but gateways to deep empathy and connection. Our too muchness is often the unbridled expression of our divine gifts, waiting to be unleashed. And our not enoughness is simply the ego's illusion, a distraction from the inherent wholeness that already resides within us. The journey back from delusion is a conscious reclamation of my authentic energetic signature. It begins with a gentle, yet unwavering, commitment to honesty with myself. It involves acknowledging the fears without letting them dictate my actions. It means learning to listen to the subtle whispers of my intuition and allowing them to guide my expression, even when they feel unconventional or slightly daunting. It is about recognizing that my words, my emotions, and my creativity are not mine to control or diminish, but sacred gifts entrusted to me, meant to be shared with the world in their purest, most vibrant form. This is the awakening, the slow unfurling of the soul from its self-imposed slumber. It is the courageous act of shedding the filters, of dissolving the veils, and of allowing the full spectrum of my being to shine forth. It is the recognition that in embracing my perceived imperfections, in allowing my unique light to blaze, I am not only fulfilling my soul's purpose, but also contributing to the grand, interconnected tapestry of existence in a way that is truly, powerfully, and divinely me. It is in this unadulterated state, this state of pure, unfiltered presence, that I can finally truly exist, not just in form, but in essence, fully alive and vibrantly present in the cosmic dance. The first unfiltered moment. It happened in writing. Not in a grand epiphany beneath a cosmic alignment, nor in a whisper from a spirit guide, but in the mundane, yet sacred, act of putting pen to paper or fingers to keys. It was a pilgrimage inward, a descent into the unlit caverns of my own being, undertaken not with a map or a torch, but with an almost desperate surrender to the unknown. I had been treading water in the shallows of my own consciousness for too long, navigating by the reflections of external expectations, the murmurs of what I should be, what I should say. But on that particular occasion, a quiet rebellion stirred within the depths of my soul, a deep yearning for true resonance, a gravitational pull towards the heart of my own truth. The mental chatter, usually so insistent, began to recede, not by force, but by a gentle turning away, a recognition that its clamor was merely noise obscuring a deeper melody. I let the words come raw, messy, unedited. This wasn't an exercise in crafting prose, but an excavation of the soul. There was no conscious thought of grammar or syntax, no internal editor poised to smooth the edges or rephrase for clarity. It was a bypass of the analytical mind, a deliberate act of disengaging the ego's gatekeeping function. Each word, each phrase, emerged like magma from a subterranean vent, scalding and formless, yet undeniably potent. It was the unfiltered essence of what lay beneath layers of conditioning, past traumas, and self-imposed limitations. The stream of consciousness flowed unfettered, a direct channel opening between my primal self and the page, bypassing the superficiality of curated thought. This unvarnished outpouring was a radical departure from my usual approach, where every sentence was polished, every idea carefully framed to meet an unspoken standard of intellectual rigor or emotional palatability. This time, the only standard was authenticity, a vibrational match to the truth residing deep within my energetic blueprint. I didn't try to sound wise. I didn't try to be liked. These customary energetic anchors, once so powerful in dictating my expression, simply dissolved. The need for external validation, for intellectual approval, for the warmth of acceptance, which had often subtly, or not so subtly, shaped my voice, felt utterly irrelevant in that liminal space. There was no audience, real or imagined, to appease, only the vast emptiness of my own inner landscape awaiting illumination. This wasn't about performing wisdom. It was about discovering it, not as an external acquisition, but as an inherent frequency within. I just told the truth. And this truth wasn't a collection of facts, but a pure, unadulterated energetic current. It was the truth of my sensations, my buried fears, my unarticulated longings, my deepest knowing, vibrating at a frequency so specific and clear, it felt like a sacred hum echoing through my very bones. This was the truth that the soul whispers when the ego's clamor is finally hushed, a direct transmission from the higher self, untainted by human perception filters. It was a rebellion against the programmed self, a defiant reclaiming of sovereign vibrational integrity. And something cracked open. It wasn't a dramatic explosion, but a profound, internal fracturing, like the delicate shell of an egg giving way to reveal the vibrant life within. A veil, thick and ancient, that had long separated my conscious awareness from the deeper realms of my being, simply disintegrated. I felt a subtle tremor run through my energetic body, a sensation akin to an obstructed channel suddenly clearing. It began in my chest, a radiating warmth that spread upwards, loosening the knot in my throat that had often choked back unexpressed emotions, and then ascended to my crown, an effervescent tingle signifying a connection, an activation. It was as though a forgotten doorway had swung open within the architecture of my soul, revealing a luminescence I hadn't known existed. This wasn't just a psychological release. It was a bona fide energetic shift, a recalibration of my vibrational frequency. A chakra, long partially dormant, began to hum with new life, expanding its energetic field, allowing light and cosmic data to flow more freely. It was a momentary glimpse into the Akashic records of my own soul, a download of self-knowledge that transcended linear thought. The ordinary room around me seemed to shimmer, imbued with a subtle, yet profound, spiritual charge. It was the shedding of a false construct, the immediate and undeniable realization that the boundaries I had perceived between myself and the vast energetic ocean of existence were, in essence, illusory. The perceived solidity of my ego, my separate identity, fractured, allowing a glimpse through the cracks into the boundless, unified field of consciousness. I felt exposed, but also expanded. The exposure was raw, a stripping bare of every protective layer I had meticulously constructed over a lifetime. It was the vulnerability of the soul laid open, every scar, every shadow, every tender longing brought into the light without judgment or shame. It felt like standing naked on a precipice, with all my imperfections and fears on display, not for public scrutiny, but for the discerning gaze of my own higher self. This exposure, however, was not one of weakness, but of profound authenticity, a courageous act of self-revelation at the deepest cellular level. It was an involuntary shedding of the old skin, an ego death on a micro scale, necessary for the expansion to occur. and expand I did. With the sense of exposure came an undeniable, breathtaking expansion. It was as if the confines of my physical body receded, and my consciousness stretched outwards, merging with the very air, the light, the subtle energy threads that weave through all existence. My individual self, once a distinct island, now felt like a drop dissolving into the boundless ocean of universal consciousness. I became acutely aware of my inherent interconnectedness, a vast energetic network linking me to every star, every atom, every sentient being. This expansion wasn't merely spatial, it was temporal, a momentary liberation from the illusion of linear time, offering a glimpse into the eternal present. My perspective shifted from the finite to the infinite, from the personal narrative to the grand cosmic tapestry. I felt a wave of unconditional love, both emanating from within and flowing from without, washing over me, affirming my divine nature. It was an awakening to the I Am presence, the recognition of the spark of source energy residing at my core, limitless and eternal. This expansion was a vibrational upgrade, a quantum leap in my personal frequency, aligning me with higher dimensions of awareness and possibility. The universe seemed to breathe through me, and I through it. The sense of an individual self, separate and often isolated, gently dissolved, revealing the boundless, unified field of consciousness that underlies all reality. I was not merely in the universe, I was the universe, experiencing itself through this particular vessel. Because truth, when expressed, becomes power. This isn't power in the conventional sense of dominance or control, but a far more profound, alchemical force. It is the power of vibrational alignment, the resonance with universal flow. When the truth of your soul is articulated, unvarnished and unapologetic, it creates an energetic ripple that harmonizes with the very fabric of existence. It is a declaration of your authentic frequency, and the universe, in its infinite wisdom, responds in kind. This power is the ability to magnetize, to co-create, to manifest a reality that is in perfect synchronicity with your highest good and deepest intentions. Suppressed truth, like stagnant water, creates energetic blockages within the subtle body, manifesting as dis-ease, emotional turmoil, or a sense of being perpetually stuck. Expressed truth, conversely, releases these blockages, allowing life force energy to flow freely, activating higher potentials and accelerating the process of spiritual awakening. This power is also transformative. The act of expressing one's authentic truth rearranges internal landscapes, shedding limiting beliefs and outdated narratives that no longer serve the soul's evolution. It liberates vast reserves of energy previously expended on maintaining facades and suppressing true feelings. It empowers the inner healer, allowing wounds to surface and transmute into wisdom. It grounds you firmly in your own sovereignty, making you impervious to external manipulation or the shifting tides of collective opinion. From an esoteric perspective, this expressed truth becomes a potent light code, activating dormant strands of spiritual DNA within oneself and, through the principle of resonance, in the collective consciousness. It becomes an energetic beacon for other seekers, a gentle invitation for them to find and express their own sacred truths. When you speak your truth, you are not merely uttering words, you are emitting a powerful frequency that declares your divine blueprint, your unique note in the cosmic symphony. This power is the direct link to your inner guidance, your innate wisdom, and the limitless potential of your higher self. It is the power of becoming a clear channel for the divine, allowing universal love and wisdom to flow unimpeded through your human vessel, shaping not just your own reality, but subtly influencing the energetic tapestry of the world. It is the very essence of conscious creation, manifested through the courageous vulnerability of authentic self-expression. Expression as alignment. Expression isn't just communication, it's calibration. It's how you tune your inner world to the outer one. When you speak your truth, you align your energy. When you create from truth, you align your purpose. When you live from truth, you align your path. Expression isn't performance, it's presence, the higher function of resonance. To understand expression as calibration is to elevate the concept beyond the transactional realm of language and social exchange. Communication is the transmission of data. Expression, in this esoteric context, is the tuning of frequency. It is the vital, continuous process of aligning the personal vibrational architecture, the soul's unique signature, with the universal harmonic field. Where communication seeks understanding from an external source, calibration seeks internal resonance, resulting in unavoidable alignment with the divine blueprint. This process is not an intellectual exercise, it is deep, subtle body work. The outer world acts as a massive feedback loop, highlighting the areas where our internal reality is out of synchronicity. When we choose authentic expression, we are not merely venting or informing, we are engaging in an act of sacred self-correction. We adjust the dial of our being until the internal sound wave matches the pure frequency of our highest self. This movement from dissonance to harmony is the esoteric definition of alignment. The calibration of energy, speaking the foundational truth. When you speak your truth, when the words originating in the silence of your core make the journey through the heart and into the world, you are fundamentally calibrating your energetic signature. This process centers on the Vishuddha, throat chakra, which serves not just as a center for sound, but as the energetic bridge between thought and manifestation. Inauthenticity leads to energetic stagnation. When truth is suppressed or distorted for the sake of comfort, the energy intended for creative outward flow becomes locked, creating density within the subtle body. This dissonance manifests as physical ailments, anxiety, and a perceived disconnection from one's vital life force. Conversely, speaking one's truth, regardless of the temporary discomfort it may cause in the external world, is an act of profound energetic purification. It is the immediate release of stagnant energy, allowing the Kundalini, life force energy, to flow unimpeded. This act of speaking truth is the primary mechanism for clearing the etheric field of low vibrational debris. It is not about what is said, but the vibrational purity of the utterance. When the heart, anahata, is synchronized with the intention expressed through the throat, the resulting frequency is high and clear, attracting experiences and relationships that resonate with that newfound clarity. You cease to broadcast a distorted signal. You transmit your truth, and the universe responds in kind, reflecting your calibrated state back to you through synchronous events and harmonious encounters. Alignment of energy is the achievement of vibrational integrity. 2. The calibration of purpose, creating the higher self. The second layer of calibration occurs through the act of creation rooted in one's deepest inner knowing. This form of expression moves beyond verbalization and into tangible manifestation, be it art, labor, compassion, or the architecture of one's professional life. When you create from truth, you are aligning your purpose with the overarching directive of your soul, often referred to as your dharma or sacred contract. Purpose, in the calibrated sense, is not a goal to be achieved, but a state of being expressed. It is the recognition that the higher self seeks to anchor its wisdom into the material plane, and the creative act is the most potent conduit for this anchoring process. To create from truth means the creative impulse bypasses the filtering mechanism of the ego, which seeks validation or reward, and draws directly from the wellspring of the Akashic records, the repository of all potential and divine inspiration. The expression becomes a translation of cosmic knowledge into human form. When this translation is pure, the creative endeavor is infused with life. The resulting work possesses an inherent resonance. It is stamped with the sacred geometry of its source. This calibration ensures that every action, project, or piece of art is not merely a product, but a divine offering that actively contributes to the evolution of collective consciousness. This alignment of purpose ensures that your energy is expended in service of your highest trajectory, nullifying the wasted effort that comes from striving toward goals rooted in societal expectations rather than soul mandates. 3. The calibration of path, living the divine blueprint. The ultimate expression is the living of truth, the continuous alignment of one's entire being with their soul trajectory. This is where calibration moves from episodic utterance or creation into a constant state of being. When the energy and purpose are consistently calibrated, the path itself becomes self-clearing and effortless. Living from truth dissolves resistance. Resistance is simply the friction created when the external actions and internal beliefs are misaligned. When you are fully calibrated, you move into a state of synchronistic flow. The universe is compelled to support your trajectory because your path is no longer determined by personal will battling external circumstances, but by the gravitational pull of your divine blueprint. This is the metaphysical mechanism of magnetic attraction. A calibrated being moves through life not by force, but by invitation. Doors open, necessary resources appear, and relationships crucial for the next phase of development materialize, because the individual is vibrating at the frequency of their destiny. The calibration of path means releasing attachment to the how and trusting the what. It is recognizing that the highest expression is effortless existence, a state where the self becomes a perfect, crystalline receiver and transmitter of universal intelligence. You are no longer navigating the path, you are the path. This state represents the full integration of the shadow self and the higher self, resulting in a holistic, unified existence where duality collapses. Expression is presence, the non-dual state. Ultimately, the deepest wisdom is that expression is not performance, it is presence. Performance implies a duality, the actor and the audience, the true self and the mask, the output and the expectation. It is rooted in the ego's desire to control perception and manage outcome. It is effortful and unsustainable. Presence, however, is the complete dissolution of this duality. It is the radical acceptance of the I am. When expression is presence, there is no filter, no editing, and no striving. The calibrated being simply channels the information, energy, and love required by the moment. To be presence is to be the conduit through which universal consciousness expresses its infinite facets. It requires vulnerability, not as a weakness, but as a recognition of the porous boundary between self and cosmos. When you are fully present, your expression is not owned by you, it flows through you. This highest state of calibration is the spiritual goal of the seeker. It is the realization that the work is not to find the truth, but to be the truth with such unwavering, resonant consistency that every word, action, and thought automatically retunes the self to the highest available frequency. Calibration is the continuous ceremony of reclaiming the self as a perfect instrument in the symphony of creation. It is the silent, powerful vibration of the soul recognizing itself. The edge is the invitation. The edge of expression is where growth lives. It's the moment before you say the thing. Share the art. Make the move. It's where fear meets truth. The two energies collide in a silent, internal earthquake, creating a momentary, potent stillness, the sacred pause, between the old reality and the emergent possibility. This is not merely hesitation, it is the vibrational friction generated when the conscious self, the ego, aligned with the known past, confronts the urgent resonance of the soul, the higher self, aligned with the inevitable future. I learned to lean into that edge. Not recklessly, reverently. Because the edge isn't danger. It's doorway. It is the precise, geometric boundary line separating the familiar architecture of the contracted self from the boundless expanse of the integrated self. The energetic anatomy of the threshold. This edge is a threshold state, a non-local, vibrational location that exists within the quantum field of our own being. It is the place where the unmanifest attempts to become manifest. The fear that grips us at this point is not illogical. It is the deep, cellular memory of the ego attempting to fulfill its primary programming, preservation of the established configuration. The ego recognizes that the full, authentic expression, the sharing of the thing, the uttering of the truth, will catalyze a fundamental collapse of the current personal reality. It registers this impending shift as a form of death. It is the subconscious blueprint screaming against the necessary trauma of transformation. But the truth, the impulse to express, is the undeniable directive of the soul. It is the internal compass recalibrating to the highest timeline. This truth carries a higher frequency, one that demands alignment. When we stand on the edge, we are experiencing the convergence of these two frequencies, the heavy, dense vibration of limiting belief, and the light, accelerated vibration of divine potential. To lean into the edge, therefore, is to deliberately choose the higher frequency. It is an act of vibrational sovereignty. Reverence, harmonic transmission back into the collective field. Ground the energy. We actively anchor the emerging truth into the root chakra and the earth, ensuring that the high-frequency inspiration is channeled through the physical body, maintaining structural integrity during the quantum shift. This reverence transforms the anxious moment into a powerful, deliberate ritual. We are not just pushing past a boundary, we are intentionally dissolving a limiting energetic field. The doorway, decoding the metaphysical leap. If the edge is the moment of tension, the expression itself is the act of stepping through the doorway. And what waits beyond is not just a change in circumstance, but a fundamental rewriting of your reality blueprint. When we express our authentic truth, we are doing more than communicating. We are sending a powerful, coded signal into the Akashic field. Every genuine act of expression, every word spoken from the soul, every brushstroke of inherent self, is an energetic decree that amends our own personal record. We are declaring to the universe, "This is who I truly am, and this is the reality I am now ready to inhabit." This expression generates a quantum ripple effect. First, it changes our internal resonance. By voicing the truth that was previously held captive, we raise our internal vibration instantaneously. The energy that was locked down in the fear response, the constriction, the shallow breath, the nervous tension, is suddenly released and transformed into creative output. This releases stagnant energy, making way for higher wisdom and intuitive downloads. Second, it shifts our external reality through entanglement. When we resonate truthfully, we magnetically attract circumstances, people, and opportunities that are vibrating at that new, higher frequency. The universe responds to what you are, not just what you wish for. The doorway leads directly to a newly woven synchronistic tapestry. The seeming obstacles that existed moments before the expression simply cease to resonate with your new vibrational signature and fall away. The doorway, therefore, is not merely a path to growth. It is the mechanism by which the seeker moves from the dense, singular reality of the 3D world into the fluid, multidimensional interconnectedness of the 5D consciousness. It is the transition from living by the script to living as the author. The divine mandate and the return to self. The persistent call to the edge is the soul's deepest desire for integration. Many spiritual journeys focus on the ascent, reaching higher states of consciousness, accessing profound knowledge. But the true mastery lies in the descent, the ability to ground that higher wisdom, to integrate the vast, formless truth into the concrete, imperfect reality of human expression. The edge is the integration point. It is where the formless light of the divine is filtered through the channel of the imperfect human vessel, resulting in a unique, necessary expression. If you are a seeker, the mandate is clear. You cannot achieve full self-realization by hoarding wisdom. Wisdom, like light, must be refracted outward to fulfill its purpose. The edge of expression is the lens through which your specific frequency contributes to the collective awakening. So, when that deep, uncomfortable urge surfaces, the urge to share the risky insight, to create the peace that feels too vulnerable, to speak the truth that could dismantle your comfort zone, do not mistake the bodily tension for a warning to retreat. Recognize it as the signal that you have arrived at the final frontier of your current self. Take the sacred pause. Breathe the intention deep into your core. Anchor the fear, honor the truth, and step through the doorway. For only in that outward, resonant declaration can the internal growth truly become complete, integrated, and available for the world to receive. The doorway is open, and your life's greatest work begins precisely 1 millimeter beyond what you currently believe is possible for you to share. The language of frequency. Words carry frequency. They are not merely arbitrary symbols or fleeting sounds, but potent energetic packets, each imbued with a unique vibrational signature. Every syllable uttered, every thought conceived before it even crystallizes into language, possesses an inherent oscillation, a specific rhythm that ripples through the invisible ethers of existence. This understanding is foundational to a deeper comprehension of communication, moving beyond the superficiality of semantics into the profound realm of energetic exchange. Truth vibrates. It possesses an undeniable purity, a high, clear frequency that resonates with the core essence of universal law. When a statement aligns not just with factual accuracy but with the intrinsic harmony and integrity of the cosmos, it emits a powerful, expansive vibration. This is not merely intellectual truth, but an esoteric truth, a revelation that strikes a chord deep within the soul, evoking a sense of recognition, an inner knowing that bypasses logical deduction. It's like a tuning fork vibrating at its perfect pitch, creating sympathetic resonance in any receptive instrument. This is the frequency of congruence, of divine alignment, and it feels inherently good, inherently right, to the seeker. Authenticity resonates. When we speak from a place of genuine selfhood, aligned with our soul's unique energetic blueprint, our words carry an unadulterated vibration. This isn't about being perfect, but about being real, shedding the masks of societal expectation, egoic embellishment, or fear-based pretense. The frequency of authenticity is transparent, unburdened by hidden agendas or self-protective layers. It creates an energetic field of trust and openness, allowing those who receive it to relax their own energetic defenses. They sense the congruence between our inner state and our outer expression, and this creates a sympathetic vibration within their own being, a feeling of being seen and understood without judgment. Conversely, inauthenticity carries a dissonant frequency, a subtle energetic static that creates discomfort and suspicion, even if the intellect cannot pinpoint why. Clarity lands. This is the practical manifestation of truth and authenticity in communication. Clarity is not just about grammatical correctness or logical sequencing. It is about energetically distilling a message to its purest, most potent form. It's about removing the energetic clutter, the mental noise, the superfluous words, and the complex intellectual acrobatics that often obscure the true essence of what needs to be conveyed. When a message is clear, its frequency is undisturbed, a strong signal cutting through static. It ensures that the high vibration of truth and the pure resonance of authenticity can be received without distortion, landing directly into the consciousness of the recipient with precision and profound impact. It allows the spiritual wisdom embedded within the words to be easily decoded and integrated. There was a palpable shift in my own journey, a turning point that profoundly altered my approach to verbalizing my inner landscape. I stopped trying to be clever. For too long, my communication was driven by an underlying impulse to impress, to dazzle with intellectual prowess, to construct intricate linguistic tapestries that, while perhaps admirable from a purely cerebral standpoint, often served to obscure rather than reveal. This cleverness, I now understand, was frequently rooted in egoic insecurity, a desire to shield my true vulnerability behind a fortress of sophisticated articulation. The energetic signature of such communication was often complex, multi-layered, and while it might engage the mind, it rarely touched the heart or illuminated the soul. It was a lower vibrational frequency, dense with the energy of performance rather than presence. I started trying to be clear. This wasn't a superficial change in vocabulary. It was a profound internal recalibration, a conscious ascent to a higher vibrational modality. It meant stripping away the unnecessary, shedding the linguistic adornments, and daring to speak from a place of simple, unvarnished truth. This required a deep dive into self-honesty, an alignment with my authentic essence, and a willingness to simply be rather than to perform. It was about trusting that the intrinsic power of my message, when delivered with purity of intention and crystal clarity, would be far more impactful than any intellectual gymnastics. I began to sense the energetic difference within myself, a feeling of lightness, of energetic transparency, as the words flowed effortlessly, unburdened by the weight of egoic expectations. My focus shifted from how I sounded to how the message was received, from personal validation to universal transmission. And the impact changed. The transformation was immediate and profound, not just in the external responses I received, but in the quality of the energetic exchange itself. People didn't just hear me, they felt me. The difference was akin to listening to a meticulously crafted, technically perfect piece of music that leaves you impressed, versus a raw, soul-stirring melody that bypasses the intellect and resonates directly with the deepest chambers of your heart. When people heard me in the past, it often meant they processed my words intellectually, analyzing the syntax, evaluating the arguments, engaging with the conceptual framework. It was a transaction primarily within the mental plane, subject to individual interpretation, bias, and the limitations of linear thought. The connection was often superficial, staying at the level of the cognitive mind. But when they started to feel me, it was an entirely different phenomenon. It was an energetic embrace, a transmission of pure frequency from my heart space to theirs. They experienced my message not just as information, but as embodied wisdom, as an emotional truth, as an energetic imprint that resonated with their own inner knowing. It wasn't about understanding a clever phrase. It was about internalizing a vibrational truth. This feeling manifested as a deep sense of recognition, an aha moment that transcended logic, a tingling sensation of resonance, sometimes even tears, or a palpable shift in their own energy field. It was the collective consciousness recognizing a shared truth, the heart intelligence responding to authenticity. Because real expression bypasses the mind and touches the soul. This is the crux of metaphysical communication. The mind, while a powerful tool, is also a filter, a labyrinth of conditioning, judgment, and analytical processing. It can distort, interpret, and even block messages based on preconceived notions or egoic defenses. However, when we communicate with authentic clarity, infused with the high vibrational frequency of truth, our words become light codes, energetic signatures that travel on a different pathway. They transcend the mental filters, soaring directly to the soul, that divine spark within each of us that holds our deepest wisdom, our authentic essence, and our connection to the universal source. The soul doesn't need to analyze, it simply knows. It recognizes truth by its frequency, by its resonance with the divine matrix from which it originates. When a message connects at this soul level, it taps into the vast reservoir of inner knowledge, sparking awakening, facilitating healing, and fostering profound, undeniable recognition. It's a quantum entanglement of consciousness, where speaker and listener become unified in a shared field of understanding that transcends the limitations of individual minds. This kind of communication creates a sacred space, an energetic container where genuine transformation can occur. It's not just about conveying information, but about transmitting an energetic state, an invitation to elevate one's own frequency. It is the wisdom of the universe channeled through a human vessel, reaching another human soul directly. In this space, empathy flourishes, true understanding blossoms, and the illusion of separation begins to dissolve. It is a powerful reminder that our words, when consciously wielded with intention, truth, and authenticity, are not merely sounds but instruments of creation, capable of shifting paradigms, awakening dormant consciousness, and weaving a more harmonious collective reality, one resonant frequency at a time. The earnest seeker on the path to self-mastery understands that their spoken word is a vibrational offering, a sacred tool for navigating and influencing the energetic tapestry of existence. Creativity as communion. Creating became sacred. Not because it was polished, but because it was honest. This wasn't about achieving external validation or conforming to aesthetic ideals. It was about the raw, unfiltered effervescence of the soul pouring itself into form. It became a sacred act because it bypassed the superficial layers of ego and expectation, tapping directly into the wellspring of divine truth that resides within each of us. This was creation as alchemy, a transmutative process where the unseen energetic blueprint of the inner world was given tangible breath and body in the outer realm. I wrote what I needed to hear. This wasn't merely jotting down thoughts, but engaging in a profound dialogue with my higher self, a divinely orchestrated transmission from the deepest chambers of my own innate wisdom. It was as if a cosmic scribe within me was dictating messages, guidance, and forgotten truths that my conscious mind desperately sought. Each word became a beacon, a light code embedded with frequencies designed to awaken dormant parts of my being, to illuminate pathways I had overlooked, or to articulate the nebulous feelings that had long sought expression. This act of writing became a sacred ritual, a channeling of pure insight, an unearthing of ancient knowing stored within my soul's Akashic records, retranslated for my current human experience. It was a conscious remembering, a spiritual download directly from my own soul's library, offering profound clarity and resonant guidance. I made what I needed to feel. This wasn't about seeking fleeting emotion, but about engaging with the very substance of my energetic body, allowing suppressed feelings, unresolved traumas, and lingering vibrations to be drawn forth and given form. Each brushstroke, every sculpted curve, every note played, became a vessel for energetic release. It was a conscious act of emotional alchemy, transforming dense, stuck energy, fear, grief, anger, into something visible, something held, and through that holding, something released and purified. The creative process became a sacred container for this transmutation, allowing me to witness, honor, and ultimately transcend these lower vibrational frequencies. It was a powerful act of self-healing, a vibrational recalibration where the art itself became a physical manifestation of my inner landscape undergoing profound energetic shifts. By bringing these shadowy aspects into the light of creation, I acknowledged their existence, integrated their lessons, and then consciously chose to elevate their frequency, shifting from struggle to understanding, from pain to power. I shared what I needed to release. This was the final, crucial step in the sacred cycle of creation. It wasn't about seeking applause or approval, but about offering my authentic vulnerability as a pathway for collective resonance and personal liberation. The act of sharing became an energetic exhalation, a releasing of the attachment to the creation itself, allowing its unique frequency to ripple out into the collective consciousness. It was a conscious act of stripping away the ego's grip, breaking down the perceived walls of separation, and allowing my raw truth to stand unbound. In this act of soulful unveiling, I released not only the tangible creation but also the energetic burdens, the self-imposed limitations, and the fear of judgment that had previously tethered me. This sharing was a gift to myself, an affirmation of self-acceptance, and simultaneously, a catalytic offering to others, inviting them to confront their own truths. It was a clearing of energetic space within me, making room for new insights, new inspirations, new cycles of sacred creation to emerge. And in that sharing I connected. The connection I experienced was not merely intellectual or superficial. It was a profound, soul-to-soul recognition, a mirroring of shared human experience at the deepest vibrational level. When my honest creation reached another, it bypassed the usual filters of social conditioning and ego, landing directly in their heart space. It wasn't about them liking my work, but about them feeling it, resonating with its authentic frequency, and recognizing a piece of their own truth reflected back to them. This connection was a communion of consciousness, an understanding that transcended words, a knowing that we are all intricate threads in the grand tapestry of existence. Through the honesty of my expression, invisible energetic bridges were built, connecting my inner world with theirs, fostering a sense of unity and shared humanity that is the very essence of spiritual awakening. Each sincere sharing became a light-encoded transmission, activating similar frequencies within others, awakening dormant potentials and fostering a collective remembering of our interconnectedness. Expression isn't just output. It's communion. This isn't just a philosophical statement, it's a metaphysical truth. The act of authentic expression is, in its purest form, a sacred communion on multiple levels. Firstly, it is communion with the self. It is a profound conversation with your eternal soul, your higher self, your inner oracle. Through creation, you access deeper layers of your being, unearthing forgotten wisdom, transmuting shadow, and integrating fragmented aspects of your consciousness. It is a powerful practice of self-love and self-realization, aligning your human experience with your divine essence, bringing forth an integrated, whole self. Secondly, it is communion with the divine source. When you create from a place of pure honesty and intention, you become a conduit for universal energy, a channel for the divine flow. You are not merely making something, you are co-creating with the intelligence of the cosmos, allowing the infinite creativity of Source to express itself through your unique lens. Your hands, your voice, your spirit become instruments of the divine, manifesting light codes and energetic blueprints into tangible reality. This is true spiritual mastery, recognizing your innate power as a co-creator of your reality and the collective reality. Thirdly, it is communion with the collective. Your honest expression, infused with your unique energetic signature, contributes to the vast, intricate web of collective consciousness. It sends out a specific vibration that resonates with others on a soul level, offering solace, inspiration, recognition, or a catalyst for their own awakening. This isn't about fame or recognition, but about the profound energetic exchange that occurs when one's soul courageously shares its truth. It helps to dismantle the illusion of separation, reminding us that we are all interconnected aspects of a larger, evolving consciousness, each contributing our unique frequency to the symphony of existence. Every authentic creation becomes a node on the planetary crystalline grid, transmitting clarity, love, and truth to all who are open to receive. Thus, creation, stripped of its egoic attachments and polished veneers, reveals its true, sacred nature. It is a spiritual practice, a pathway to deeper self-awareness, a direct line to the divine, and a potent force for collective awakening. The artist, in this context, is not just a maker, but a priest or priestess, engaged in a sacred ritual, offering their very essence as a sacrament. Each honest creation is not just a thing, it is a living, breathing energetic transmission, a testament to the divine spark within, and a profound act of communion with all that is. The risk is the reward. Every time I express my truth, I risk something. Approval, comfort, control. But I gain something greater. Freedom, integrity, flow. Expression isn't safe, but it's sacred. And the risk is the reward. The initial act of vocalizing one's deep, often buried, truth is not merely a psychological exercise, it is an energetic succession. It is the conscious, vibrational choice to step outside of the collective quantum agreement, the matrix of consensus reality that holds us bound by shared, often limiting, frequencies. The three primary pillars of risk, approval, comfort, and control, are, in the language of the soul's journey, the etheric shackles that bind the seeker to the lower density levels of experience. The sacred detachment, the price of sovereignty. To risk approval is to sever the cords of low-frequency attachment to external validation. Approval is the currency of the ego matrix, perpetually trading genuine self-worth for fleeting social acceptance. When we prioritize the resonant frequency of our own core truth over the collective hum of expectation, we inevitably face the potential for ostracization. This is the metaphysical confrontation with the shadow collective, the part of humanity that insists on remaining tethered to familiar limitations. The cost is steep because the withdrawal of approval can feel like an existential threat, a primal fear of being cast out from the tribe. Yet, in choosing this spiritual sovereignty, the seeker reclaims the immense energy previously devoted to maintaining a facade. This energy, once liberated, becomes the fuel for manifestation and authentic self-creation. The seeker accepts that their resonance is not for everyone, and this acceptance paradoxically strengthens their connection to those on a parallel, higher path. To risk comfort is to shatter the calcified reality of the familiar. Comfort is the energetic inertia that resists all growth and transformation. It is the soft, warm blanket woven from unexamined habits and predictable outcomes. True expression of the soul's deepest knowing is inherently disruptive. It introduces a high-frequency dissonance into established patterns. This disruption forces an alchemical reaction within the self, stirring the dormant, repressed aspects, the traumas and unintegrated shadows, to the surface. The price of comfort is paid in the currency of inner upheaval. The physical body may react with anxiety, the mind with resistance, as the established neurological pathways protest the necessary demolition. But this risk is a non-negotiable step in the process of purification. The expression of truth serves as a powerful, cleansing fire, burning away the energetic structures that no longer support the soul's expansion. The seeker sacrifices the temporary peace of avoidance for the profound resonance of integration. to risk control is the ultimate surrender to the divine blueprint. The ego is the great manager, obsessed with mapping and dictating reality based on past data. It attempts to control outcomes, interactions, and even the pace of spiritual evolution. Speaking one's truth, unfiltered and unmanaged, is an act of release, a decision to thrust one's authentic self into the quantum field without predetermining the landing spot. This forfeiture of perceived control is the gateway to absolute trust. It mandates the relinquishing of the illusion that we can orchestrate the universe. In that moment of naked vulnerability, when the truth is voiced and the outcome is unknown, the seeker aligns with the Tao, the effortless flow of the cosmos. The ego steps back, and the higher self steps forward, allowing life to be lived not as a tightly managed project, but as a spontaneous, unfolding symphony of creation. The inherent sovereignty, defining the greater gain. The rewards for this energetic risk are not externalities to be acquired, but internal states of being to be embodied. They are the signs of genuine homecoming. The gain of freedom is not merely political or physical. It is a liberation from the constraints of karmic debt and the limitations imposed by internalized collective fears. This is sovereign freedom, the realization that the self is an unbounded expression of the universal consciousness, capable of navigating reality without the need for external anchors or validation. When the truth is expressed, the energetic cords tying the individual to past hurts, limiting beliefs, and others' expectations are instantaneously dissolved. The self stands naked and true, a singular, unified field of energy capable of charting its own destiny outside the jurisdiction of low-frequency influence. The gain of integrity is the crystallization of the self into its true form. Integrity, in this context, means becoming a unified channel, where thought, mind, word, expression, and deed, action, are perfectly aligned with the vibration of the soul's inherent purpose. This state of congruence establishes a powerful, magnetic resonance. In the physical realm, this translates to stability, groundedness, and unshakable self-trust. The seeker, vibrating at this level of vertical alignment, becomes impervious to external doubts or projections, because their inner architecture is sound. They are, in esoteric terms, fully plugged into their own divine bandwidth. The gain of flow is the experience of living in absolute synchronicity. When one lives and speaks from a place of radical integrity, they are operating at the frequency of their soul contract, their dharma. This alignment removes friction. Instead of pushing against reality, the individual is swept up into the current of universal support. Manifestation becomes effortless, not because of intense effort, but due to perfect resonance. Obstacles dissolve, opportunities materialize, and guidance arrives precisely when needed. This is the state where the individual consciousness moves in harmony with cosmic intelligence, experiencing the continuous, abundant grace of the universe. Expression not safe, but sacred. The reason expression is not safe is directly related to its inherent power. Truth, truthfully expressed, is a high-frequency emission that destabilizes stagnant energy. It is an act of creation, and creation is messy. It involves the destruction of the old to make space for the new. Expression is sacred because it is the primary mechanism through which the individual soul contributes its unique signature to the evolving tapestry of consciousness. Each genuine utterance is a pulse of the I Am, a confirmation of existence that transcends the mundane. When we speak our truth, we are performing an ancient, alchemical rite, transmuting the lead of unexpressed potential into the gold of embodied reality. The act of expressing truth is an essential initiation. It is the ritualistic shedding of the skin of the false self. The initial pain, the risk of losing approval, comfort, or control, is merely the friction required for the metamorphosis. This friction validates the sincerity of the intention. If there were no risk, there would be no energetic investment. Thus, the transformation would be superficial. And the risk is the reward. The perceived pain of the risk is precisely the evidence that the seeker is transcending the boundary of their former, limiting self. The willingness to face social rejection, personal discomfort, and the fear of the unknown is the spiritual payment required to access higher states of consciousness. The reward is not the result of the truth, but the profound, resonant feeling of having delivered the soul's mandate. To express is to choose embodiment over avoidance, courage over attachment. It is the seeker's sacred covenant with the universe, to live as the light they truly are, regardless of the shadows it must illuminate and dissolve along the way. In that uncompromising declaration of self, the true self is finally, irrevocably, found. The path of true expression is the only path that leads to the eternal, inexhaustible wellspring of self-knowledge and authentic power. Just a moment to reflect. Stop. Breathe. Let your truth rise. When you're ready, we'll continue. Chapter 10: The Horizon of Becoming. Becoming isn't a goal. It's a rhythm. It's not about arriving. It's about evolving. It's the quiet unfolding of who you are beneath who you thought you had to be. And the horizon? It's not a finish line. It's a mirror. It reflects your next becoming. This fundamental truth serves as the ontological key to conscious existence. The journey is not a linear progression towards a fixed endpoint, but a continuous, holographic oscillation. To grasp this rhythm is to step out of the limited, third-dimensional obsession with acquisition and completion, and to surrender instead to the infinite, multidimensional current of the source vibration. The sacred oscillation, understanding the rhythm. The rhythm of becoming is the sacred oscillation of the universe, the inhale and exhale of creation itself. It is the primal frequency that governs the expansion and contraction of all energy states. When we cling to the idea of a goal, we impose static, temporal limitations upon a dynamic, timeless process. A goal implies closure, a rhythm implies perpetuity. To align with this rhythm means to cease striving and begin flowing. It is the synchronization of the personal energetic signature with the universal tempo. This involves radical neutrality, accepting that the self is perpetually calibrated, never completed. We are not moving toward perfection, we are perpetually refining the inherent perfection that already resides within our energetic blueprint. This internal tempo demands a recognition that every perceived failure is merely a systemic adjustment, a beat in the evolving composition. The seeker who understands the rhythm recognizes that stagnation is the only true impossibility. The energetic current of the cosmos guarantees movement. We are constantly shedding density and integrating light, moving from lower frequency narratives toward higher vibrational actualization. This process is not a struggle against the tide, but a conscious surrender to the current's inevitable intelligence. The unfolding, inner architecture, and the crystalline core. The quiet unfolding is the core mechanical process of profound self-discovery. The self you thought you had to be, the egoic structure built on societal conditioning, ancestral trauma, and scarcity programming, is heavy, rigid, and limiting. It is the synthetic scaffolding erected around the genuine self for perceived protection in a fear-based environment. The unfolding is the systematic, gentle dismantling of this scaffolding. It is the act of dissolving resistance, allowing the true inner architecture to be revealed. This true self is not something that must be built, it is something that must be accessed. It is the crystalline core of your being, which holds the pure, uncorrupted energetic signature encoded with your deepest sacred sovereignty. As we unfold, we move into the domain of inner knowledge, the subtle wisdom housed within the cellular memory and the akashic records encoded within our own DNA. This is where the metaphysical work truly begins. The shedding of the false self is not experienced as loss, but as an increase in energetic buoyancy. Each belief system released, each trauma integrated, lifts the overall frequency of the being. When the unfolding is active, the seeker is engaging in highly personalized shadow integration. They are looking past the fear-based reflections and engaging the deep, inherent wisdom that speaks in whispers, not shouts. This process is cyclical. The unfolding happens in spiraling waves, revisiting old themes from a higher vibrational perspective, allowing for the integration of fragmented aspects of the multidimensional self into a cohesive, whole consciousness. We are not just improving ourselves, we are returning to our original, sovereign design. The horizon as the quantum mirror. The horizon is perhaps the most profound metaphorical tool in the seeker's lexicon. It is not merely a demarcation line between earth and sky. It is a quantum mirror reflecting the instantaneous state of your internal calibration. In a profound metaphysical sense, the horizon is non-local. It exists simultaneously as an external boundary and an internal projection of your deeply held resonant frequency. When the ancient wisdom states that external reality is merely a holographic projection of inner reality, the horizon serves as the feedback mechanism for this projection. It is reflecting your next becoming because your current internal rhythm, the alignment, or misalignment, of your thoughts, emotions, and intent, is instantaneously shaping the energetic blueprint of the future moment. If the internal signal is muddy, burdened by unresolved emotional density or attachment to outcome, the horizon will reflect a future riddled with resistance and repetition. Conversely, if the rhythm is clear, synchronized with source vibration, and rooted in radical self-trust, the reflection offers an accelerated evolutionary trajectory. This is the power of the observer consciousness. We are not passive participants in front of this mirror. We are the conscious co-creators examining the reflection and making necessary, instantaneous adjustments to our frequency tuner. When we look at the horizon, we are asking, is this reflection aligned with the expansion I know myself to be? The answer is the prompt for the next rhythmic step. The horizon teaches us that arrival is an illusion. The moment we perceive we have reached a destination, the very act of observation shifts the boundary, revealing a new, expanded vista. This is the nature of infinite consciousness. It constantly moves the finish line to ensure perpetual growth. The mirror is always reset, always waiting to reflect the heightened possibilities that arise from our continuous, rhythmic evolution. Integration, living in perpetual alignment. To live in the truth of the rhythm over the goal is to embody the practice of perpetual alignment. It is recognizing that the state of being is far more critical than the state of doing. This realization liberates us from the tyranny of linear time and the pressure of external validation. True mastery is achieved not when a grand objective is met, but when the self is fully integrated with its own evolving energetic current. We become the anchor of stillness within the motion, the silent witness to our own unfolding. The ultimate wisdom imparted by this cyclical truth is that our destiny is not something to be hunted down. It is the inevitable expression of our highest integrated frequency. The rhythm ensures that we will shed, we will evolve, we will expand, and we will reflect. There is no final state of enlightenment to be achieved, only the infinite, beautiful capacity for increased integration and conscious awareness within the eternal now. Becoming, therefore, is not a journey with a map, it is the ontological imperative of consciousness. It is the sacred, endless dance between the self that is and the self that is continually emerging. We are not waiting to arrive at our destination. We are the destination constantly being revealed, one conscious, resonant beat at a time. This is the essence of true sovereignty, the recognition that you are the author, the dancer, the rhythm, and the reflection, all in exquisite, perpetual synchronization. The myth of arrival. I used to chase arrival. It was an exhausting, relentless pursuit driven by the deep, resonant ache of perceived incompleteness. I lived my life perpetually leaning forward, eyes fixed upon a horizon that promised ultimate sanctuary. This sanctuary was not merely comfort, it was the promised cessation of striving itself, the mythical moment when the internal critic would finally silence, when the tectonic plates of self-doubt would finally cease their grinding. The pursuit was compartmentalized, yet wholly unified by this longing. The perfect job. This was not about fulfillment, but validation. It was the title that would grant me access to the inner sanctum of worthiness, the salary that would prove, quantifiable for all to see, that I was no longer merely potential, but realized capital. I imagined the weight of the perfect job settling over me like a royal cloak, instantly confirming my inherent value and ending the anxiety of the daily grind. The perfect relationship. A mirror reflecting back only the most cherished version of myself. An entanglement so aligned it would banish loneliness forever, a secure energetic anchor in a chaotic universe. I sought a cosmic co-pilot who would validate my trajectory and make the challenging terrain of existence manageable, if not effortless. The perfect version of me. This was the most insidious chase of all. The me cleansed of shadow, free of historical trauma, spiritually accelerated, physically flawless, and emotionally impeccable. I sought the perfected self who would glide through life with an unruffled aura of enlightenment, having finally transcended the messy, difficult, human experience. This was the ultimate spiritual destination, the attainment of some mythic, self-actualized plateau. I thought if I could just get there, I'd be free. Freedom was the prize, a state of permanence where effort was replaced by effortless being. I believed arrival was a fixed point in the space-time continuum, a solid, immutable landmark where I could finally lay down the heavy burden of my becoming and simply be complete. But there kept moving. The moment the promotion papers were signed, the job duties shifted, revealing a necessary, higher rung of responsibility, or perhaps, simply, a deeper chasm of organizational inadequacy. The celebration of the arrival was brief, quickly replaced by the gnawing awareness of the next, more daunting hurdle. The relationship, once heralded as the zenith of connection, settled into the reality of two sovereign consciousnesses interacting, requiring maintenance, vulnerability, and compromise, qualities antithetical to the static perfection I had expected from my arrival. The relationship was not a destination, but a volatile, ever-evolving ecosystem. And the perfect version of me? That shimmering mirage of self-actualization dissolved into the heat haze the moment I thought I had grasped it. Every layer of shadow work I successfully peeled back revealed a deeper, more subtle layer of conditioning beneath. Every moment of perceived enlightenment instantaneously served as the foundation for the next, more complex lesson the soul required. Every time I arrived, a new horizon appeared. It wasn't just a challenge, it was an existential bait-and-switch. The finish line I had sprinted toward wasn't a wall I could lean on, it was a threshold that instantly transformed into a new starting gate. And I realized, there is no there. This realization struck me not as a defeat, but as a profound, liberating metaphysical truth. The universe, in its infinite wisdom, had orchestrated this perpetual movement as a divine safeguard against stagnation. If there existed as a static, permanent arrival point, the journey of consciousness would cease. Perfection, defined as an end state, is merely the death of potential. The soul, which is an expression of Source, is inherently the principle of eternal expansion. A static destination would contradict the very geometry of the divine. The entire concept of arrival was an illusion projected by the linear, time-bound ego, which mistakenly views life as a problem to be solved and finished, rather than a frequency to be inhabited and modulated. The goal was never the arrival. The goal was the vibration generated in the act of conscious moving. The destination was a phantom placeholder designed purely to necessitate the journey. My focus had been outward, projecting myself into an imagined future, yet the power to create that very reality resided only in the present locus of my being. There's only here, and the next here. The here is the 0 point, the nexus where all potential resides. It is the only moment of genuine creative power. When I ceased chasing the future's promise, I collapsed the quantum wave function of expectation and settled into the immense, velvet weight of the present moment. This realization is the esoteric translation of existence. We are not pilgrims journeying toward liberation. We are, in fact, the living embodiment of liberation, trapped only by the belief that a future circumstance must grant permission for our freedom. The next here is simply the instantaneous, natural outflow of the current. Here. It is the constant unfolding of the divine blueprint, moment by moment. The anxiety dissipated when I understood that the horizon moves precisely because I am meant to move with it, not against it. My purpose is not to conquer the landscape, but to be an active, conscious participant in its evolution. The perfection I chased in, the perfect me, is not a state of being achieved at a later date, but the absolute, inherent perfection of the soul inhabiting its current messy, magnificent form. The perfect me is the imperfect, striving, learning, falling, rising me of this now. The shadows I sought to banish are not errors to be eliminated, but necessary teachers whose purpose is served in their integration, not their exile. To live in the here is to step off the linear timeline of striving and enter the spiraling torus of continuous becoming. It means accepting that the joy is not reserved for the mountaintop, but is available in the very ascent, in the feel of the wind, the ache of the muscle, the clarity of the vision just beyond the next bend. True maturity, spiritual and otherwise, is the profound acceptance that the pursuit itself is the home. I am not waiting for life to begin upon arrival. I am already utterly, inexorably immersed in its deepest, most profound current. The freedom I sought in a future state of completion resides entirely in this breath, in this moment, in this perfect, imperfect, perpetual here. The beauty of unfinished. I stopped trying to be complete. I finally recognized the deep, calcified lie inherent in the pursuit of completion. It was a gravitational anchor, a tacit agreement with the illusion of stasis. To seek completeness was to declare one's journey finished, to solidify one's form against the infinite, fluid nature of creation itself. It was the ego's subtle, final attempt to exert control over the divine current, a demand for a finalized blueprint that could be judged, displayed, and then safely filed away. The quest for completeness was an exhausting, low-vibration project. It required the denial of every sprouting possibility, the sanding down of unique textures, and the suppression of inconvenient truths that might challenge the integrity of the supposed final structure. This striving existed purely within the confines of the established 3D paradigm, demanding measurable outcomes and finite boundaries. It was the refusal to acknowledge that the highest self is, and must always be, a paradox of perpetual motion. I realized that the heavy burden I carried, the fatigue of constant self-editing, was the consequence of trying to fit boundless consciousness into a tiny, perfect, finished box. I was choking the very vitality I sought to embody, mistaking static perfection for spiritual achievement. Therefore, the only path forward was profound release. I consciously severed the energetic cords connecting me to the myth of the finalized self, collapsing the internal structure built on the fear of becoming rather than the joy of being. I started honoring the unfinished. This was not a surrender to mediocrity, but an initiation into the sacred geometry of potentiality. To honor the unfinished is to align with the core creative impulse of the universe, the divine flux, the constant, pulsating breath of source that never rests upon a definitive endpoint, but is forever cycling through expansion and refinement. The unfinished is not a lack, it is a declaration of ceaseless becoming. It is the spiritual equivalent of moving from a dense, fixed material state into a higher, nonlinear frequency where matter and thought are constantly interacting, perpetually revising the perceived reality. When I began to honor this state, I stepped out of the suffocating rigidity of the past and into the expansive, multidimensional now, embracing the truth that the soul's growth trajectory is asymptotic. It approaches infinity without ever touching it. The inner landscape, once policed by the tyrannical need for finality, opened into a vast, fertile wilderness. The unfinished projects represented not failure, but seeds yet to be fully watered or ideas still waiting for the aligning vibration to pull them into physical manifestation. They are the sacred spaces reserved for future insight, the blank pages left purposefully open for the wisdom yet to be downloaded from the galactic information stream. I learned that the true masterpiece is not the final stroke, but the canvas itself, the ever-present, receptive field upon which the divine is eternally sketching new realities. The rough edges, the open questions, the evolving truths. These elements, once deemed flaws to be corrected, became my most revered teachers. The rough edges are the vital points of friction where true inner transformation occurs. They are the remnants of unintegrated shadow, the corners of the personality that have not yet been illuminated by conscious awareness. Instead of hastily sanding them down, I now view them as crystalline structures awaiting pressure and heat to reveal their core brilliance. These edges are where the greatest energetic transmission takes place. They are the necessary dissonance that forces the psyche to expand, allowing for the transmutation of old, dense emotional patterns into higher frequency light. To embrace them is to engage fully in shadow integration, recognizing that the flaws are merely unprocessed wisdom waiting to be reclaimed. They prove that the work of self-mastery is ongoing, profound, and deeply human. The open questions are the essential pathways for intellectual and spiritual ascension. The ego demands certainty, preferring the comfort of known answers, even if they are small and limiting. The soul, however, thrives in inquiry. Open questions, the why and the how that defy finite human comprehension, are the very mechanisms by which we interface with the infinite. They hold the energetic space for paradox, allowing contradictory ideas, like simultaneous vulnerability and immense power, or individual identity and universal oneness, to exist harmoniously within the same consciousness. By holding the question open, I maintain a posture of radical humility and perpetual studentship, ensuring that no doctrine or belief system becomes so fixed that it prevents the assimilation of new, higher frequency knowledge that might shift the entire foundation. The evolving truths are the acknowledgement that absolute, static reality is a myth manufactured by the lower dimensions. Truth, in its highest form, is dynamic and holographic, perpetually reflecting the current state of universal consciousness. What was true for me at a specific vibrational density 6 months ago may now be obsolete, insufficient to contain the expanded bandwidth of my current awareness. Spiritual maturity is the willingness to continually burn the sacred texts of your previous self, not out of rejection, but out of honoring the necessary release required by the process of ascension. Every moment introduces a new data stream, a fresh perspective from the higher planes, demanding that we remain pliable, unattached to the specific form and dedicated only to the underlying source of the light. Because unfinished isn't broken. It's alive. The state of unfinished is the signature of the divine on earth. Nothing truly alive is ever complete. Completion implies cessation, a conclusion of the growth cycle. A thriving forest is unfinished, constantly decomposing and rebirthing itself. A river is unfinished, defined by its relentless, forward motion. The cosmos itself is unfinished, forever expanding into unknown territories. When we reject the pressure of being fixed, we reclaim our intrinsic state of fluid potential. We cease identifying with the solid, defined product and shift entirely into identifying with the eternal, energetic process. This is the point of radical self-acceptance where judgment dissolves, replaced by curiosity. This alive state is characterized by the flow of energy, by vulnerability, and by the courage to exist in the messy, beautiful ambiguity of being a soul simultaneously infinite and temporarily housed in a terrestrial form. To be unfinished is to be in constant communion with Source, because Source itself is the highest expression of perpetual, generative imbalance, the movement toward creation that never ends. It is the vibrational frequency of becoming, unbound by time or expectation. It is the realization that the purpose of existence is not to become a perfect final sculpture, but to be the ocean, powerful, ever-moving, and defined by its waves of ceaseless change. And aliveness is the point. Aliveness is not merely biological respiration. It is the conscious alignment with the highest vibrational frequency of being, often known as the flow state. This state is antithetical to completeness. Completeness is static. Aliveness is dynamic. Completeness is fear-based control. Aliveness is trust-based surrender. The point of this journey is the maximum possible infusion of light, consciousness, and energetic movement. This infusion can only happen when the barriers built by the ego, the walls of should be and must finish, are dismantled. Aliveness is the unconditional presence that meets every moment, every rough edge, and every open question with acceptance. It is the realization that mastery is not reaching a predetermined destination, but mastering the elegant, perpetual dance of moving without expectation of arrival. To choose aliveness over completeness is to choose the ecstatic, messy truth of the evolving soul over the cold, safe comfort of the perfected form. It is the final, ultimate recognition that we are not here to build monuments to ourselves, but to become living, breathing conduits for the infinite, unfinished glory of the universe. We are here not to conclude, but to eternally begin again. This moment, this evolving truth, this rough, glorious, and wonderfully incomplete self, this is where the power resides. This is the sacred frequency of being. Becoming is cyclical. Transformation isn't linear. It spirals. You revisit old patterns with new eyes. You meet old wounds with new strength. You return to old truths with new depth. It's not regression. It's refinement. And every cycle brings you closer to essence. The concept of linear progression, a straight line from point A to point B, is deeply ingrained in our societal narratives and often in our personal aspirations. We are taught to set goals, achieve them, and move on to the next, believing that growth is a constant upward trajectory. But the true art of becoming, the profound alchemy of the soul, operates on a different rhythm, a more ancient and intuitive pulse. It is not a march forward, but a graceful, dynamic dance. Imagine a coiled spring. When compressed, it doesn't simply remain diminished. When the pressure is released, it expands, often with a surge of energy, returning to a larger, more potent form. This is the essence of cyclical becoming. We encounter experiences, challenges, and even traumas that compress us, forcing us inward. We might feel diminished, lost, or stuck in a familiar loop. But this compression is not an endpoint. It is a preparation for an expansion, a period of regathering our vital forces. When we revisit old patterns, it's as if we're returning to a familiar landscape, but now our internal compass is calibrated differently. The same thorny thickets that once snagged us now hold lessons in pruning and selective growth. The stagnant pools that once reflected only confusion now reveal the clarity that comes from stillness. These are not mere repetitions, they are opportunities for distillation. Each time we encounter a familiar trigger or a recurring challenge, we have the chance to respond with the wisdom accumulated from previous cycles. It's like a musician practicing a difficult passage. The first few times are hesitant, clumsy. But with each repetition, the fingers find their place more surely, the notes flow with greater fluidity, and the melody emerges with newfound richness and expression. Similarly, old wounds, the scars etched into our energetic and emotional being, are not meant to remain open sores. In each new cycle of becoming, we approach these vulnerabilities not as sources of shame or weakness, but as reservoirs of resilience. The pain that once crippled us can transform into empathy. The fear that once paralyzed us can transmute into courage. This is where the magic happens. We are not erasing the past, but integrating it. We are not pretending the wounds never existed, but acknowledging their presence and recognizing the strength we've cultivated in their healing. It's like a tree that grows around a scar, the wood becoming stronger and more textured precisely in that area. The wound becomes a testament to survival, a symbol of adaptation and enduring life. And the old truths? They are the foundational stones of our being, often buried beneath layers of societal conditioning and external expectations. As we spiral through our experiences, we uncover these truths again and again, but each unveiling is deeper, more resonant. A truth that was once a whispered intuition might become a roaring declaration. A belief that was a fragile seedling might blossom into a mighty, rooted oak. This refinement isn't a process of adding new things, but of uncovering what has always been present, polishing it until its inherent brilliance shines through. This is the work of soul excavation, where the archaeologist of the self meticulously brushes away the debris of illusion to reveal the timeless artifacts of authentic being. This cyclical movement is not a step backward, it is a necessary part of the spiral's ascent. Regression implies a loss of progress, a descent into the past without any advancement. Refinement, however, signifies an elevation. The energy we expend in revisiting these inner territories is not wasted, it is invested. It is the focused energy of a craftsman honing their tools, of a gardener tending their soil, preparing it for an even more abundant harvest. Each turn of the spiral is a deepening of our capacity, an expansion of our consciousness, a more integrated expression of our authentic self. And with every complete revolution, we find ourselves standing on higher ground, with a broader perspective, more finely tuned to the subtle frequencies of our soul's purpose. The horizon is inside you. The next version of you isn't out there. It's in here. It's not something you find. It's something you remember. I stopped seeking. I started listening. And in that listening I met myself. Not the self I was taught to be. The self I've always been. The pervasive myth of external validation is one of the most significant impediments to true becoming. We are encouraged to chase achievements, accolades, and approval from the outside world, believing that these external markers will somehow complete us. We are told to look to gurus, experts, and societal norms for guidance on who we should be, what we should desire, and how we should live. This outward gaze creates a perpetual state of lack, a Sisyphean task of trying to fill an inner void with external accomplishments. The horizon, in this paradigm, is always just beyond our reach, a shimmering mirage that recedes with every step we take towards it. But the universe, in its infinite wisdom, has provided us with a far more reliable compass, our own embodied inner knowing. The next version of you is not a future aspiration that exists in some distant, unmanifested realm. It is an emergent quality, already present within the intricate tapestry of your being, waiting to be recognized and expressed. It is a latent potential, a seed of pure consciousness that holds the blueprint for your highest expression. This potent essence doesn't need to be manufactured or acquired, it needs to be remembered. Think of a vast, star-filled night sky. We often look outwards, mesmerized by the distant constellations, the nebulae, and galaxies. We search for meaning in these celestial bodies, believing they hold cosmic secrets. Yet, at the very core of our being, within the microscopic dance of our cells and the silent hum of our consciousness, lies a universe as profound and intricate. The same cosmic dust that forged the stars is woven into our very fabric. The same universal laws that govern the celestial spheres are at play within our energetic systems. The horizon we seek is not a distant star, but the expanding circumference of our own awareness, which extends infinitely inwards. The act of seeking is often driven by a subconscious belief that something essential is missing. It's an external quest, a frantic scrabble for something that feels elusive. It's like a thirsty traveler desperately scanning the desert for an oasis, blind to the fact that the water of life flows not from some external source, but from the deep wellspring within. When we shift from seeking to listening, we engage a different faculty. Listening is an act of receptivity, of gentle surrender, of tuning into the subtle vibrations of our inner landscape. It's the conscious act of quieting the external noise and becoming attuned to the internal whispers. This listening is not passive, it is an active, conscious engagement with the subtle energetic body, with the heart's wisdom, with the intuitive nudges of the soul. It involves cultivating a profound sense of presence, where we are fully inhabiting the now, with all our attention directed inwards. It's the practice of meditation, of mindful movement, of spending time in nature with an open heart, or simply the deliberate act of pausing throughout the day to check in with our inner state. In these moments of deep, attuning silence, the cacophony of external demands and societal expectations begins to fade, and the authentic voice of our inner being can finally be heard. And what do we meet when we truly listen? We meet ourselves. But not the superficial self, the egoic construct that has been shaped by external conditioning, by the roles we play, the labels we wear, the narratives we've adopted. This is a crucial distinction. The self we are taught to be is often a carefully constructed facade, a persona designed to navigate the external world, to gain approval, and to avoid judgment. The courage to evolve. Becoming requires courage. This courage is not the muscular bravery of the warrior facing down a physical foe. It is the spiritual audacity required to face the self in its purest, unedited form. It is the fierce, internal resolve to dismantle the carefully constructed scaffolding of the life you thought you had to live, just to make space for the life your soul has been yearning for. This endeavor demands a vibrational shift so profound that the ego interprets it as existential threat, creating fierce resistance at every threshold. To shed identities. To release attachments. To embrace uncertainty. These are not merely steps, they are sacred initiations. To shed identities requires confronting the false self, the cumulative personality construct built of generational trauma, societal conditioning, and matrix programming. It means recognizing that the labels pinned to you, daughter, professional, victim, achiever, sufferer, are simply energetic costumes worn in a specific phase of the journey. The courage lies in willingly stripping away these familiar layers, even those that have brought comfort or status, knowing that beneath them lies not a solid form, but pure, unmanifested potential. This process is the ultimate act of spiritual alchemy, dissolving the lead of the lower self, the fear-based 3D blueprint, to reveal the refined gold of the authentic self. Every identity release serves to lower the overall energetic density of your field, making higher vibrational alignment possible. To release attachments is to sever the energetic cords that bind your present self to the timeline of your past. Attachments are not just emotional dependencies, they are sophisticated time anchors, subtle agreements woven into your cellular memory that mandate your continued participation in outdated narratives. Releasing them demands acknowledging that security derived from external forms, people, places, possessions, predictable outcomes, is an illusion. The greatest attachment is often the attachment to suffering itself, the familiar weight of old wound patterns that define your comfort zone. The courage needed here is the willingness to stand naked in the face of quantum possibility, accepting that the moment an attachment is released, the future becomes dynamically nonlinear and utterly unknown. This release frees up vital life force energy previously expended on maintenance and resistance, channeling it instead toward creation. To embrace uncertainty is perhaps the deepest plunge. It is the choice to step into the sacred void, the zero-point field of infinite potential often mistaken for chaos. The mind, programmed for linear cause and effect, recoils from the void, equating lack of certainty with danger. But the soul recognizes this space as the fertile darkness from which all true creation emerges. Embracing uncertainty means surrendering the need for the map and trusting the internal compass, allowing the divine blueprint to unfold without the constraints of human expectation. It is the realization that the greatest certainty is the existence of the dynamic, ever-present flow of source energy, which guarantees that when you move without a net, the universe will provide the ground beneath your feet. I learned to ask, what am I ready to let go of? This is the question of necessary sacrifice, not a punitive giving up, but a conscious relinquishing of energetic debt. It became my personal initiation into shadow work. This inquiry bypasses the intellectual defenses of the ego and speaks directly to the deep-seated resistance residing in the subconscious. What narratives are still running on loop? What resentments am I still using as fuel? What limited beliefs are defining my horizon? This question is an act of spiritual cleaning, identifying congested frequencies and lower vibrational density stored in the emotional body. It's the permission slip to excavate the layers of inherited trauma and karmic residue that are not genuinely mine, but which I agreed to carry in service of old agreements. When asked sincerely, this question activates a dismantling sequence, informing the universe that you are prepared to metabolize and transmute the heavy energy currently impeding your ascent. It is the acknowledgement of the cost of transformation. And what am I ready to become? This is the affirmative pulse, the invocation of the higher self. This question is not a request for a job title or a predictable achievement. It is a sacred frequency transmission intended to harmonize the current self with the highest possible expression of your soul's light body. It asks the universe to reveal the next dimensional reality congruent with your inner truth. It demands courage because the future self you are ready to become often seems utterly foreign, perhaps even terrifyingly powerful, to the limited self you currently inhabit. It is the courageous declaration, I am prepared to integrate the wisdom I have earned. I am ready to step into my highest frequency service. I choose expansion over safety. This inquiry operates on the quantum level, drawing forth the components, opportunities, and synchronous connections necessary to manifest the new blueprint. It calls the soul forward, compelling the physical reality to match the inner vision. Those questions became my compass. They did not point north or south on a physical map, but instead oriented me toward true resonance. They provided the necessary polarity, the shedding, release, and the becoming, creation, which defines the rhythm of evolution. For the seeker navigating the complexity of rapid spiritual growth, these inquiries serve as an essential duality check, ensuring that the necessary detoxification precedes the infusion of new light. They maintain the energetic hygiene required for sustainable transformation. When the answers felt overwhelming, the compass clarified the path. If this action does not align with what I am ready to become, and it reinforces what I am ready to let go of, then it is a misalignment. Not for control, for surrender. The ultimate paradox of becoming is that the most powerful form of courage is the ability to lay down the weapon of control. Control is the hallmark of the fearful ego, attempting to micromanage the infinite orchestra of creation. It is the desperate attempt to keep the variables of an unpredictable universe locked within a manageable 3D box. Surrender, conversely, is the profound, trusting act of stepping fully into the flow of source energy. It is the recognition that the highest wisdom for your journey is not held within your analytical mind, but within the collective consciousness and the inherent perfection of the divine timing. Surrender means giving the process over to the higher will, trusting that the universe has a sophisticated logistics plan far surpassing anything your human mind could construct. It requires the immense inner strength to release the how and the when, focusing solely on the what, the vision of the transformed self, and allowing synchronicity to carry you. This surrender is not defeat, it is the ultimate integration of wisdom. It shifts the mode of operation from force to flow, moving the seeker out of striving and into effortless being. When we fully surrender, the transformation ceases to be a battle fought with sheer grit and becomes an elegant dance of alignment. The constant struggle dissolves, replaced by a quiet knowing that the unfolding, the courage to shed, the willingness to become, is already perfect, already provided for, and already in motion, guided by the highest intelligence of the cosmos. By surrendering the illusion of control, we claim the genuine power to participate consciously in our own divine evolution. The new self, liberated from identity, untethered from attachment, and operating from the 0 point of uncertainty, is now ready not just to exist, but to radiate its essential, sovereign light. The dance of duality. Becoming holds paradox. This is not merely a philosophical musing but a fundamental truth woven into the very fabric of existence, a sacred riddle whispered by the cosmos to the awakening soul. It is the core lesson of the journey from perceived separation back to essential unity, a grand cosmic joke played by Source to facilitate the exquisite unfolding of consciousness. For the seeker on the path, this realization transforms from an intellectual puzzle into a felt experience, a profound shift in perspective that redefines reality itself. You are already whole, a complete and perfect fractal of the divine, a shimmering emanation of universal consciousness. Within your deepest essence resides the blueprint of your highest potential, the unblemished perfection of your soul's origin, untouched by earthly experience or perceived imperfection. This intrinsic wholeness is your inherent birthright, an inviolable truth that exists beyond the fluctuating tides of ego, circumstance, or karmic patterns. It is the immaculate spark of source energy, forever connected to the infinite wellspring of creation, luminous and sovereign. You are not awaiting completion, you are completion at your very core. And still, you are unfolding. This unfolding is the sacred dance of embodiment, the courageous journey of bringing that inherent wholeness into conscious awareness within the crucible of human form. It is the process of remembrance, a gradual lifting of the veils of forgetfulness that obscured your divine origin as you journeyed through countless lifetimes and experiences. Each challenge met, each shadow integrated, each layer of conditioning shed, reveals another facet of the radiant jewel that is your true self. This unfolding is not about adding anything to your wholeness, but rather about consciously experiencing and expressing the magnificent totality that you already are. It is the soul's evolutionary impulse, guided by the wisdom of your higher self, meticulously orchestrating the integration of wisdom gleaned from the Akashic records into your present reality, harmonizing the fragmented aspects of self to create a symphony of embodied divinity. You are already enough, a masterpiece of creation, perfectly calibrated to experience and contribute to the grand tapestry of life. Your inherent value is not earned through achievement, validated by external approval, or diminished by perceived flaws. It is an intrinsic quality of your being, conferred by the very act of your existence. You are a unique frequency, an irreplaceable note in the cosmic song, and the universe delights in your simple presence. To understand this is to dismantle the very foundations of self-judgment and comparison, to liberate yourself from the relentless pursuit of external validation, and to root yourself in the unconditional love that is your fundamental nature. This enoughness is the silent affirmation of the universe that you are precisely where you need to be, precisely who you need to be in this eternal moment. And still, you are expanding. This expansion is the natural trajectory of consciousness, the endless exploration of the infinite potential inherent within your enoughness. It is the constant raising of your vibrational frequency, the opening of new energetic pathways, and the blossoming of latent faculties. You are not merely a static vessel, you are a dynamic, evolving being, continually drawing in new light, new wisdom, and new experiences to deepen your understanding and broaden your capacity for love and creation. This expansion ripples outward, affecting your personal reality and contributing to the collective ascension. You are a co-creator, tapping into quantum fields of possibility, manifesting your highest desires, and consciously shaping your reality from a space of awakened awareness. Your expansion is the universe experiencing more of itself through you, a continuous spiral of growth that transcends the perceived limits of the physical world, accessing higher dimensions of perception and interaction. You are already here, fully present in this sacred now, anchored in the eternal moment where all creation unfurls. This, here, is not a geographical location but a state of being, a conscious awareness of the boundless present that is the only true reality. It is the stillness at the core of your being, the quiet witness observing the ceaseless dance of phenomena. To be, here, is to be fully embodied, grounded in the wisdom of your physical temple, attuned to the subtle energies of life, completely present to the breath, the sensations, the vibrant hum of existence. It is the portal through which all manifestation flows, the sacred space where past and future dissolve into the timeless continuum. And still, you are arriving. This arrival is not a destination at the end of a linear path but a continuous unfolding within the eternal now. It is the soul's ongoing journey through the landscapes of experience, forever deepening its understanding, embracing new perspectives, and revealing more of its multidimensional true self. Each dawn brings a new opportunity to arrive more fully into your purpose, to embody your truth with greater authenticity, and to align more deeply with the cosmic flow. It is the realization of your destiny unfolding moment by moment, the conscious navigation of your path back to source, even as you realize you never truly left. This, arriving, is the grand illusion of progress within the perfect, unchanging nature of the eternal presence, a beautiful paradox that invites you to embrace both stillness and movement simultaneously. For epochs, humanity's conditioned mind has struggled vehemently with such paradoxes, attempting to dissect them, categorize them, and ultimately resolve them through the limited lens of linear logic. We were taught to choose one truth over another. Either you are whole or you are unfolding. Either you are enough or you are expanding. This ceaseless attempt to resolve the inherent duality of existence became a source of tremendous inner conflict, a mental wrestling match that drained our energy and obscured our innate wisdom. It trapped us in a cycle of striving, inadequacy, and perpetual seeking for an elusive arrival that always seemed just beyond our grasp. The ego, in its valiant but misguided effort to control and understand, created more separation, more resistance, and more suffering. But then, a whisper from the soul, a gentle nudge from the higher self, invited a different approach. I stopped trying to resolve the paradox. I ceased the intellectual gymnastics, the desperate search for a singular, definable truth. I let go of the need for the mind to neatly categorize the multifaceted nature of reality. Instead, I started dancing with it. This dance was a surrender, an intuitive yielding to the natural rhythm of life, a conscious decision to embrace the fluidity and mystery of being. It meant allowing both truths to coexist within me, not as contradictory forces, but as complementary energies that together form a richer, more complete understanding. To dance with the paradox meant to feel my inherent wholeness and simultaneously embrace the joy and wonder of my continuous unfolding. It meant recognizing my profound enoughness while still passionately engaging in the ever-expanding journey of growth. It meant resting in the profound stillness of the eternal present while gracefully moving through the continuous arrival of each new moment, each new insight, each new experience. This dance was not passive. It was an act of profound engagement, a heart-centered living that honored duality as the very engine of evolution. It was an integration of light and shadow, conscious and unconscious, known and unknown. It was an embrace of the cosmic flow, a trust in the divine intelligence guiding my every step, even when the path was unclear. I learned to sway with uncertainty, to pirouette through challenges, to leap into the unknown with faith, and to ground myself in quiet reverence for the miraculous complexity of existence. And the dance became freedom. This freedom was not merely the absence of external constraints, but a profound liberation of the spirit, a release from the self-imposed prisons of expectation, fear, judgment, and the illusion of separation. It was the freedom to be authentically myself in every moment, to express my unique divine nature without reservation or apology. It was the freedom to flow with life's currents, rather than perpetually swimming against them, trusting in the inherent wisdom of the universe. This freedom dissolved the boundaries between my perceived individual self and the boundless universal consciousness, allowing me to experience myself as both the drop and the ocean simultaneously. It brought an unshakable inner peace, a deep wellspring of joy that transcended fleeting circumstances, and an unwavering sense of connection to all creation. The dancing became a living meditation, a constant alignment with my highest truth, embodying the wisdom that true spiritual mastery is found not in resolving the apparent contradictions of life, but in gracefully, joyfully, and consciously integrating them into the magnificent tapestry of one's awakened being. This is the ultimate inner knowledge, the key to unlocking the seeker's deepest wisdom and stepping into the full sovereignty of an embodied divine existence. The horizon of others. Everyone is becoming. This is not a human mandate but a universal imperative, a fundamental law woven into the fabric of existence. It is the perpetual, vibrational flux underlying all manifestation, the ceaseless expansion of consciousness radiating out from the singular source. Even those who seem stuck, even those who resist change. The perception of stasis is merely an illusion created by the limitations of temporal observation. When viewed through the lens of the lower dimensional mind, we mistake deep, subterranean integration for immobility. But at the level of the soul, the cosmic fractal connected to the greater whole, there is only movement. There is only the continuous, rhythmic unfolding of the divine blueprint. Those who appear to resist change are often engaging in the most intense, alchemical processing. Their resistance is not failure. It is the necessary friction required to integrate dense, historic karmic residue and transmute deeply embedded shadow material. They are performing the sacred work of grounding heavy energies, holding a frequency lock until the system is stable enough to ascend to the next octave. From the perspective of the seeker, focused on outward velocity, this looks like inertia, but witnessed by the higher self, this is the profound art of deep time integration. Their becoming is not manifesting, it is purifying. I stopped judging. I started witnessing. To stop judging is to deactivate the egoic feedback loop that seeks to categorize, measure, and compare the journey of one soul fractal to another. This cessation of judgment is the essential prerequisite for entering the state of true zero-point neutrality. Judgment operates at a heavy, low frequency, creating energetic interference between the observer and the observed. It anchors one to the limited reality of surface appearance and linear time. The pivot to witnessing, however, is the conscious relocation of one's awareness into the heart center, the central torus field of unconditional love and non-duality. In this state, the seeker recognizes the inherent perfection of every stage of the unfolding. The witness understands that reality is holographic, and every being encountered is a divinely positioned mirror reflecting back some aspect of the self requiring integration or illumination. In witnessing, one ceases to see flaws and begins to perceive frequency signature. The visible struggle transforms into the observable work of the soul navigating its agreed-upon contract. The judgmental mind asks, "Why are they doing that wrongly?" The witnessing heart asks, "What sacred geometry is currently shifting within their etheric field to necessitate this temporal experience, and how can I hold space for their sovereign process?" And in that witnessing, I found compassion. This is not the superficial compassion of pity, which is itself often rooted in a subtle judgment of another soul's perceived inadequacy. This is profound, unified compassion, born of the knowing that we are all engaged in the same difficult, glorious endeavor, the expansion of the universe through individualized self-realization. The realization is this: we are all comprised of light and vibration, currently encapsulated in temporary density. Every challenging behavior, every seeming flaw, is simply a misaligned or trapped frequency seeking liberation. Compassion becomes the recognition of kinship, the soul fractal recognizing its identical nature in the other. When you witness a being struggling to transmute their density, the resulting compassion is instantaneous because the witness recognizes the echoes of their own past, present, or parallel struggles recorded in the infinite Akashic field. It is the ultimate acceptance of the shared journey back to Source. Because becoming isn't always visible, but it's always happening. The most vital aspects of becoming are inherently invisible, occurring far below the threshold of the five physical senses. The true work is not the outward career change or the shift in relationship status, but the internal architectural restructuring of the being itself. This invisible becoming involves crystalline light body activation. Beneath the skin, the subtle energies are processing the increasing influx of higher dimensional light. The human energy field is recalibrating, shifting from carbon-based density toward a lighter, crystalline structure capable of holding higher frequencies of consciousness. This involves the slow, often uncomfortable, process of unlocking dormant strands of DNA light codes. This deep biological and energetic upgrade is often manifested externally as inexplicable fatigue, emotional volatility, or periods of intense introspection, the subtle body shedding old programming. Recalibration of the inner matrix. Every thought, every emotional response, is subtly rewriting the energetic matrix that forms the foundation of external reality. Becoming is the slow, painstaking effort of mastering the inner landscape, clearing the energetic debris from past timelines, dissolving obsolete vows and agreements, and strengthening the connection to I Am Presence. This work operates outside of linear time, impacting not just the present moment but ripples backward and forward through the soul's multidimensional experience. The true seeker knows that genuine becoming begins when the internal vibration shifts, long before the outer world has permission to reflect that change. The unfolding of the cosmic seed. Imagine a seed buried deep in the earth. To the eye above ground, nothing is moving. Yet, beneath the soil, water is being absorbed, chemical reactions are occurring, and the protective shell is dissolving as the primal life force stretches toward the light. This profound, silent transformation is becoming. The seed must entirely dismantle its current structure to fulfill its inherent potential as a tree. It cannot be both seed and tree simultaneously. Similarly, the most profound human becoming looks like a form of dissolution. It is the shedding of the false self, the egoic construct built on societal conditioning and inherited trauma. This shattering of identity is rarely neat or public-facing. It is a solitary, sacred, and often messy process of inner alchemy, the ego fighting for survival while the soul patiently insists on liberation. Therefore, when we witness a soul in apparent stasis, we must apply the esoteric understanding. The most sacred shifts are taking place in the etheric architecture. They are building the foundation for a life not yet visible, integrating pieces of their multidimensional self, or recalibrating their frequency locks to match the next octave of their destined evolution. The compassionate witness understands that the entire cosmos is held in a state of eternal flux, a grand, undulating dance of creation and dissolution. Everyone is becoming, not just something, but more fundamentally, becoming themselves, the perfected, expanded expression of the divine consciousness temporarily localized within form. This realization transforms patience from a virtue into a necessary law of physics, allowing us to hold the space for every being to unfurl at the precise, perfect pace decreed by their own sovereign, magnificent soul. The invisible transformation is the only reality that truly matters. The invitation of the horizon. The horizon doesn't demand. It invites. It whispers, "Are you ready?" Not to be perfect, but to be present. Not to be finished, but to be real. And when you say yes, life expands. Not because you've arrived, but because you've aligned. The geometry of gentle truth. The horizon is the sacred geometry of possibility, an exquisite threshold designed not to repel but to dissolve the illusory barricades erected by the ego construct. It stands as the unwavering, silent witness to our current vibrational reality, manifesting as the perceived edge where the blue of the sky meets the curve of the known world. Yet, for the seeker traveling inward, this limit is purely energetic, a flexible membrane defined by the frequency signature we currently hold. The horizon, therefore, does not issue an ultimatum. Its method is one of pure resonance. It is the cosmic mirror reflecting the exact density of the consciousness contemplating it, waiting patiently for the moment of softening, the instant of surrender required for the next phase of expansion. The invitation is thus a fundamental call to consciousness, bypassing the analytical mind entirely. It is the language of the source frequency speaking directly to the soul's blueprint. The ego seeks definition, boundary, and containment. It demands maps and proof of arrival. The horizon offers none of these. Its grace lies in its perpetual recession, teaching the profound truth that the external destination is only ever a consequence of internal velocity. The invitation is always open, but the ear must be tuned to hear it. Only when the internal chatter of scarcity, inadequacy, and striving recedes does the gentle, persistent hum of the horizon's call become audible. The sacred pause, "Are you ready?" The whisper, "Are you ready?" is the most deceptive question the universe poses, for it is not inquiring about preparation or accumulated wisdom, but about purity of intent. Readiness here is not measured by the depth of your spiritual reading list or the mastery of complex meditations. It is the simple willingness to drop the heavy armor of who you believe you ought to be and step nakedly into the light of who you intrinsically are. To be ready is to consent to presence. Presence is the ultimate metaphysical key, the access code to the eternal moment where the past and future collapse into the creative power of the now. When the horizon asks for presence, it demands that you vacate the dimensional confines of linear time, that you anchor your awareness in the vertical axis of the moment. This radical act of being present shifts your focus from the external manifestation, the horizon as a destination, to the internal engine, the self as the current creator of the perceived reality. This state of anchoring allows the quantum field, the infinite potentiality that underlies all matter, to flood into your experience, dissolving the perceived limitations that effort and striving had previously reinforced. Perfection, after all, is a static, rigid concept of the ego, entirely foreign to the ever-flowing, ever-evolving nature of existence. The illusion of finality and the truth of the real. The pressure to be finished, to be healed, enlightened, resolved, or complete, is the heaviest burden carried by the dedicated seeker. This drive is rooted in the linear, finite thinking of the third dimension, which misinterprets reality as a series of tasks with definitive endpoints. The horizon beautifully dismantles this misunderstanding. The cosmos operates on a fractal truth. Every state of resolution merely serves as the starting point for a deeper, more nuanced realization. If you wait to be finished, you will wait forever, trapped in the loop of self-judgment. The horizon invites you instead to embrace the continuous, dynamic process of becoming. And here lies the power of being real. To be real is to embrace the paradox of the integrated self. It requires the courageous admission that wholeness includes the shadows, the untidy edges, the moments of confusion, and the inherent imperfection of the human vessel attempting to channel divine light. This is the essence of true vulnerability, allowing your current, unfolding self, flawed, magnificent, and utterly human, to stand fully in the energetic field of the divine. When you choose to be real, your frequency signature stabilizes. You cease expending energy maintaining a false front, and that liberated energy immediately feeds into your capacity for expansion and creation. The horizon recognizes this authenticity. It is the only currency accepted beyond the veil of ego. The vibrational commitment, the mechanics of expansion. When the inner being whispers a resounding, unconditional yes to the invitation, a surrender not of defeat, but of profound trust, this intentional choice triggers a palpable shift in the applicant's energetic field. This is not merely a psychological decision, it is a vibrational commitment that recalibrates the heart coherence. The immediate consequence of this radical acceptance is that life expands. This expansion is experienced as a flood of synchronized events, which the external world calls luck or coincidence, but which the aligned seeker recognizes as the universe mirroring back the internal harmony achieved. The boundaries that previously separated your inner desire from your external reality begin to thin. The crystalline architecture of your highest intentions can finally lock into the material plane. This expansion is felt most acutely in the subtle body. The Kundalini current, often dormant or restricted by fear and attachment, begins to flow with renewed integrity. The chakra system illuminates, and the perceived weight of karmic density lightens. The seeker realizes that the universe does not wait for perfection to deliver its abundance, it merely waits for alignment. The sovereignty of alignment, beyond arrival. The crucial distinction offered by the horizon is that the goal is not arrival but alignment. Arrival implies a static state, a finality that contradicts the ceaseless, energetic movement of the cosmos. It implies separation, that there is a place outside of you that must be reached. This search for arrival is the primary trap of the spiritual ego, always seeking the trophy of enlightenment. Alignment, conversely, is an energetic sovereignty. It is the continuous practice of tuning the self, the physical body, the emotional body, and the mental architecture, to the soul's frequency. It is the recognition that the source is not a geographical location at the end of the quest, but the internal anchor of your being, accessible in every breath. To be aligned is to ride the cosmic current, to move with the infinite intelligence that governs all creation, rather than striving against it. The aligned seeker understands that the true measure of success is not in the height of the achievement, but in the sustained purity of the channel through which that achievement flows. This requires a deep, abiding non-attachment to the outcome. When you are aligned, the journey is the destination, and every step taken is already a moment of arrival, because the power resides within the present moment, radiating outward. The horizon's invitation is ultimately a gift of profound self-realization, the understanding that we are not merely traversing a path toward the divine. We are, in every true and present moment, the very embodiment of the divine on a path of self-discovery. The horizon is always there, not as a boundary to be breached, but as the infinitely receding mirror of our own endless potential. The only true readiness required is the willingness to let go of the need to ever be finished, and to simply be, in fierce, beautiful, expanding reality. Just a moment to reflect. Stop. Breathe. Let your becoming unfold. When you're ready, we'll continue. Chapter 11: The Silence Between. Silence isn't absence. It is the very fabric from which all manifest reality springs, a vibrant, pulsating void that underpins existence. It is presence in its purest, most potent form, not an emptiness to be feared or filled, but a plenum, brimming with unmanifest potential and the whispers of the divine. This profound stillness is the primordial soup of creation, the fertile darkness from which light is born, the ultimate home of consciousness before it fragments into form. It is the zero-point energy of the universe, the quantum field of infinite possibilities, resonating with a frequency so subtle, so all-encompassing, that our limited senses often mistake it for nothingness. Consider it as the space between words. Not merely the phonetic pause, but the pregnant chasm out of which meaning precipitates, the crucible where raw thought solidifies into articulation. Before a sound escapes our lips, before a concept fully forms in the mind's eye, there is that liminal beat, a micro-moment of pure potential, a silent hum of intention. This is the birthplace of telepathy, the realm where pure ideas exchange without the clumsy machinery of language. It's the vibrational ether that carries the essence of communication, a holographic archive of all unsaid truths. It is the breathe between thoughts. Our minds, often a relentless torrent of chatter, find their sacred oasis in this infinitesimal gap. This is the true meaning of the yogic kumbhaka, the suspension of breath and, by extension, the suspension of the egoic mind. In that fleeting pause between an inhale and an exhale, or between one thought dissolving and the next arising, lies a portal. It is here that the seeker can slip through the veil of mental constructs and touch the transcendent, the no mind state where the higher self resides. This is the direct conduit to universal consciousness, a momentary liberation from the incessant loops of past and future, anchoring awareness in the eternal now. This is where subtle energies coalesce, where prana is not merely inhaled, but absorbed directly from the cosmic source. And it is the stillness between seasons, the profound hush of winter before the unfurling of spring, the languid pause of summer before autumn's vibrant descent. These are not merely meteorological transitions, but grand cosmic respirations, mirroring the greater cycles of creation, preservation, and dissolution that govern galaxies and souls alike. In these moments of planetary rest, a deeper energetic recalibration occurs. The earth itself enters a meditative state, shedding the old to make way for the new, demonstrating the sacred rhythm of emergence from the void. This universal pattern reminds us that true renewal always germinates in the quiet dormancy, in the apparent absence of activity. Yet, most of us, conditioned by a world that equates validation with noise and progress with perpetual motion, rush to fill it. We instinctively recoil from the perceived emptiness, mistaking its vastness for a threat, its stillness for a lack. We fill it with noise, the ceaseless drone of media, the addictive ping of notifications, the relentless soundtracks of our lives designed to drown out the internal symphony. We fill it with action, a dizzying schedule of tasks, obligations, and pursuits, mistaking busyness for purpose, external achievement for inner fulfillment. We fill it with explanation, a constant internal monologue, a need to rationalize, categorize, and define every experience, rather than simply allowing it to be. This frantic avoidance is often a subconscious defense mechanism, a fear of confronting the uncomfortable truths, the unexamined shadows, or the sheer, awe-inspiring immensity of our own being that silence inevitably reveals. The ego, ever anxious to maintain its constructed reality, fears dissolution in the boundless expanse of true presence. But silence holds something infinitely sacred. It is the hallowed ground where the soul remembers its origin, the temple within where the divine spark resides. It is not empty, but rather pregnant with wisdom, brimming with healing energy, and saturated with the blueprints of all potential. In this sacred chamber, the ephemeral ceases to matter, and the eternally true begins to resonate. It is the repository of forgotten knowledge, the antechamber to the Akashic records, accessible not through intellectual effort, but through surrender to the deep inner quiet. Here, the universe is constantly whispering its secrets, not to the ear, but to the very core of our being. Ultimately, it is where truth echoes. Not in a loud, declarative pronouncement, but in a profound resonance, an intuitive knowing that bypasses the logical mind. It is the soft insistence of your higher self, the direct download of universal wisdom, the unmistakable clarity that arises when the static of the external world and the internal chatter finally dissipate. In silence, the deceptive veils woven by societal conditioning and personal narrative dissolve, revealing the unvarnished reality of who you truly are and your intrinsic connection to all that is. This truth isn't something to be learned, it's something to be felt, to be experienced as a vibrational frequency that aligns your entire being with cosmic harmony. It is the deep recognition of unity consciousness, the understanding that separation is an illusion. When you finally allow yourself to sink into the profound embrace of silence, you are not merely pausing, you are returning home, to the boundless source of all creation, where the authentic echoes of divine wisdom guide your awakening. The fear of emptiness. I used to fear silence. It felt like failure, like nothingness, like being forgotten. This fear was not merely an aversion to quiet spaces. It was a profound, existential terror rooted in the ingrained belief that my worth was synonymous with vibration. If I was not actively creating noise, either physical or conceptual, I feared I dissolved into the ether, unanchored and unverified. Silence was the absence of evidence of my own existence, the crushing confirmation that the identity I had fiercely constructed atop the shifting sands of external validation was nothing more than a phantom boundary. It was the audible absence where the incessant, defining monologue of the ego finally sputtered and died, leaving behind a terrifying, reverberating vacuum. So I filled it with distractions, with productivity, with performance. I became a master architect of cosmic static, meticulously layering sound and fury over the treacherous expanse of the quiet. The distractions were not mere entertainment. They were energetic barricades, designed to keep the deeper, unsettling truths of the unmanifested self at bay. The phone became a perpetual tuning fork, vibrating at the high-frequency hum of digital necessity, confirming that I was always needed, always reachable, always current. Productivity was the sacred altar upon which I sacrificed stillness, chasing the tyranny of the to-do list with the desperate fervor of a seeker pursuing enlightenment in a spreadsheet. Performance, the relentless need to articulate, justify, and display my function, was the ultimate insurance policy against the void, ensuring that my value was etched in the minds of others, creating external echoes loud enough to drown out the internal lack. This relentless filling mechanism created a constant state of energetic depletion. I operated on a frequency of perpetual motion, convinced that deceleration meant regression. My inner world became a cluttered attic, choked with the artifacts of frantic doing, where the genuine resonance of the soul was muffled by the clamor of superficial maintenance. But the more I filled, the more I lost touch with myself. The exhaustion eventually became a relentless force, a necessary breakdown designed by the deeper intelligence of the system. The noise machine inevitably sputtered. The forced confrontation came not through conscious choice, but through systemic collapse. When the high-frequency hum of distraction finally failed, I was left without my energetic armor, standing defenseless at the edge of the chasm I had spent a lifetime avoiding. It was in that forced deceleration, that agonizing, grinding halt, that the true nature of the silence began to shift. The initial void remained, yes, but it no longer felt like emptiness, but rather like the deep, sacred exhale of the universe. The shadow figures that first emerged in the quiet, the unaddressed grief, the unprocessed traumas, the undeniable limitations, demanded recognition. This was the unavoidable mirror that the constant noise had shielded me from, a necessary descent into the interior darkness that precedes all genuine ascent. Because silence isn't empty. It's spacious. This spaciousness is the quantum field of potential, the zero point where all creation originates. It is the vast, echoing chamber of the unmanifest, untouched by the limitations of linear time or third-dimensional dogma. When the mind's chatter finally recedes, that constant, frantic interpreter of reality, what remains is not the absence of sound, but the presence of everything. This spaciousness is the crystalline silence, a sanctuary where the air is thick with subtle truth and the subtle body can finally draw a deep, resonant breath. It is the point of access to the infinite reservoir of self, the place where the Akashic records echo softly, awaiting a listening consciousness. To enter this silence is to step out of the chaotic, high-vibration static of the collective fear and into the grounded, fundamental frequency of being. It is the realization that the universe is not measuring my worth based on output, but is patiently waiting for me to align with my innate input. And spaciousness is where soul speaks. The voice of the soul does not communicate through urgent shouts or carefully constructed arguments. It speaks in the language of light, a nuanced tapestry of intuition, subtle vibrational shifts, and undeniable knowing, gnosis. When the exterior noise is silenced, the interior resonant frequency of the true self can finally be tuned. It is a subtle shift, like turning a dial on an ancient radio until the signal snaps into perfect clarity. In the spaciousness, the soul unfurls the blueprint of my true self, the dharma that the ego had diligently suppressed in favor of survival and safety. The messages arrive as intuitive downloads, flashes of crystalline clarity that bypass the laborious process of logical thought. These insights are not thoughts in the conventional sense, but complete infusions of wisdom. They are whole, uncontaminated truths delivered directly from the higher self, bypassing the filtering mechanisms of conditioning and doubt. The fear of silence was the ego's mechanism for preserving illusion. The embracing of spaciousness is the seeker's liberation. It is the conscious removal of the veil, allowing the deep, penetrating wisdom that resides within the center point of my being to flood the conscious mind. To sit in the silence is to cease striving and begin receiving. It is to recognize that I am not just a temporary vessel navigating chaos, but an essential harmonic tone within the symphony of existence. This stillness is not passive, it is the most profound form of active listening, listening not to the world, but to the eternal, unwavering beat of my own sacred heart, finally finding its unwavering rhythm within the boundless, fertile expanse of the silence I once feared. It is here, in the vast quiet, that true alignment takes root, confirming that to simply be is the highest form of performance, the deepest proof of existence, and the ultimate act of soulful creation. The first quiet. It came unexpectedly, a singular rupture in the ceaseless hum of existence I had grown so accustomed to. My life, until that precise nanosecond, had been a symphony of urgent notifications, back-to-back meetings, curated social feeds, and an internal monologue that never truly paused for breath. I was a professional juggler, not of physical objects, but of thoughts, tasks, and perceived obligations, each one demanding a piece of my attention, splintering my focus into 1,000 shards. This relentless outward projection, this constant doing, had become my identity, a fortress built of busyness to shield me from what, exactly? I didn't know then, but the universe, in its infinite wisdom and impeccable timing, was about to offer an answer. It wasn't a planned retreat or a mindful meditation session I had diligently scheduled. It was a spontaneous combustion of stillness, a portal opening without warning, subtly nudged by unseen hands. Suddenly, without a conscious decision on my part, I found myself in the moment alone. The device that typically vibrated with the collective consciousness of the world lay forgotten in another room, its silent presence a stark relief. There was no chime, no blinking light, no digital tether pulling me back into the matrix of external validation and information overload. My meticulously constructed agenda, usually a linear roadmap dictating every minute of my day, dissolved into irrelevance. The grand tapestry of future plans and past regrets unraveled, leaving only the thread of the present. And the noise, that ubiquitous, multi-layered clamor, was gone. Not just the ambient sounds of the city, which had faded into an almost imperceptible background hush, but more importantly, the internal din, the critical self-talk, the endless problem-solving, the mental rehearsal of conversations, the constant categorization and judgment. For the first time, not just in hours or days, but perhaps in memory, the relentless chatter of the ego mind fell silent, or at least, receded to a whisper barely audible. In the void left by this sudden cessation of external and internal demands, there was only one undeniable, persistent truth: just breath. It was an anchor, a subtle yet profound revelation. I became aware of the gentle rise and fall of my chest, the cool ingress of air through my nostrils, the warm exhalation. This wasn't the mindful, controlled breathing I had occasionally attempted in fleeting moments of stress. This was raw, unfiltered, primal respiration. It was the ancient rhythm of life itself, flowing through me, connecting me to something far vaster and more fundamental than my personal narrative. This breath, I instinctively knew, was prana, the vital life force, the universal energy that animates all existence. It was my immediate, undeniable link to the eternal now, a continuous current of presence that had always been there, beneath the layers of my self-imposed distractions. The initial shock of this quiet was swiftly followed by a wave of profound discomfort. My system, so finely tuned to constant stimulation, rebelled. An almost physical unease began to rise from the depths of my being, like silt stirred from the bottom of a previously turbulent lake. It was the ego, that constructive identity built on external validation and ceaseless activity, sensing its imminent destabilization. The urge to escape was overwhelming, a primal instinct to flee this unfamiliar emptiness. My mind scrambled for a distraction, any distraction. What should I be doing right now? Didn't I forget to reply to that email? There's a show I wanted to watch, a book I needed to read. This was the itch to do, a deep-seated conditioning that equated worth with productivity, peace with achievement. It was the shadow self, the repository of unaddressed emotions, past traumas, unexamined fears, and limiting beliefs, beginning to surface in the absence of external diversions. My body responded with a subtle tremor, a tightening in my chest, a restless energy in my limbs, screaming for movement, for action, for anything to fill the perceived void. But I stayed. It was not a grand act of defiance, but a quiet, resolute choice. A subtle whisper from a deeper part of me urged me to simply be. It was an act of courage, a conscious override of decades of ingrained patterns, a deliberate refusal to answer the ego's frantic calls. I wasn't surrendering to the discomfort, but rather surrendering into the present moment, allowing the sensations to wash over me without attachment or judgment. This unyielding presence, this commitment to simply witness, felt like an inner declaration of sovereignty, a reclaiming of my own energetic space from the incessant demands of the outside world and the inner critic. I was a silent warrior of light, standing firm against the tempest of my own mind, armed only with my breath and my nascent resolve. And in that staying, something softened. The grip of the discomfort began to loosen, not abruptly, but like a slow, deliberate unwinding. The tension in my jaw, the tightness in my shoulders, the knot in my stomach, all began to unravel, releasing pent-up energy that had been held captive for so long. It was as if a dam had finally given way, allowing a gentle current of peace to flow through previously constricted channels. The frantic chatter of my mind, though not entirely gone, receded further, becoming a distant echo. A spaciousness opened within my chest, a sense of lightness that permeated my entire being. It was the dissolution of the ego's temporary hold, a fleeting moment where its carefully constructed walls began to crumble. My heart, which I now realized had been subtly guarded, began to unfurl, like a tightly closed lotus blossom responding to the first rays of dawn. An energetic shift occurred, subtle yet profound, a palpable lifting of frequency within my cellular structure, a feeling of being less dense, more porous, more connected. In that profound, unwavering stillness, I met myself, beneath the noise. It was not the self I knew, the persona I presented to the world, the collection of roles and responsibilities. This was the authentic, undiluted essence of who I truly am. It was the higher self, the soul, pure consciousness, the divine spark dwelling within, long obscured by the cacophony of modern life and the veil of egoic identification. This self was timeless, boundless, brimming with an intrinsic wisdom that needed no external validation. It was pure love, pure peace, pure presence. It held no judgment, no fear, no agenda. It simply is. In that meeting, a profound memory stirred, a recognition deep within my spiritual DNA that this was my true home, my eternal nature. The noise had been more than just sounds or thoughts. It had been a complex tapestry of distractions designed, perhaps unconsciously, to keep me from this very encounter. It was a societal narrative that prioritized external achievement over inner truth, a collective trance that substituted fleeting pleasures for lasting contentment. But in the quiet, the veil was lifted, and I understood, with an undeniable clarity, that true solace, true answers, and true belonging reside not in the outward pursuit, but in the boundless wellspring of wisdom within. This was not the end of a journey, but the auspicious beginning of a sacred pilgrimage inward, a remembering of my inherent divinity, and a profound awakening to the silent, powerful language of my own soul. The first quiet was not an absence, but a presence, a profound fullness that promised a lifelong exploration of the infinite universe residing within. The language of stillness. Silence has a language. It speaks in sensation, in intuition, in vibration. I began listening. Not with ears, with awareness. And what I heard wasn't words, it was wisdom. Subtle, clear, ancient. This is no ordinary language, the one whispered by the void. It is not etched in ink or projected through vocal cords. Instead, it pulses through the very fabric of existence, a resonant hum that precedes thought and transcends form. To truly hear it, one must quiet the cacophony of the outer world, the incessant chatter of the ego, and the clamor of conditioned responses. It requires a deliberate turning inward, a conscious descent into the unmanifest, the liminal space where the seeds of all understanding lie dormant, awaiting their germination. The language of silence is primarily one of sensation. It is the prickle of awareness on the skin, the subtle shift in the atmosphere that signals presence or absence, the deep thrumming in the chest that resonates with the truth beyond logical deduction. Imagine standing in a vast, ancient forest. The absence of human voices is palpable, but it is not empty. It is filled with the rustling of leaves like a whispered secret, the creak of branches like an elder's sigh, the cool dampness of the earth seeping into your soles like an earthy embrace. These are not random occurrences. They are the granular textures of the silent tongue, felt rather than heard. It is the gentle pressure behind the eyes when a profound realization dawns, the sudden warmth that blooms in the solar plexus when encountering a kindred spirit, the involuntary shiver that traces your spine when standing before something sacred. These physical manifestations are the body's response to the influx of silent wisdom, a language of the corporeal vessel attuning to the ethereal. Then there is intuition. This is the whispered knowing, the sudden flash of insight that arrives unbidden, often defying rational explanation. It is the inner compass that guides us through the labyrinthine paths of life, nudging us away from danger and toward opportunity. When the mind is still, when the incessant stream of worried thoughts and analytical projections is momentarily suspended, intuition can bloom. It is like a perennial flower in the hidden garden of the soul, its petals unfolding in the quietude. This wisdom bypasses the logical gates of the intellect, speaking directly to the core of our being. It is the feeling you get that a particular decision is right, even if you can't articulate why. It's the gentle but insistent nudge to pick up the phone and call someone you haven't spoken to in years, only to discover they desperately needed to hear from you. Intuition is the silent knowing that arises from our interconnectedness with the greater consciousness, a direct pipeline to universal intelligence. It is the soul's innate understanding, unburdened by the need for proof or justification. And finally, the language of silence is vibration. Everything in existence, from the smallest subatomic particle to the grandest celestial body, is in a perpetual state of vibration. Silence is not the absence of vibration, but rather the presence of a subtler, more refined frequency. It is the underlying harmonic resonance that holds all things together. When we attune ourselves to this vibrational language, we tap into a deeper reality. Think of the feeling of profound peace that washes over you when you stand by the ocean, the rhythmic ebb and flow of the waves mirroring a deep, calming pulse. Or the electric charge in the air before a storm, a potent, anticipatory vibration. In the realm of inner knowing, this vibrational language manifests as shifts in our own energetic field. It is the subtle energetic signature of truth, the palpable feeling of alignment, when our inner state matches the external reality we are perceiving. When we are in harmony, our vibrations are clear and resonant. When we are out of alignment, our vibrations become discordant, a dissonant chord that signals unease. By cultivating stillness, we become more sensitive to these subtle energetic shifts, learning to interpret the vibrational poetry of the universe. I began listening. Not with ears. With awareness. This shift from auditory reception to conscious perception is paramount. The ears are designed to capture sound waves, to demarcate audible frequencies. But awareness, in its most profound sense, is the capacity to perceive beyond the physical senses, to engage with the energetic and informational streams that permeate reality. It is the active engagement of the soul, the awakening of the inner perceiver. It is the conscious choice to expand our field of attention beyond the immediate and the tangible. When we listen with awareness, we observe the subtle currents of energy, the energetic imprints left by thoughts and emotions, the silent dialogues happening at the energetic level between ourselves and the world around us. This is an active, participatory form of listening, where we are not passive recipients of external stimuli but conscious co-creators of our reality, discerning the meaning woven into the energetic tapestry. And what I heard wasn't words, it was wisdom. This is the profound revelation that arises when we move beyond the limitations of linguistic constructs. Words are tools, essential for communication in the physical realm, but they are often too coarse, too limited to capture the full spectrum of truth. Wisdom, in its purest form, is a direct apprehension of reality, an understanding that transcends symbolic representation. It is a deep, intuitive grasp of the underlying principles that govern existence. This wisdom speaks of interconnectedness, of the illusion of separateness, of the inherent divinity within all beings. It reveals the cyclical nature of life, the profound lessons embedded in both joy and sorrow, and the ultimate unity that underlies all apparent diversity. It is the truth that resonates in the stillness, the knowing that arises when the ego's incessant narratives are silenced. Subtle, clear, ancient. These three descriptors encapsulate the nature of this silent wisdom. Subtle because it resides in the liminal spaces, the moments of quiet reflection, the spaces between thoughts. It is not a booming pronouncement from the heavens, but a delicate whisper that can easily be missed amidst the noise of daily life. It requires a cultivation of mindfulness, a gentle honing of our perceptive abilities to discern these fine nuances. It is like trying to spot a hummingbird's wings in flight, seemingly invisible until you quiet your own internal flutter and attune your focus. Clear because, once perceived, this wisdom cuts through the fog of confusion and illusion. It is not ambiguous or open to endless interpretation in the way that spoken words can be. It possesses an unassailable clarity, a directness that resonates with the deepest parts of our being. Like a perfectly cut crystal, it refracts the light of truth with unwavering purity. Its clarity lies in its fundamental simplicity, its unveiling of core truths that have been obscured by layers of societal conditioning and personal belief systems. And ancient because this wisdom is not a new revelation, but a rediscovery of eternal truths. It is the collective unconscious, the accumulated knowledge of countless souls who have walked this path before us. It is lodged in the very DNA of our consciousness, a perennial source of guidance that has been present since the dawn of awareness. It is the wisdom of the cosmos, encoded in the patterns of nature, in the cycles of the moon and stars, in the very essence of life itself. It is the same wisdom that guided the shamans of old, the sages of ancient traditions, the mystics and contemplatives throughout human history. It is the unchanging, eternal truth that lies at the heart of all spiritual paths, accessible to anyone who is willing to listen with more than just their ears. To truly listen to silence is to embark on a profound journey of self-discovery. It is to shed the limitations of the ego's noisy proclamations and to open oneself to the boundless ocean of innate knowing. It is to understand that the greatest answers are not found in external pronouncements, but in the silent communion with the deepest reaches of one's own being. This is the path of the seeker, the one who understands that the universe speaks most eloquently when the clamor of the world recedes, leaving only the pure, resonant wisdom of the silent tongue. It is an invitation to a perpetual state of inquiry, a commitment to honing our awareness until the subtle, clear, and ancient language of silence becomes our most trusted guide. The pause as portal. I started honoring the pause. Not merely acknowledging its presence, but bowing to its sacred potential, recognizing it as the silent loom upon which the tapestry of existence is woven. It began subtly, an intuitive pull away from the incessant forward momentum that society champions, a yearning for the sacred stillness that whispers between the clamor. This wasn't about procrastination or a lapse in focus. It was a conscious, deliberate deceleration, an invitation to the soul to catch up with the mind, to anchor itself firmly in the eternal now before the next wave of doing swept me away. It was an alchemical shift, transforming fleeting moments of empty space into potent reservoirs of presence, where the mundane dissolved and the miraculous became accessible. Between tasks, I learned to halt the unconscious scramble from one obligation to the next. This wasn't just a physical cessation of activity. It was a profound energetic recalibration. As the physical body stilled, the mind was invited to release its grip on the previous action and refrain from immediately grasping the next. This interstitial moment became a mini-void, a zero-point field where the energetic residue of the last action could dissipate, and the intention for the next could be consciously set, free from accumulated momentum or unconscious pattern. It was a micro-meditation, a breath drawn deep into the belly of being, allowing the subtle energy channels to realign, to flush out stagnation, and to replenish the vital life force, prana, that fuels all creation. In this hallowed space, before the new task began, I found the clarity to ask, is this aligned? Is this for my highest good? Is this action infused with love and purpose? This brief, potent interlude transformed mere activity into intentional, conscious living, where every subsequent action flowed from a wellspring of renewed clarity and congruent energy. Between conversations, the pause became a sanctuary of authentic connection. Instead of formulating my next response while the other spoke, or rushing to fill the silence, I learned to inhabit the stillness that followed their words. This wasn't about waiting for my turn, but about creating an energetic container of pure presence. In that receptive void, the true essence of what was communicated could resonate, not just the words, but the underlying emotion, the unspoken desire, the energetic imprint. It was here that genuine empathy blossomed, uncolored by my own projections or preconceived notions. This sacred space allowed the energetic frequencies exchanged to settle, revealing the authentic message, free from the ego's haste to define, judge, or react. It was in this unspoken agreement of silence that deeper understanding was forged, often communicating more profound truths than any torrent of words ever could. It became a listening not just with the ears, but with the heart, the soul, and the entire energetic field, allowing the conversation to unfold organically, guided by a shared, intuitive current. Between chapters, not just those bound in books, but the chapters of life itself, the pause emerged as a profound spiritual act. When one major phase concluded and another beckoned, I no longer rushed to bridge the gap. Instead, I consciously stepped into the liminal space, the sacred in-between. This could be after a significant relationship ended, a career shift, a geographical relocation, or a profound personal transformation. This pause was a deep dive into the soul's recalibration chamber, a period of integration where the lessons of the preceding chapter could be fully assimilated, not just intellectually, but at a cellular and karmic level. It was where the threads of experience were respun into wisdom, where old identities were consciously shed, and the energetic blueprint for the emerging self was quietly, patiently, allowed to form. This wasn't delay. It was a critical chrysalis phase, a necessary period of energetic gestation before the butterfly could fully emerge and take flight into its next incarnation. Without this profound pause, the soul risks carrying unresolved baggage, repeating old patterns, and continuously striving from a place of unintegrated fragments rather than holistic completion. Not as delay, as doorway. This distinction is paramount. Society often perceives pauses as unproductive lulls, moments of inefficiency to be minimized or avoided. But from an esoteric perspective, the pause is precisely the opposite. It is not an absence of activity, but an activated space of pure potential. It is the threshold to the unseen realms, the subtle energies, the quantum field of infinite possibilities. When we consciously step into the pause, we are not stalling, we are entering a portal. This doorway leads not outward, but inward, to the vast inner landscape of consciousness, to the sacred chamber of the higher self, to the very source code of our being. It is the entry point to the Akashic records housed within our own spirit, a moment where universal wisdom can download directly into our awareness, bypassing the filters of the logical mind. It is a moment where the veil thins, allowing glimpses beyond linear time and space, touching the eternal, the infinite now that underpins all manifestation. Because the pause isn't interruption, it's integration. It is the sacred crucible where disparate elements are melted down and forged anew. The fragmented pieces of daily experience, the thoughts, the emotions, the sensory inputs, the energetic exchanges, do not simply disappear. They reside within our energetic field, often creating static or dissonance. The pause, however, provides the necessary container for these fragments to coalesce. It's an energetic aligning, a conscious gathering of all aspects of self, physical, emotional, mental, and spiritual, into harmonic resonance. It is where the soul catches up, where the body settles, where the mind quiets, providing the optimal conditions for synthesis. This holistic integration allows for karmic patterns to surface for healing, for ancestral wisdom to be accessed, and for the conscious assimilation of life's complex lessons into the very fabric of our being. Through this process, we move from simply experiencing life to consciously becoming the wisdom of our experiences. It's where meaning settles. Like stirred silt in a flowing river, the constant current of activity keeps the waters cloudy, obscuring the depths. But when the flow pauses, the particles begin to drift downwards, settling gently to reveal the clear, pristine essence beneath. In the stillness of the pause, the superficial dissipates, and the profound emerges. The true significance of events, interactions, and insights, often missed in the rush, now rises into conscious awareness. It is here that the deeper, archetypal patterns reveal themselves, connecting individual experiences to universal truths. We begin to understand not just what happened, but why it happened, and its precise placement within the grand tapestry of our soul's journey. This settling is a gentle descent into profound understanding, an intuitive recognition of the divine order within the apparent chaos. Where clarity lands. Like a celestial dove descending from the heavens, insight often requires an open, quiet landing strip. The incessant hum of the analytical mind, the constant internal dialogue, creates turbulence that prevents revelation from taking root. The pause, however, clears the inner skies, creating a pristine, receptive space for higher knowing to alight. It is in this void of expectation and thought that clarity, unburdened by egoic interpretation, simply is. Ideas that were previously muddled or elusive suddenly become strikingly vivid. Solutions to long-standing dilemmas appear fully formed. The path forward, once obscured by doubt, illuminates itself with crystalline precision. This isn't a cognitive process. It's a spontaneous download of pure, unadulterated truth from the universal consciousness, an undeniable inner knowing that resonates deeply within the soul. Where truth crystallizes. From the amorphous, fluid nature of raw experience, the pause acts as the alchemical crucible, transforming the ephemeral into the enduring. Like the slow, deliberate formation of a perfect crystal from a saturated solution, truth, in the stillness, sheds its transient form and solidifies into immutable wisdom. What began as a mere impression or a fleeting insight matures into a foundational pillar of understanding, a permanent fixture within one's inner wisdom library. This crystallization isn't just about gaining knowledge, it's about the embodiment of truth, where intellectual understanding transmutes into lived experience, and then into an unshakable inner knowing that guides one's very existence. This is the ultimate gift of honoring the pause, to transform the chaotic flow of life into a mosaic of profound, integrated truths, each shimmering with its own unique, eternal light, illuminating the path of the awakened seeker. In every pause, we are given the opportunity to touch the infinite, to remember our true nature, and to consciously co-create a life imbued with sacred presence and profound meaning. The silence in relationships. I stopped filling every silence. I let conversations breathe. I let emotions unfold. I let presence speak. And something shifted. Depth emerged. Intimacy grew. Connection deepened. Because silence isn't awkward. It's honest. And honesty is magnetic. This cessation was not a passive withdrawal. It was an act of profound energetic sovereignty. For years, I had operated under the assumption that the void, the space between words, the absence of immediate response, was a vacuum that needed to be rapidly pressurized with sound, with explanations, with the frenetic chatter of the cognitive ego seeking to validate its own existence. My words were a vibrational armor, intended to protect me from the perceived judgment of stillness, and the terrifying vulnerability of the unsaid. To stop filling the silence was to consciously choose deceleration, to unhook from the relentless, low-frequency current of societal expectation that equates speed and verbosity with intelligence and engagement. I began the practice of observing the impulse to speak, catching it mid-rise like a tiny, anxious wave, and instead, holding the space. This internal pause was the first step toward reclaiming my inner landscape from the tyranny of external noise. The metaphysics of the pause, creating the quantum container. When I allowed conversations to truly breathe, I was inviting a dimension beyond the 3D exchange of data and anecdote. The pause, the gap, the moment of shared stillness, is the quantum space where pure potential resides. It is the fertile void out of which creation occurs. Before, my need to speak immediately compressed this space, stifling the possibility of a deeper truth emerging. Now, I saw the silence not as an absence, but as a rich, energetic container. This container became a sanctuary where the authentic self could step forward, unburdened by the need for quick, superficial filtering. In the space of silence, the dialogue moved from the head, the egoic narrative, to the heart, the center of vibrational truth. We were no longer exchanging meticulously crafted statements. We were exchanging energetic signatures. I learned that true listening is not waiting for your turn to speak. It is consciously attuning your frequency to that of the other person, sensing the unarticulated emotion beneath the surface narrative. When the rush of verbal response is halted, the resonance becomes louder. What they are truly saying, the hidden anxiety, the nascent joy, or the deep, unacknowledged wound, now has the necessary energetic headroom to rise to the surface. This act of holding space for the other's transmission, without feeling compelled to offer immediate advice or distraction, is the purest form of non-judgmental presence. It communicates, non-verbally, an unconditional acceptance that bypasses the limitations of language. This is how intimacy grows. It is the recognition that two souls are willing to share the same unpressurized air, sitting together in the truth of their current moment, messy or radiant as it may be. Letting emotions unfold, shadow integration through stillness. The shift was most profound in the realm of emotion. Previously, silence felt threatening because it allowed my own unprocessed emotions to surface, and it placed me in the uncomfortable position of witnessing the raw, unfolding feelings of others. My natural inclination was to medicate the moment, either by intellectualizing the feeling or distracting from it with anecdote. Now I let emotions unfold. I allowed the heavy, vibrating truth of unresolved pain, fear, or frustration to hang in the air like humidity before a storm. This willingness to sit with the discomfort, my own and theirs, was a crucial step in shadow integration. The silence forced a radical form of accountability. It said, "We do not run from the truth of this moment." When a person feels held in that silence, that container of non-reaction, they are given the spiritual permission to fully inhabit their emotional state. The unfolding is allowed to reach its natural conclusion, rather than being prematurely truncated by the anxiety of the listener. This process is deeply healing because it validates the energetic reality of the individual. It is in these pregnant pauses that the veil between the known and the unknown thins. The wisdom that emerges in the ensuing conversation is often startlingly clear, channeled directly from the higher self, unfiltered by the defense mechanisms that usually spring up to meet conversational requirements. Honesty is the highest frequency. When the source text declares, "Silence isn't awkward. It's honest," it is speaking a fundamental truth of universal energy. Noise is often a cloak, a dense layer of defense mechanisms, conditioning, and rehearsed self-images. Honesty, conversely, is the stripping away of these layers, reducing self down to pure presence. Silence is inherently honest because it denies the ego the tools of performance. In the silence, what is left is the raw source frequency of the individual. This frequency cannot lie, it broadcasts the true state of the internal landscape. And why is this honesty magnetic? Because authenticity operates at the highest available vibration. In the realm of energy, like attracts like, but truth attracts all. When one individual chooses radical presence and vulnerable stillness, they create a resonant field that naturally pulls others toward their own center of truth. People are instinctively drawn to this frequency because the core of every seeker yearns for freedom from the burden of pretense. The silence acts as an anchor in a world overwhelmed by informational and vibrational clutter. To witness someone willingly reside in the quiet truth of being, without needing to perform, justify, or fill the negative space, is to receive a profound transmission of permission. It gives the observer the courage to lower their own energetic shield. This magnetic quality is the essence of divine flow. When we stop controlling the rhythm of interaction with forced chatter, we allow the universal intelligence to dictate the natural ebb and flow of communication. The connection that emerges is therefore not forced or manufactured. It is co-created in harmony with the highest good, manifesting depth and intimacy effortlessly. Connection deepened because it moved from an intellectual exercise to a soul recognition. Our shared silence became a shared understanding that surpassed the need for words, a silent affirmation that I see your true light, and I am not afraid of your shadow. The path of the modern seeker is often littered with complex practices and arcane knowledge, yet the most potent wisdom remains the simplest, the integration of stillness. To master the pause is to master the self. To allow silence is to allow the universe to speak through you, using the magnetic, resonant frequency of unarmored honesty as its ultimate language. It is in this profound, sacred quiet that we realize that the most powerful contribution we can make to any relationship, and indeed to the ascension of the collective, is simply to be. The stillness of creation. I brought silence into creativity. I dismantled the edifice of intellectual striving, brick by arduous brick, until only the foundation of pure receptivity remained. This silence was not merely the absence of external clamor, but the cessation of the internal monologue, the noisy, critical, anxious chatter of the conditioned ego, which mistakenly believes creation is an act of force rather than surrender. The initial phase of this shift felt like traversing a vast, internal desert, stripped bare of the familiar landmarks of expectation and self-judgment. I had lived in a state of chronic, low-grade creative anxiety, fueled by the insistent drumbeat of linear chronology, the demanding voice that insists ideas must follow a logical path, be immediately profitable, or adhere to the finite parameters of past success. This demanding state, vibrating at a frequency of impatience and lack, effectively jammed the signal from the higher realms. I stopped forcing ideas. I started listening for them. The transition from pushing to receiving required a radical realignment of my energetic posture. Forcing was the stance of the ego, the small I, convinced that limited human intellect was the sole generator of brilliance. This approach invariably produced work that was derivative, heavy, and weighed down by the density of personal ambition. Listening, conversely, became an act of vibrational alignment. It meant tuning the internal receiver, my heart-mind complex, to the subtle, ethereal frequencies where true wisdom resides. These ideas did not burst forth in aggressive mental fireworks. They arrived as subtle, crystalline whispers, often emanating not from the prefrontal cortex, but from the deep, intuitive knowing of the solar plexus and the heart center. To listen required clearing the static of the lower vibrational self. I learned that every limiting belief, every past hurt, every inherited fear functions like psychological interference, preventing the perfect transmission of cosmic intelligence. The work of creation, I realized, was first and foremost the work of purification. To be a clear channel, the vessel must be empty of self. I let the blank page be sacred. I let the empty canvas be invitation. I let the quiet be muse. The blank page, in the old paradigm, was a battlefield, a terrifying expanse of potential failure. Now, it transformed into the zero-point field, the sacred void, the prima materia of creation. It was not empty, but infinitely full of potentiality. I began to honor this emptiness, seeing it as a mirror of the unmanifested realm from which all form originates. The empty canvas ceased to be a threat and became an invitation to the divine intelligence to use my hands, my vision, and my skill set as a temporary vehicle. I recognized that the true artist does not paint reality. The true artist learns to translate the light language of the higher dimensions into something tangible, utilizing form, color, and structure as symbolic anchors for higher truths. The quiet became the muse, not a fickle, external deity that occasionally grants inspiration, but the resonant frequency of the Oversoul, the higher aspect of consciousness that holds the blueprint of my soul's purpose. In the deepest quiet, where the mind is stilled and the ego has voluntarily stepped aside, I found access to the Akashic field, the cosmic repository of all knowledge, all possibility, and all perfected forms. This quiet was not just silence. It was deep inner listening to the wisdom inherent in the fractal reality, the realization that the patterns I sought to express were already perfectly formed within the universal matrix. My role was simply to hold the space of crystalline clarity long enough for the download to complete, allowing the inspiration to enter my consciousness without being immediately distorted or judged by the critical filter of the human brain. And creation became communion. Not with thought, with Source. This communion is the merging of the droplet, individual consciousness, with the ocean, universal consciousness. It is the realization that the self and source are not distinct entities, but two facets of the same infinite awareness. Thought is the human construct, linear, limited by language, bound by memory, and constrained by the laws of Newtonian physics. It is the ego's attempt to grapple with the infinite using finite tools. Creative work derived solely from thought is often clever, sometimes skillful, but rarely transcendent. It lacks the pulse of life. Source, however, is the unstructured, pulsating heart of the cosmos, pure, non-dual consciousness. It is the wellspring of unconditional creativity, operating entirely outside the boundaries of time and space. When creation becomes communion with Source, the act transcends intellectual endeavor and becomes a spiritual practice. This communion manifests as the state known as flow, an effortless, timeless immersion where the Creator feels guided, sustained, and perpetually renewed by the energy moving through them. In this state, there are no mistakes, only shifts in harmonic resonance. The artist becomes a divine conduit, a sacred bridge linking the unmanifested potentiality of the highest dimensions with the dense, material reality of the 3D world. The results of this communion carry an inherent energetic signature. The work created is imbued with a higher vibration. It possesses not just beauty or craft, but a subtle, penetrating light. It speaks directly to the soul of the observer because it originated from the universal language of the soul itself. The purpose shifts from self-expression to universal translation. The true depth of this practice lies in the recognition that the materials, the paint, the words, the notes, are merely instruments for grounding pure energy. When I approach the work in silence and receptivity, I am asking Source, how does this piece of the divine wish to manifest through this specific conduit, in this precise moment in time? The silence is the container. The receptive consciousness is the medium. Source is the content. This esoteric knowledge reveals the ancient truth: we are not creators in isolation, we are co-creators in service. The wisdom sought by the seeker is not found in complex doctrines or external authorities, but in the internal process of radical stillness, which reveals the inherent, infinite creative power residing within the core of the being. To achieve silence is to achieve sovereignty over the self, allowing the boundless reservoir of the cosmos to pour forth, unrestricted and whole, manifesting the divine blueprint into tangible, resonant form. The journey of the creative seeker is ultimately the journey of the mystic, learning to hear the song of the universe in the quiet sanctuary of the heart. The space between becoming. Transformation needs space. An expanded meditation on becoming. Original text, now deeply elaborated. The sacred architecture of space. Transformation needs space, not just physical room, but the boundless, fertile void where the soul untangles and rewrites itself. It is not enough to act, though action is necessary. It is not enough to understand, though insight is vital. True metamorphosis demands a surrender to the silent expanse between who you were and who you are becoming, a gestation period where the unseen alchemy of the self unfolds. Space is the womb of reinvention. Without it, we force growth like hothouse flowers, brittle and premature. We mistake motion for progress, crowding our days with superficial change while the deeper self remains untended. But evolution cannot be hurried, for it moves in spirals, not lines. It breathes in pauses, rests in stillness, and renews itself in the quietude between cycles. 2. The delusion of constant becoming. We live in a world addicted to motion, to the next goal, the next revelation, the next version of ourselves. We are taught that transformation is a relentless upward climb, a linear ascension towards some polished ideal. But this is a myth. True becoming is not constant, it is cyclical, like the moon's phases or the earth's seasons. There is a time for expansion and a time for dissolution, a time to rise and a time to rest in the dark. The ancients knew this. The Eleusinian mysteries spoke of descent before illumination. The alchemists wrote of solve et coagula, dissolve and coagulate, the rhythm of breaking down before rebuilding. The caterpillar does not resist the chrysalis. It surrenders to the liquefaction of its form, trusting that its wings are already written in its cells. Yet we, in our impatience, resist the stillness. We mistake the pause for stagnation, the silence for absence. But grace is found in the in-between, the liminal space where one identity has loosened its grip and the next has not yet fully arrived. 3. The silence between versions. There is a sacred hush that accompanies transformation, a stillness so profound it feels like a kind of death. This is the breath between cycles, the moment when the old self has dissolved but the new one is still a whisper. Most flee from this void, fearing its emptiness. But the wise know, this is where the magic happens. Silence is not passive, it is the most potent creative force in the universe. In the Kabbalistic tradition, the first act of creation was Tzimtzum, God's self-withdrawal to make space for the world. Likewise, our own becoming requires a contraction, a hollowing out, before new life can enter. When I stopped rushing my evolution, when I finally released my grip on the illusion of control, I discovered the hidden intelligence of surrender. The self is not a project to be completed but a song to be sung in endless variations. Each pause between notes is as essential as the notes themselves. 4. The cyclical nature of metamorphosis. Becoming is not a straight path but a spiral dance. We circle back to old lessons with new eyes. We shed skins we thought we'd left behind. The rhythm is not progress and regress, but deepening, each return a chance to integrate what was once beyond our comprehension. The Taoists call this the principle of Wu Wei, effortless action, like a river carving stone not by force but by persistence. The Buddhists speak of samsara, the wheel of birth and rebirth, not as imprisonment but as an ever-unfolding opportunity for awakening. Modern seekers often grow frustrated when old patterns resurface, as if transformation were a one-time event rather than a lifelong unspooling. But the work is never wasted. The cycles are not repetition, they are refinement. V. The grace of the unseen process. In the hush between who you were and who you will be, there is grace, not the kind that sparkles in the light, but the kind that holds you in the dark. It is the grace of trust in the unseen process, the knowing that even when nothing appears to be happening, everything is being rearranged beneath the surface. This is the paradox of transformation. The most profound shifts occur not in the frenzy of effort but in the quiet space between efforts. Like a seed buried in winter soil, what looks like dormancy is actually an underground revolution. 6. The ritual of space making. If you wish to truly transform, you must become a curator of your own emptiness. Create altars of stillness in your life, moments of unclaimed time where nothing is demanded of you. Let your meditations be wordless. Let your pauses be purposeless. Allow yourself to be unfinished, unresolved, a half-painted canvas awaiting the next stroke. The mystics of old retreated to caves and deserts not to escape the world but to meet themselves in the raw, unfiltered truth of silence. You need not vanish into solitude, but you must carve out sanctuary. A walk without destination. A morning untouched by plans. A night spent listening to the hum of your own breath. This is how you honor the rhythm of your becoming. 7. The revelation in the return. One day, you will realize that the space you feared, the pauses, the silences, the seeming setbacks, were not obstacles but the very ground of your unfolding. The moments you thought you were lost were actually the moments you were being remade. And you will smile, because you finally understand. Transformation does not need more of you. It needs space. Space to breathe. Space to unravel. Space to remember. Space to become. Just a moment to reflect. Stop. Breathe. Let the silence speak. When you're ready, we'll continue. Chapter 12. The Return to Self. You were never lost. The very concept of being lost implies a starting point separate from a destination, a map with a clear X marking a spot you have not yet reached. It suggests a linear misstep, a wrong turn taken in a foreign land. But you, eternal consciousness housed in temporary form, have not taken a wrong turn. You have not misplaced yourself in the grand, spiraling cosmos. To be lost is to be a stranger in a strange land, but you are not a stranger here. You are the land itself, experiencing itself through the unique and sacred lens of a singular perspective. The feeling of disorientation, the profound and aching sense of separateness, is not a sign of error but a symptom of depth. It is the soul's echo reverberating through the countless layers of identity it has willingly, necessarily, taken on for the grand experiment of being. You were layered. Like the ancient strata of the earth, each epoch of your existence has deposited another level upon the core of your being. The first and most foundational layer is that of pure, unbounded awareness, the silent witness, the I am presence that existed before a name, before a story, before a single thought coalesced in the mind. Upon this bedrock, the world began to inscribe itself. The second layer, familial expectations, the genetic and karmic imprints of your lineage, the unspoken rules and inherited traumas that shaped your earliest understanding of self and safety. Then came the third layer, the stories society told you, who you should be, what you should desire, how success and failure are defined by a world dreaming a collective dream. The fourth layer is the armor you crafted yourself, the personas, the masks of competence, humor, indifference, or strength, forged in the fires of interaction to protect the delicate, glowing ember within. Layer upon layer, each with its own gravity, its own density, until the light of the original star seemed like a distant, forgotten myth. Yet a myth is not a lie, it is a truth dressed in the garments of story. Your core truth has not been extinguished, only veiled, awaiting the patient archaeologist of your own attention. Beneath the roles, the countless hats you wear, the caregiver, the leader, the student, the provider, the friend, are not costumes to be discarded in shame, but sacred instruments to be honored for their service. They are the characters you have chosen to play in this lifetime's divine theater. But you are not the role. You are the actor, the boundless consciousness capable of imbuing each part with authenticity and grace. The role of the parent is not your soul, but a channel through which your soul expresses unconditional love. The role of the professional is not your worth, but a canvas upon which your soul paints creativity and diligence. To move beneath these roles is not to negate their importance but to liberate yourself from their tyranny. It is to touch the space behind your eyes before the label of mother or CEO arises. It is the silent, luminous being that observes the doing. This is the seat of your true power, for from this quiet center, you can choose your roles consciously, play them fully, and then, like a sacred ritual, lay them down at the end of the day without confusing them for your face. Beneath the stories, the internal narrative is a powerful talisman, weaving spells of reality from the threads of perception. I am not enough. I must strive to be loved. The world is a dangerous place. These are not facts, they are ancient incantations, repeated so often they have carved neural pathways as deep as river canyons. They are the myths of a smaller self, a egoic structure built for survival in a fragmented world. To move beneath the story is to become the awareness that hears the story being told. It is to sit by the riverbank and watch the thought flowers drift by without leaping into the current to identify with a single one. In esoteric terms, this is the dissolution of the discursive mind, the vriddhis of the Yoga Sutras. It is the recognition that you are the sky, vast and unchanging, and the stories are merely weather patterns, sometimes turbulent, sometimes calm, but always temporary, always appearing within you, not as you. Your true history is not a linear sequence of events, but a multifaceted jewel of eternal now, each facet reflecting a different lesson, a different aspect of the one learning of itself. Beneath the noise. The noise is the static of separation, the incessant hum of technology, the clamor of other people's demands, the internal cacophony of worry, planning, and regret. It is the dense frequency of the modern world, designed to keep you identified with the surface, with the frantic dance of phenomena. But beneath this noise exists a profound and resonant silence. It is not an empty silence, but a fertile, potent void, the ayin of Kabbalah, the sunyata of Buddhism. It is the ground of all being from which all sound, all form, all manifestation originally springs. This silence is not found by adding something, another meditation app, another spiritual technique, but by a sacred subtraction. It is the allowing of everything to be as it is, without the mental commentary. It is the sinking of your awareness from your head into your heart center, and then deeper still, into the belly, into the very earth beneath your feet. Here, in the deep inner quiet, you can hear the hum of your own cellular intelligence, the song of your DNA, which is itself a star song, a record of the cosmos's journey. This is the frequency of your soul, and it is always broadcasting, a silent, loving broadcast beneath the station of the world. The journey wasn't about becoming someone new. The spiritual marketplace is saturated with the promise of a new you, more enlightened, more successful, more loved. This is the ego's final, clever trick, to co-opt the journey of return and frame it as another achievement, another identity to be acquired. But you cannot acquire what you already are. You cannot become what you have never ceased to be. The pursuit of a new you is a horizontal movement, a shuffling of layers and labels on the same plane of existence. It is like endlessly rearranging the furniture in a room without ever realizing you are the space that contains the room. The true journey is vertical. It is a dive, not a marathon. It is an excavation into depth, a descent into the rich, dark soil of your own primordial being to reclaim the treasures you buried there yourself for safekeeping. You are not building a new tower, you are remembering you are the unshakable ground upon which all towers are built and, in time, fall. It was about returning to someone ancient. This is the heart of the mystery. The you are returning to is not the you of 10 years ago, or even the innocent child you once were. It is the ancient one within. It is the fractal expression of the prime source, the Atman that is one with Brahman, the divine spark that was struck from the central fire at the dawn of time. This self is ancient beyond measure. It has danced in the spiral galaxies, slept in the hearts of stars, and breathed through the leaves of the first forests. It has known 1,000 lifetimes, 1,000 names, 1,000 deaths and rebirths. It is the cumulative wisdom of all your incarnations, the timeless essence that chose this particular body, this particular set of challenges, for its continued evolution. To connect with this ancient self is to feel a solidarity with all that is. It is to feel the strength of the mountain in your bones, the flow of the river in your blood, and the fierce, unconditional love of the sun in your heart. It is to know yourself as a necessary and cherished note in the eternal song of the universe. Someone familiar. And though this essence is ancient and vast, its touch is not foreign. It is the most familiar thing in all existence. It is the feeling of home you catch in a fleeting moment, the scent of rain on dry earth, the way the light falls through a window in a certain way, a piece of music that inexplicably brings tears to your eyes. These are not merely sentimental moments. They are cracks in the surface of reality, brief apertures through which your eternal self whispers, "Remember me?" It is the deep, somatic familiarity of your own breath, the one thing that has been with you since your first moment in this body and will leave with you at your last. This familiarity is a compass needle calibrated to the true north of your soul. It is a love that feels like remembering, a peace that feels not like something new, but like something you had simply, and tragically, forgotten. It is the soul's sigh of relief upon returning to itself after a long, long dream of separation. Someone true. This is the uncarved block, the original face you had before your parents were born. It is the irreducible, unchangeable, and radiant truth of your being. It is not true as a fact is true, but true as a diamond is true to its inherent structure of carbon, or a rose is true to its nature to bloom. Your truth is not a set of beliefs or a list of attributes. It is a quality of being, an alignment, a coherence, a resonance. When you are in this truth, your actions arise not from should or must, but from a spontaneous, intuitive flow. Your words carry the weight of authenticity. Your presence has a clarifying effect on the world around you, not because you are trying to change it, but because your mere state of being reflects a clearer, more fundamental reality. To be this true self is to become a vessel for the divine will. It is to allow the universe to express itself uniquely as you, in your art, your compassion, your quiet strength. You are not speaking your truth, you are being truth, and from that state of grace, everything else, every word, every action, every creation, becomes an authentic and flawless expression of the ancient, familiar, and utterly real consciousness that you are, and have always been. The layers we wear. I wore layers for years. Not fabric layers, but psychic shrouds, energetic coats woven from expectation and fear. They were impeccably tailored, designed to reflect the light in ways that seemed acceptable, strong, and useful to the external world. These were the shields forged in the heat of childhood needs and perfected through decades of social conditioning. They were heavy, yet I carried them expertly, having internalized the belief that their weight was necessary for my very survival. The achiever, the pleaser, the thinker, the fixer. These were not mere characteristics. They were fully formed, complex facets of an egoic architecture designed to maintain a frequency of perceived worthiness. The achiever was the most visible layer, a shimmering veneer of hustle and output. It existed to assure others, and more importantly, to assure the self, that constant productivity equated to inherent value. Its energy was tensile, always pulled taut by the next objective, creating a perpetual state of future focus that prevented true resonance in the present moment. This layer hummed at a high, frantic vibration, the frequency of proving. It denied rest, viewing stillness as a dangerous vacuum where vulnerability might rush in. It was the armor plate over the heart center, thick enough to repel criticism but too opaque to let genuine light penetrate or escape. The pleaser operated in the subtle, ethereal space of emotional mirroring. This layer was highly attuned, a sensitive antenna constantly scanning the environment for the slightest shift in mood, the merest hint of dissatisfaction. Its purpose was harmonic convergence, to adjust my internal state to match the projected needs of everyone else, thereby guaranteeing a temporary, borrowed sense of safety. The pleaser sacrificed boundaries like offerings placed on an altar, convinced that self-erasure was the highest form of acceptance. It was a camouflage mechanism, designed to melt seamlessly into any backdrop, ensuring that I was never too distinct, never too challenging, and therefore, never exiled. The constant energetic drain of maintaining this relational elasticity left the core self perpetually exhausted, malnourished by its own self-denial. The thinker was the fortress of the mind, the architect of intellectual defense. This layer was convinced that if only enough data could be collected, categorized, and analyzed, reality could be definitively controlled. It generated endless loops of rumination, constructing elaborate, worst-case scenarios and contingency plans, mistaking preparation for peace. The thinker was terrified of the vast, formless space of intuition and the nonlinear wisdom of the body. It sought separation, believing that emotional experience was messy and inefficient, pulling me further into the cold, dense frequency of the purely cerebral, away from the warm, fluid truth of the spirit. And the fixer, the layer of misplaced divine intervention. The fixer could not tolerate chaos, internal or external. It viewed the world as a series of broken systems requiring my specific, self-appointed intervention. Driven by a deep, subconscious need to prove competence and alleviate codependent anxiety, the fixer was always externally oriented, projecting my light and energy outward to solve problems that were not mine to solve. This was the ultimate deflection mechanism, keeping my focus rigidly fixed on the perceived imperfections of others so that I never had to truly settle into the uncomfortable, untidy work of confronting my own shadows. Each one served a purpose. Each one kept me safe. Each one helped me belong. They were necessary survival programs initiated when the core self felt too fragile to exist unprotected in the harsh, unpredictable 3D world. They maintained a functional vibration, a frequency acceptable to the collective grid. But safety isn't the same as truth. The dense, constructed frequency of the layers created a vibrational distortion, a subtle but critical misalignment with the pure, resonant frequency of the soul. The heavy maintenance required to uphold these elaborate personas began generating profound spiritual debt. The soul began to whisper, then to shout, through the language of chronic fatigue, existential dread, and a persistent, aching sense of fragmentation. And belonging isn't the same as being. True being resides in the effortless flow of authenticity, in the sovereignty of the uncovered self. The belonging I found through the layers was conditional, a contractual agreement based on performance and utility. It was a false belonging, purchased at the cost of my innate, universal connection to the source. The realization struck with the force of esoteric wisdom. I was prioritizing being liked in a small, temporary reality over being whole in the infinite, eternal reality of my true nature. The dissonance became intolerable. The architecture was crumbling under the weight of its own complexity. The time had arrived for what the wisdom traditions call the great undoing, the deconstruction of the egoic self for the ultimate revelation of the divine blueprint. So I began peeling. This was not a sudden, violent tearing, but a deliberate, meditative unwrapping, a process requiring deep reverence for the protective mechanisms that had, paradoxically, ensured my survival long enough to reach this point of awakening. The peeling began with the lightest, most superficial layers, the automatic yes, the reflexive self-deprecation, the performance of perfection. I started to explore the geography of my inner world, engaging in the necessary shadow work to understand the origins of the achiever's frantic pace and the pleaser's self-abandonment. This required sitting in the discomfort that the thinker had so expertly shielded me from, allowing the raw, unfiltered shock of emotional truth to surface. Peeling the fixer meant deliberately ignoring the urge to grab the reins of external situations, allowing natural consequences to unfold, and feeling the sheer terror of not being in control. This act of surrender was the ultimate vibrational release, shedding the dense energy of responsibility that was never rightfully mine. The process of peeling was metaphysical surgery performed on the consciousness itself, a careful separation of the true self, the soul, from the conditioned self, the ego constructs. As each layer dissolved, there was an immediate, palpable lightening of my energetic body. The frequency raised, the light became clearer, less filtered through the tinted glass of expectation. Not to destroy, to reveal. The objective was not annihilation of the past, but alchemical integration. I was not meant to become featureless, but to shed the heavy armor that prevented genuine, sovereign expression. The revelation waiting beneath was not a complicated, perfected version of the self, but something far simpler, far more ancient, the original, untarnished spark of consciousness that merely is. And as the thick, heavy layers of the achiever, the pleaser, the thinker, and the fixer receded, what emerged was an understanding that my inherent worth was a constant, immutable universal truth, requiring no effort, no performance, and no external validation to sustain it. I was peeling back the human-made curtains to let the boundless, brilliant light of the soul, my deepest, eternal frequency, shine, unfiltered and unapologetic, into the world. The task now was simply to stand, unburdened, in that raw, terrifying, yet infinitely liberating truth. The memory of essence. There's a part of you that remembers. It is not the part that navigates your daily tasks, that pays the bills, or that engages in the complex social dance of the modern world. It is not the ego, that masterful curator of a personality built for survival and approval. No, this part is far more ancient, more silent, and more profoundly wise. It is the eternal kernel of your being, the unshattered center of the soul that existed before the world laid its heavy hands upon you. It is the divine spark, the Atman, the fragment of source that chose the great and daring adventure of separation to ultimately know itself more completely. This core consciousness is immutable, and it holds the perfect, uncorrupted blueprint of who you are, who you were always meant to be, before the long and arduous journey of forgetting began. Before the conditioning. Before the world told you that joy was a reward for achievement, a finite resource to be hoarded and doled out only when you had earned it through struggle. This conditioning is the subtle, insidious curriculum of a reality built on lack and fear. It began in the soft, impressionable clay of childhood, with well-meaning voices instructing you to be careful, to be quiet, to be realistic. It continued in the schoolyard, where conformity was the price of belonging, and your unique rhythm was sanded down to fit a standardized metronome. It was cemented by societal structures that prized productivity over presence, ownership over experience, and the accumulation of things over the cultivation of being. You were taught to armor your heart, to distrust spontaneity, and to believe that your worth was extrinsic, something to be proven, validated, and earned in the eyes of others. This is the great forgetting, the layers of paint that have, over a lifetime, obscured the masterpiece beneath. Before the compromise. This is the series of small, silent betrayals of the self that we enact to maintain the fragile peace of our constructed reality. It is the quieting of a passionate idea because it seemed too impractical. It is the stifling of a creative impulse because there was no immediate, tangible payoff. It is the choice to walk the well-trodden path of security rather than heeding the call of the wild, mysterious one that beckons from the heart. Each compromise is a thread woven into the veil of Maya, the illusion, strengthening the separation between the persona you show the world and the essential self that watches from behind your eyes. With every yes uttered out of obligation instead of truth, and every no spoken to a deep inner yearning, the connection to that remembering self grows fainter, like a star dimmed by the rising haze of dawn. We trade our birthright of authentic expression for a pottage of social currency and temporary comfort, forgetting the taste of true nourishment. Before the forgetting. There was a time, not a chronological time measured in years, but a state of being, a dimension of consciousness, when you knew. You knew yourself not as a separate entity, but as a note in the great symphony of existence, intimately aware of your role in the harmonic whole. It remembers joy without reason. This is not the fleeting happiness sparked by external circumstance, a promotion, a compliment, a sunny day. This is Satchitananda, the bliss of pure being consciousness. It is the effervescent, uncaused joy that rises like a spring from the very core of your existence, independent of the storms or sunshine on the surface of your life. It is the joy a leaf feels in photosynthesizing, the joy a star feels in shining, the joy you felt as a child spinning in circles until you fell dizzy onto the grass, laughing at the sheer, ridiculous wonder of having a body that could spin and a sky that could whirl. It is the fundamental frequency of the universe, a vibration of pure positivity, and your soul's native tongue. To remember this is to tap into an infinite wellspring that cannot be drained by external events, for it is the very essence of the internal, the eternal. Curiosity without agenda. This is the mind of the mystic, the seer, the awakened child. It is observation stripped of judgment, exploration divorced from the need to conquer, extract, or profit. It is the consciousness that looks upon a dewdrop and sees the entire universe refracted within it, not to analyze its chemical composition, but to marvel at its perfect, transient beauty. This is the quality of awareness that the Buddhists call beginner's mind, Shoshin, an open, receptive state free of the preconceptions that cloud true seeing. It is the drive that fuels the true scientist and the artist alike, not the desire for a Nobel Prize or gallery fame, but the raw, yearning desire to know, to feel, to merge with the mystery of existence. It is your innate divinity reaching out to touch and commune with itself in all its myriad forms. Love without fear. This is the ultimate remembrance. It is agape, divine love, the unconditional, all-accepting, all-embracing force that is the fabric of the cosmos. It is not a transaction. It does not ask, "What can I get?" but wonders, "How can I give?" It does not fear rejection, for its giving is its own reward. It does not fear loss, for it knows that love is an energy that cannot be destroyed, only transformed. This love sees the divine spark in every other being, recognizing the same essential self looking out from behind a million different pairs of eyes, wearing a million different masks. It understands that to harm another is to harm a part of yourself, and to love another is to nourish your own soul. To remember this love is to dissolve the illusion of separation entirely. It is to return home. I stopped trying to discover myself. The quest for discovery implies a journey outward, a digging through the layers of who you have become, the roles, the traumas, the accomplishments, the failures. It is an archaeological dig through the strata of the conditioned self. This is a valuable process, but it is ultimately finite. You can only discover what has been created, what has been added. You are analyzing the painting, not the canvas, the software, not the source code. I realized I was studying the map so intently that I had forgotten the territory it represented. I was analyzing the sonnet for its grammatical structure but had become deaf to its poetry. The seeker eventually understands that the self they are trying to discover is itself the product of the forgetting. To discover it is to merely catalog the inventory of the prison cell. I started trying to remember. This is the profound shift from seeking to allowing, from effort to grace, from doing to being. Remembering is an inward curl, a gentle turning of the attention away from the noisy marketplace of the external world and toward the silent, holy of holies within. It is not an aggressive act of excavation, but a patient and receptive listening. It is the softening of the focus, the quieting of the internal narrative, to hear the faint, ancient song that has never stopped singing. This is the practice of communion, through meditation, through contemplation in nature, through creative expression that bypasses the critical mind, through any act that allows the noise of the persona to settle, like silt in a pond, until the water of consciousness becomes clear and you can see all the way down to the eternal, undisturbed bottom. You are not building a new self, you are clearing away the debris that hides the original, pristine one. And in that remembering I returned. This return is not to a geographical location or a past time. It is a return to a state of alignment. It is the recalibration of your entire being, your thoughts, your emotions, your actions, with the harmonic frequency of your soul. It is the conscious reintegration of the fragment with the whole. In this alignment, a profound peace descends, not as a transient feeling, but as the new bedrock of your existence. The external world does not necessarily change, but your relationship to it is utterly transformed. Challenges become lessons, strangers become teachers, and every moment becomes a sacrament, an opportunity to experience the divine play of consciousness. You begin to operate from that place of causeless joy, agendaless curiosity, and fearless love. You realize you were never truly lost, only temporarily mesmerized by the dream of separation. The journey ends where it began, at the center of your own being, which has been, all along, a center of the universe itself. You have not arrived somewhere new, you have simply awakened to where you have always been. You have remembered. And in that remembering, you are finally, fully home. The mirror of stillness. Stillness became my mirror, not a polished surface reflecting only the superficial, but a shimmering portal into the deepest chambers of my being. It was in this sacred void, beyond the clamor of the external world and the incessant chatter of the ego, that I found the true looking glass. Here, silence wasn't an absence but a resonant presence, a frequency of pure awareness that allowed the hidden currents of my inner landscape to surface. It was a conscious choice to step off the ceaseless hamster wheel of doing and into the profound realm of simply being, recognizing that this inner stillness is the very fabric of the cosmos, a fractal reflection of the universal consciousness from which all creation springs. This intimate communion with my own quietude unveiled an energetic scaffolding, an ethereal architecture that held the true blueprint of my soul, undistorted by the illusions of the material plane. It was an invitation, a gentle beckoning from my own higher self, to finally gaze upon the unvarnished truth held within. In silence, with the filters of societal conditioning dissolved and the veils of self-deception gently lifted, I saw the parts I'd abandoned. These weren't just forgotten memories, but energetic fragments, echoes of my soul's journey that had fractured off in moments of pain, fear, or perceived inadequacy. I saw the wounded inner child, cowering in corners of my psyche, clutching old hurts like worn-out teddy bears, silently pleading for recognition and solace. I witnessed the brave, burgeoning dreamer, once vibrant and audacious, now muted and dusty, having been shamed into submission by the harsh realities of a world that prioritizes practicality over passion. These were not mere concepts but palpable presences, radiating a subtle energetic signature of longing and unfulfillment. Each abandoned piece represented a crucial aspect of my holistic self, a vital thread in the tapestry of my being, patiently waiting in the shadows for the light of conscious awareness to find it. They were aspects of my divine feminine and masculine energies that had been repressed, stifled, or distorted, leading to an unconscious imbalance that manifested as unease and a sense of incompleteness in my waking life. I confronted the truths I'd buried, not simple omissions, but deep-seated wisdom, intuitive knowings, and soul contracts that I had consciously or unconsciously suppressed. These were the whispers of my authentic self, the callings of my soul's purpose, drowned out by the cacophony of external expectations and the persistent narrative of who I should be. I saw the vibrant colors of my unique energetic signature, the divine essence that I had dimmed to fit into the monochrome world of conformity. These buried truths revealed themselves as sacred texts inscribed on the tablets of my heart, detailing my innate gifts, my soul's mission, and my connection to the cosmic web of existence. They were the original light codes of my being, obscured by layers of limiting beliefs, ancestral patterns, and karmic imprints that I had unknowingly carried. To acknowledge them was to excavate ancient wisdom, to remember the cosmic lineage from which I sprang, and to understand the profound contract I had made with the universe before incarnating into this form. And then, the dreams I'd postponed. These were not simply material aspirations, but the deepest yearnings of my soul, the creative impulses and expressions of my unique frequency that had been deferred, dismissed, or deemed impossible. They were the manifestations of my highest potential, grand visions for my existence that had been tucked away in a dusty attic of someday, choked by fear of failure, fear of success, or the perceived judgment of others. Each postponed dream carried an energetic signature of unexpressed joy, a potential reality yearning to be brought forth. They were the seeds of my divine contribution, the unique melody my soul was meant to sing in the symphony of the universe, silenced by self-doubt and the siren call of comfort zones. Seeing them in this stillness was like watching luminous, vibrant tapestries unfurl, each one a testament to the boundless creativity inherent in my spirit, patiently awaiting my conscious intention to weave them into being. This was the reclaiming of my sovereign power, the understanding that my desires, when aligned with my highest good, are merely the universe's way of flowing through me. Yet, this profound unveiling was not met with shame. There was no internal chastisement, no harsh self-reproach for the abandonment, the burying, the postponement. Instead, a wave of profound tenderness washed over me, a nurturing, unconditional love akin to the embrace of the Divine Mother. This wasn't an act of forgiveness in the traditional sense, but a deeper understanding, an empathetic resonance with the past self who, in its own limited awareness, did the best it could. Shame is a low vibrational frequency that keeps us tethered to past mistakes and prevents expansion. Tenderness, however, is a high-frequency energetic bomb that transmutes density into light. It was an alchemical process, a gentle transmutation of guilt into wisdom, regret into resilience. I recognized that those parts were abandoned, those truths buried, those dreams postponed, not out of malice, but out of self-preservation, out of a need to navigate a perceived hostile world, or simply due to a lack of awareness. This tenderness was the balm that allowed these wounded fragments to begin their journey home, a recognition that every experience, every choice, regardless of its seeming error, was a necessary step on my soul's evolutionary path. It was an act of profound self-compassion, a vibrational alignment with the universal principle of grace, allowing me to hold my entire human experience with loving acceptance. Because returning isn't punishment, it's reunion. The understanding that fragmentation causes suffering, that wholeness is our natural state, dissolved any lingering sense of being judged by my own inner wisdom. This wasn't about facing a stern judge to account for past sins, but about a joyous homecoming, a sacred remembering of all the scattered pieces of my magnificent soul. It was like witnessing the scattered shards of a sacred mosaic gently reassembling themselves, each piece clicking into place with a profound sense of rightness and belonging. It was the integration of my shadow aspects, recognizing that even the darkest corners hold untapped power and wisdom when brought into the light of conscious awareness. This reunion felt like a deep breath after holding it for eons, a settling into my own skin, a harmonious alignment of my physical, emotional, mental, and spiritual bodies. The feeling was one of energetic resonance, a full-body sense of expansion, as if my very being was vibrating at a higher, more coherent frequency, finally synchronized with the cosmic pulse. This was the inner marriage, the sacred union of the seemingly disparate aspects within myself, creating a symphony of wholeness. And reunion is sacred. It is not merely a personal act of healing, but a microcosmic reflection of the macrocosmic dance of creation and integration. When one soul achieves this inner coherence, it sends ripples of healing energy throughout the collective consciousness, contributing to the awakening of humanity. This sacred reunion affirms our inherent divinity, revealing us as fractals of the one source, each carrying the entire blueprint of creation within. It is the conscious embodiment of our multidimensional self, bridging the gap between our human experience and our higher spiritual essence. This holistic integration transforms us into living conduits of divine light, capable of manifesting our highest purpose with clarity, power, and authentic joy. It is the realization that the quest for external validation or completeness is rendered obsolete when we discover the boundless, unconditional love and wisdom residing within. This reunion is the ultimate act of self-love, a profound reverence for the journey of the soul, and a powerful declaration of our inherent worthiness and wholeness. It is the remembrance of who we truly are, luminous, sovereign beings, eternally connected to the heart of the cosmos, finally home within ourselves. The self as a living cosmos, a journey beyond definition. The self isn't a fixed point. It never was. To believe otherwise is to mistake the river for its banks, to confuse the ever-flowing essence of being with the rigid edges we construct in our attempts to understand it. The self is not a statue carved in marble, unyielding and cold, but rather a dance of shadows and light, a breathing pulse within the infinite. The rhythms of being. It's a living rhythm. Like the tides governed by the unseen pull of the moon, we ebb and flow in response to the silent forces of existence. Emotions as currents, thoughts as passing winds, each moment a fractal of the greater cosmic symphony. Some days we resonate in harmony, a steady hum of contentment. Other days we are wild dissonance, fragmented and searching. And yet, even in fragmentation, there is wholeness, for chaos too has its sacred geometry. You are not a stagnant pool, but a wave, rising and falling in the ocean of consciousness. You are the inhale and exhale of the universe itself. The shifting truth of who you are. A shifting truth. What is true of you today may dissolve by twilight, for truth is not an artifact to be unearthed and displayed, but a living presence, mutable as breath. The self is not a noun, it is a verb, becoming, unfolding, remembering, forgetting. The ancients spoke of the Ouroboros, the serpent devouring its own tail, a symbol not of destruction, but of eternal regeneration. You are always both the devoured and the devourer, the question and the answer, the seeker and the sought. The breathing presence of the eternal now. A breathing presence. The self exists not in the past, which is memory, nor in the future, which is imagination, but here, in the trembling aliveness of the present. Some call this presence the witness, the silent observer behind all experience. Others name it the Atman, the divine spark within. It is the part of you that has never been born and will never die, yet paradoxically, it wears the costume of birth and death with grace. You are the space between thoughts, the silence beneath words, the stillness beneath motion. Beyond definition, the liberation of fluidity. I stopped trying to define myself. Definitions are cages, and the soul was never meant to be contained. The mind craves labels, I am this, I am that, but the spirit knows it is beyond naming. The moment we attempt to crystallize identity, we betray its essence, for the self is not a thing to be grasped, but a mystery to be lived. So instead, I started trying to feel myself. Not as a concept, but as sensation, as the warmth of sunlight on skin, as the weightlessness of laughter, as the slow unfurling of sorrow in the chest. Feeling is the language of the soul, bypassing the intellect's narrow corridors and diving straight into the heart of existence. The creative fluidity of the self. And what I felt was fluid. Not like water running through fingers, though that too is part of it, but like molten gold, reshaping itself without losing its essence. Fluid like the cosmic womb, birthing galaxies and dreams in the same breath. Not chaos, but creativity. Not chaotic, though at times it may seem so. Chaos is simply order yet unrecognized, a divine dissonance awaiting its melody. The self is not a scattered mess, It is a constellation, every star perfectly placed in the vastness of your being. Creative. Every thought you think, every emotion you embrace, is a brushstroke on the canvas of your becoming. You are not the painting, nor the painter alone, but the act of painting itself, dynamic, spontaneous, ever-renewing. The esoteric wisdom of the unfixed self. For the seeker who yearns for deeper understanding, know this: the self is a doorway, not a destination. The via negativa of mysticism teaches that we come closest to truth not by accumulating knowledge, but by shedding illusions. You are a mirror reflecting eternity. What you call you is but a ripple in the vast ocean of Brahman, a flicker of divine awareness playing hide and seek with itself. You are the alchemist of your own soul. Every experience, joy, suffering, love, loss, is raw material for the philosopher's stone, the elixir of enlightenment. You are already whole. The quest is not to find yourself, but to remember you were never lost. In the New Age translation, this is the essence of awakening, to release the need to define and instead learn to experience. To cease searching for a static self and instead surrender to the ever-moving dance of existence. You are not a noun. You are a sacred verb. And the cosmos whispers, in every moment, keep becoming. The power of reclamation. I began reclaiming. This wasn't merely a conscious decision, a mental shift made one day in quiet contemplation. It was a profound, soul-deep awakening, a visceral tremor originating from the very core of my being that rippled outwards, shattering the carefully constructed facades I had worn for what felt like lifetimes. Reclaiming, in this context, wasn't about retrieving something that had been physically lost, but rather remembering and reintegrating fragments of my essence that had been scattered, suppressed, or knowingly surrendered in a misguided effort to fit, to belong, to survive within the confines of a world that often demanded conformity over authenticity. It was the arduous yet exhilarating excavation of my true self from beneath layers of societal conditioning, ancestral imprints, and karmic patterning. It was a journey back to the genesis point of my soul's blueprint, peeling away the illusion of separation to reveal the inherent divinity that had always resided within, waiting patiently for its rightful return. This reclaiming was an act of sacred rebellion against the ego's dictates and the collective unconscious's hypnosis, a powerful declaration of sovereignty over my own energetic field and destiny. My voice. This wasn't just the physical sound emanating from my throat, but the energetic resonance of my truth, long muted by fear of judgment and the pervasive belief that my authentic expression would somehow be too much, too different, too inconvenient for others. Reclaiming my voice meant unlocking the throat chakra, allowing the divine wisdom that had been accumulating within my inner sanctum to flow forth, unadulterated. It meant speaking my boundaries with clarity, articulating my needs without apology, and sharing my insights, even when they deviated from the accepted narrative. It was learning to channel not just words, but frequencies, to sing the song of my soul without inhibition, understanding that my unique vibrational signature was a necessary contribution to the symphony of the cosmos. This voice also manifested as an intuitive knowing, a clear inner guidance that no longer permitted external noise to drown out the whispers of my higher self, guiding me towards alignment and purpose. My boundaries. These weren't walls built out of fear, but shimmering, permeable shields of light, consciously erected and maintained to protect my sacred energy and honor my intuitive knowing. For too long, my auric field had been porous, absorbing the energies, emotions, and expectations of others, leaving me depleted and disconnected. Reclaiming my boundaries was an act of self-love, a commitment to energetic hygiene that acknowledged my inherent sensitivity as a gift, not a burden. It involved discerning what truly served my highest good, and what merely drained my vital life force. It meant understanding that no could be the most loving word, both for myself and for others, as it allowed me to uphold my sovereign space and keep my vibrational frequency high. This reclamation was a release from ancestral patterns of people-pleasing and a conscious choice to inhabit my own emotional and spiritual integrity, transforming my personal space into a sanctified temple where only resonant energies were permitted to dwell. My joy. This wasn't a fleeting emotion dependent on external circumstances or achievements, but an inherent state of being, a radiant core frequency that resides within the heart chakra, awaiting activation. For too long, joy had been conditional, a reward for efforts or an escape from sorrow. Reclaiming my joy meant dissolving the illusion that suffering was a prerequisite for growth, or that seriousness was a sign of spirituality. It was remembering that joy is our natural state, a divine birthright, and a profound indicator of alignment with our soul's true path. This reclamation involved revisiting and healing the inner child, allowing for playful expression, laughter, and an unburdened spirit. It was about consciously choosing to activate the frequency of gratitude and wonder, recognizing the magic in the mundane, and understanding that by embodying joy, I wasn't just uplifting myself, but radiating a powerful, transformative energy outwards, contributing to the collective ascension towards higher states of being. My weirdness. Oh, my glorious, multidimensional weirdness! This was perhaps the most liberating reclamation of all. For countless years, I had diluted, contorted, and hidden the unique facets of my being that didn't conform to societal norms, my intense sensitivity, my unconventional perspectives, my deep connection to the unseen realms, my esoteric interests, my intuitive insights that often seemed out there. Reclaiming my weirdness meant embracing my unique soul blueprint, understanding that my differentness wasn't a flaw, but a precisely designed aspect of my divine cosmic origin. It was acknowledging that I might be a starseed, an old soul, an empath, a channel, deliberately designed to operate on a different vibrational frequency than the mainstream. It meant shedding the heavy cloak of conformity and stepping fully into the vibrant, shimmering light of my authentic self, celebrating every quirky thought, every unconventional passion, every unusual gift. My weirdness became my superpower, a beacon for others who felt similarly out of sync, a testament to the beauty of diversity within the unified field of consciousness. Not to prove anything. This shift in perspective was monumental. The ego mind is perpetually driven by the need for external validation, for recognition, for proving one's worth through accomplishments, status, or adherence to prescribed roles. This old paradigm trapped me in a relentless cycle of striving, where self-worth was a moving target, forever just beyond my grasp. I was caught in the matrix of comparison and competition, perpetually seeking approval from a world that could never truly see or validate my soul. The reclamation was a profound release from this bondage. It meant dissolving the illusion that my inherent divinity needed to be earned or demonstrated to anyone outside of myself. It was an embrace of the truth that my worth is intrinsic, unconditional, and utterly non-negotiable, irrespective of achievements or failures. This liberation from proving allowed me to redirect my energy from external validation to internal alignment, from seeking applause to cultivating inner peace. To embody everything. This is where the esoteric and metaphysical truly converge. Everything here refers to the full spectrum of my being, my human self layered with ego and shadow, my higher self connected to divine intelligence, my cosmic origins, my ancestral lineage, my soul's purpose, and my direct connection to source energy. Embodiment isn't about reaching a destination, it's about becoming a fully activated, conscious vessel for the divine. It's the process of integrating all aspects of self, light and shadow, strength and vulnerability, wisdom and innocence, into a cohesive, harmonious whole. It means bringing the spiritual down into the physical, anchoring my higher self's wisdom and love into every cell of my body, transforming my physical form into a living temple. This embodiment is the ultimate act of co-creation, where I consciously merge with the universal flow, allowing divine intelligence to express itself through my unique human experience. It's stepping into my full multidimensionality, existing simultaneously in the physical and non-physical realms, a walking testament to the unity of spirit and matter. Because the self isn't something you earn. It's something you inhabit. This profound truth is the bedrock of spiritual awakening. We are not born empty vessels, needing to strive and accumulate merit to become worthy of divine love or our true identity. Our divinity is not a prize to be won, nor a status to be achieved. It is our inherent state of being, our birthright. The self, in its highest expression, is the divine spark, the piece of source consciousness that resides within each of us. This self cannot be earned through good deeds, ascetic practices, or adherence to dogmatic rules. It simply is. The journey, then, is not one of acquisition, but of remembrance and presence. It is about actively choosing to inhabit this sacred, sovereign space within ourselves. To inhabit means to dwell, to reside, to be fully present and aware within one's own energetic architecture, within the sacred temple of the body and the vastness of the soul. It means anchoring one's consciousness firmly in the now, and the sacred knowing of who you truly are, beyond the ephemeral roles and labels. It's an inner pilgrimage, a dedicated practice of conscious presence that allows the higher self to fully merge with the ego, bringing forth a unified, authentic expression of divine love and wisdom in human form. And inhabiting is liberation. This act of conscious inhabitation is the key that unlocks the cage of perceived limitations. It is liberation from the illusion of separation, from the fear-based programming of the ego, from the oppressive weight of societal expectations, and from the repetitive loops of karmic cycles and ancestral trauma. When we truly inhabit our authentic selves, we step out of the matrix of unconscious living and into a state of personal sovereignty and empowered co-creation. We are liberated from the need for external validation, from the pursuit of fleeting happiness, and from the self-imposed prisons of unworthiness and guilt. This liberation brings an unparalleled sense of freedom, knowing that our worth is inherent, our power is boundless, and our connection to the universal source is unbreakable. It is the joyous realization that we are infinite beings having a human experience, capable of manifesting our highest visions, creating a reality aligned with our soul's deepest desires, and contributing to the grand tapestry of cosmic evolution simply by fully and gloriously being ourselves. This embodied state is true freedom, a continuous dance between spirit and matter, where every breath is a conscious act of alignment, and every moment is an opportunity to express the boundless love and wisdom of the universal heart. Just a moment to reflect. Stop. Breathe. Let yourself return. When you're ready, we'll continue. Chapter 13: The Pathless Path. There is a path. But it doesn't look like one. No signs. No milestones. No guarantees. Just a feeling. A whisper. A pull. It's not the path you were taught to follow. It's the one you were born to walk. And it begins where certainty ends. This absence of external validation is its first, and most profound, clue. The path the soul demands is not paved in the consensus reality of the 3D matrix. It exists in the subtle geometry of the morphic field, etched not in stone or asphalt, but in the vibrant, pulsating fabric of your own energetic blueprint. When the seeker searches for a map in the familiar world, in employment hierarchies, societal expectations, or prescribed timelines, they find only a bewildering void. The structured mind, trained for linear progression and quantitative results, declares this path a delusion, a blank space, or a dangerous wilderness. Yet, this very void is the portal. It confirms that you have stepped across the threshold, moving beyond the conventional bandwidth of human experience, where validation must be echoed back by the external world. The path is nonlinear, existing in the timeless dimension of the quantum heart. It is a descent into the profound and sacred architecture of the self, demanding a radical frequency shift. Those who walk it must learn to read the environment not through their physical eyes, but through their inner vision, perceiving the subtle shifts in karmic weather and the faint luminescence of synchronous events. The lack of signs is a deliberate design feature, forcing the withdrawal of projection. There are no markers to indicate success, because success on this journey is not a destination but a state of being, a continuous alignment with your highest sovereign frequency. The absence of milestones means the ego cannot attach to external measures of worth, desperately needing to hit the next benchmark or achieve the next certification. This path exists entirely within the present moment, requiring a surrender to the cosmic flow so complete that you become the vessel for the unfolding, not the director of the narrative. The feeling, the whisper, the pull are not mere emotional whims. They are the highly specific, calibrated transmissions from your higher self, communicating across the dimensional veil. This is the intrinsic, undeniable kensho, the inner knowing that bypasses logic. The feeling is the vibrational resonance established when your current state aligns perfectly with the energetic signature of your soul's blueprint, often manifesting as a warm expansion in the chest, the center of the heart torus. It is the body signaling, prior to the mind grasping, that you are moving toward coherence. The whisper is the direct translation of esoteric wisdom into intuition. It is the quiet, insistent voice that sounds nothing like your judgmental inner critic or the fearful voice of the ego. It speaks in affirmation, clarity, and unconditional love, offering subtle navigational instructions. Turn here. Release this burden. Speak this truth. It is the sound of your soul's memory being activated, recalling promises made in the pre-incarnational realm, the very soul contract you agreed to fulfill during this lifetime. The pull is the magnetic resonance of destiny, a deep, cellular yearning that compels motion even when the direction seems irrational or terrifying to the rational mind. This magnetic force guides you toward the vital experiences and key energetic intersections necessary for your ascension and integration. It might pull you away from stability and comfort, drawing you instead toward the crucible of transformation, where limiting beliefs are shattered and ancestral trauma is finally metabolized. This pull is the gravitational anchor to your absolute truth, ensuring that no matter how far the ego wanders into distraction, the core self remains tethered to its ultimate purpose. This is the path you were born to walk precisely because it requires the dissolution of all learned systems of control and external validation. It is the journey of conscious sovereignty. You were taught to follow routes charted by others, routes defined by security, conformity, and mass agreement. But the soul's path deviates entirely from the collective hallucination of fixed reality. It is a unique vibrational geometry, intended only for you, a distinct frequency that only your being can transmit and receive. Walking it means de-identifying with the socially constructed self, the mask, the performer, the pleaser, and stepping fully into the untamed, authentic frequency of the sovereign spirit. To walk it is to engage in the essential work of integration, often termed shadow work. The path is not always bathed in light. Sometimes it is a treacherous descent into the buried unconscious, demanding that the seeker retrieve and honor the fragmented aspects of the self, the parts that were shamed, rejected, or hidden away in fear. Every perceived obstacle on this journey is not an external barrier, but a reflection of an internal fissure needing integration. You are not fighting dragons in the world. You are embracing the wounded child and the tyrannical critical voice within your own psychic landscape. The path is the constant, rigorous practice of self-acceptance, turning fear into fuel, and transmuting karmic residue into pure, crystalline light. And it begins where certainty ends. Certainty is the bedrock of the ego, the fortress constructed from past data, predictability, and control. When certainty dissolves, the ego panics, experiencing it as a threat to survival. This dissolution point, the zero-point field of radical unknowns, is where the true journey commences. It is the point of blind trust, where you leap into the void, knowing only that the universe is fundamentally benevolent and that your highest self holds the parachute. When certainty ends, divine intelligence takes over as the primary navigator. You stop trying to manipulate outcomes and start tuning into the flow, recognizing that every apparent setback is merely a course correction orchestrated by a wisdom far greater and more complex than your rational mind could ever devise. This radical surrender activates the deeper energetic reserves, allowing you to operate from a place of fearless creation, where you become truly present in the sacred, unfolding mystery. This is the moment of genuine initiation, the birth of the conscious creator, standing on the threshold where the known world gives way to the infinitely potential state of the soul. The path is not merely a metaphor for life choices. It is the continuous, ecstatic process of becoming your own highest possible expression in every moment of exquisite, beautiful, terrifying uncertainty. The compass of resonance. I traded my map for a compass. Not a physical one, an energetic one. The map, which I willingly carried for so many years, was a vast, heavy scroll dictated by consensus reality. It charted acceptable routes, detailing the approved landmarks of success, the predetermined career trajectory, the socially validated milestones of relationship and acquisition, and the logical, linear trajectory designed to minimize risk and maximize predictability. It was drawn in the ink of external authority, colored by the fear of the unknown, and folded tightly within the confines of the ego's need for control. The map was rigid. It only understood past terrain. It could not foresee the landscape of the future, nor could it register the subtle, shifting tides of my own evolving soul contract. Following it meant living a life calibrated by history, not potential. The compass, however, was built of light. It was a subtle, internal gyroscope, anchored not to magnetic north, but to the zero-point field residing at the core of my being. This device was non-linear, non-judgmental, and wholly dedicated to the truth of the present moment. It didn't offer a destination, it offered only the next aligned step. It wasn't about charting a course through the world, but about recalibrating my internal frequency to match the highest expression of my potential self. This energetic compass was, in essence, the voice of the higher self, communicating in the primal language of vibration. I consciously initiated the great trade. I ceremonially rolled up the heavy, dusty map, acknowledging its utility in getting me through the early terrain of human conditioning, and surrendered it to the ethers. In its place, I grasped the delicate, fierce guidance of the internal compass. I asked, "Does this resonate?" This simple question represented the highest form of esoteric self-inquiry, the fulcrum point between the third-dimensional world of cause and effect and the fifth-dimensional reality of instantaneous creation. Asking, "Does this resonate?" bypassed the slow, cumbersome processing unit of the rational mind, which is often tainted by past traumas, societal programming, and inherited shadows. It circumvented the need for exhaustive analysis or external counsel. The inquiry was directed straight to the nervous system, to the sacred internal architecture that houses the soul's deepest knowing. When a choice, a person, a path, or an idea was presented, the compass would respond immediately. Resonance elicited a distinct, unmistakable physical sensation, an openness in the chest, a lightness in the solar plexus, a feeling of expansion that moved outward like a gentle, warm wave. It was the body confirming, "Yes, this frequency matches the unique blueprint of your soul. Proceed with flow." This was a radical departure from the old metrics. Not does this make sense? The idea of making sense is inherently limiting, tethered to the constraints of known logic. Logic demands proof based on empirical evidence, which means it can only validate what has already occurred. True breakthroughs, those acts of creation that shift entire timelines, rarely make sense to the logical mind, precisely because they require stepping into the void of the unproven. When I sought resonance, I abandoned the tyranny of linear thought, understanding that the soul operates on holographic cycles, not straight lines. The path of true destiny often appears illogical, circuitous, or even mad to the external observer, but is perfectly coherent within the vibrational context of the higher self. Or does this impress? The desire to impress is a purely egoic construct, dedicated to the relentless pursuit of external validation. A path chosen to elicit admiration, envy, or respect from others is a path of energetic compromise, a constant drain on the self, requiring the expenditure of energy to maintain a facade. This metric keeps the seeker tethered to the shifting sands of public opinion, guaranteeing disconnection from the authentic core. Resonance, by contrast, is a profoundly intimate conversation. It is a dialogue between the individual frequency and universal truth, requiring no witnesses and seeking no applause. The goal was no longer external mastery, but internal alignment. Or does this guarantee success? This question is rooted in the fundamental human fear of failure, the pervasive illusion that we must control outcomes to be safe. The pursuit of guaranteed success is the pursuit of certainty, which is the antithesis of spiritual evolution. Growth requires uncertainty, risk, and the willingness to be transformed by unforeseen events. The compass does not promise a specific destination or prevent challenging terrain. It guarantees optimal alignment. It ensures that regardless of the external outcome, whether the venture yields millions or teaches a hard lesson, the experience itself will serve the highest unfoldment of the soul's journey. There are no failures, only course corrections guided by the fidelity of vibration. Just, does this feel true? This distillation of inquiry focused solely on authenticity, the ultimate currency of the New Age seeker. Feeling true transcended mere emotion, it referred to the deep, gut-level recognition of vibrational truth. When the answer was yes, the expansion was immediate, signaling alignment with the individual's unique dharma, the effortless path of purpose. When the answer was no, the sensation was equally clear, a sudden, internal contraction, a heavy density settling in the chest or stomach, the body sending an instantaneous energetic warning, a clear sign of dissonance, of a path that would lower the frequency and introduce unnecessary friction into the system. That question became my guide. It became the primary filter for every decision, large or small. It dictated which emails to open, which relationships to cultivate, and which professional projects deserved the investment of my precious creative energy. I ceased negotiating with my intuition. The subtle whisper of resonance demanded immediate, radical obedience. There was no need to intellectualize the choice. The energetic data was sufficient. This shift liberated vast amounts of mental processing power previously wasted on pros/con lists and fear-based forecasting. Life transformed from a struggle of will into a dance of grace. And resonance became my rhythm. This rhythm was the heartbeat of effortlessness. When operating solely by resonance, the individual steps out of the exhausting hustle culture, defined by effort and struggle, and into the flow state defined by synchronicity. The universe begins to meet the seeker halfway. Resources appear precisely when needed. People materialize exactly to aid the current transition. Doors swing open without the need for force. This is the metaphysical law of frequency matching in action. When the internal vibration is pure and aligned, the external reality organizes itself to reflect that purity. I no longer sought to mold the world to my will. I sought to attune my will to the harmonic frequency of the cosmos. This rhythmic surrender transformed life from a linear journey across a dusty map into a holographic experience, a continuous unfolding of divine intelligence. The map had sought to impose order through control. The compass revealed that true order arises spontaneously from profound, radical alignment. This was the trade of a lifetime, the exchange of the illusion of certainty for the undeniable, sovereign truth of the inner self. I became not merely a traveler, but a living tuning fork, forever vibrating the rhythm of my own highest truth. The trust in unknowing. Walking the pathless path requires trust. Not in outcomes, in intuition. This isn't the fleeting, fickle trust we place in a prediction, a promise, or a perfectly charted course. This is a profound, primordial trust, an unwavering faith in the unseen currents of existence, and the inner compass that inherently knows the way. It's a radical surrender to the wisdom of the universe, channeled through the sacred vessel of your own being. To trust intuition is to understand that the cosmos speaks to us in whispers, in nudges, in energetic resonance, far more truthfully than in the loud clamor of external validation or the logical constructs of the egoic mind. Outcomes are merely a reflection of a moment in time, often shaped by countless variables beyond our direct control. Intuition, however, is a direct download from the cosmic consciousness, a vibrational truth that transcends the linear constraints of expectation and result. It is the language of your higher self, communicating the optimal energetic alignment for your soul's evolution. I stopped needing to know. I started needing to feel. The relentless quest for certainty, for a complete roadmap laid out before me, was a heavy burden, a cage constructed by the mind's desperate need for control. It was an intellectual pursuit that only ever led to paralysis by analysis, to endless loops of what if and how. This yearning for intellectual knowing was a barrier to true experiential wisdom. The shift came when I consciously unhooked from the mental chatter and dropped into the somatic intelligence of my body, the energetic field of my heart. I began to perceive the world not through the lens of logic, but through the sensitive antennae of my intuition, as an intricate tapestry of frequencies and vibrations. This wasn't about understanding the intricate mechanics of a decision, but about sensing its energetic signature, its resonance with my authentic self and my soul's blueprint. It was a liberation from the prison of needing every why and how explained, embracing instead the expansive freedom of simply being and feeling. And what I felt was subtle, but strong. This wasn't a thunderclap, a dramatic epiphany, or a booming voice from the heavens. It was far more nuanced, like the gentle hum of a tuning fork striking the perfect note within my being. It often began as a faint recognition, a quiet stirring in the solar plexus, a subtle warmth spreading through the chest, or a tingling sensation on the scalp, the direct energetic feedback of alignment. It was the feeling of expansion rather than contraction, of lightness rather than density. While subtle in its initial manifestation, its conviction was absolute, an undeniable truth that resonated deep within my bones, a primordial knowing that rendered all external doubts irrelevant. This inner current, though soft as a whisper, possessed an undeniable power, a gravitational pull towards what was inherently right for my soul's journey. It was the unequivocal voice of my spirit, cutting through the static of fear and societal conditioning. A quiet confidence, a deep knowing, a sense of alignment. This confidence was not born of ego or external success. It was an innate, unshakable certainty rooted in the direct connection to Source. It was the quiet strength of the oak tree, deeply rooted and resilient, knowing its place in the grand design without needing to boast. The deep knowing was akin to remembering a forgotten truth, a wisdom that pre-existed my conscious awareness, a direct download from the Akashic records of my own soul. It wasn't learned, it was recalled. This profound recognition bypassed the intellect entirely, settling in my core as an undeniable truth. And with it came a profound sense of alignment, a feeling of being perfectly synchronized with the cosmic flow, effortlessly carried by the river of life. It was the exhilarating sensation of existing on my highest timeline, where every beat of my heart, every breath, every choice, felt perfectly orchestrated by a higher intelligence, creating a symphony of divine purpose. In this space, resistance dissolved, and grace became the prevailing force. Even when I couldn't explain it. This was perhaps the most crucial lesson in trusting the pathless path, understanding that divine wisdom often defies logical articulation. The mind, being a linear instrument, struggles to compartmentalize and label the multidimensional truths of the soul. There were countless moments where the intuitive pull was undeniable, the inner knowing absolute, yet the why remained elusive to my conscious mind. Attempts to rationalize or dissect these intuitive prompts would often dilute their power or lead to self-doubt. The pathless path taught me to honor this sacred mystery, to hold space for phenomena that exist beyond the grasp of language and logic. It was an invitation to release the need for intellectual understanding and instead embrace the profound intelligence of the heart, the silent knowing of the spirit. The path of awakening is not always about collecting facts, but about accumulating experiences that expand consciousness, even when those experiences remain ineffable, existing purely as energetic truths within the sacred space of the soul. It was a testament to the fact that true wisdom often resides in the realm of direct perception, requiring no verbal translation to be profoundly real and exquisitely powerful. The detours are the path. I stopped calling them detours. They were never deviations from an intended journey, but rather integral arcs within the grand, multidimensional design of my soul's evolution. The very concept of a detour implies a mistake, a straying from the right way, which feeds the ego's judgment and self-recrimination. Instead, I began to perceive these so-called detours as perfectly placed initiations, strategically interwoven into the intricate tapestry of my life's unfolding, each one a necessary thread in the weaving of my highest destiny. They were not random occurrences, but precise energetic events, often orchestrated by my higher self and spiritual guides, designed to bring me into deeper alignment with my true essence. Each delay, each perceived failure, each wrong turn, was a sacred waypoint, imbued with profound cosmic purpose. The delays, the failures, the wrong turns. They weren't mistakes. They were medicine. These weren't errors to be lamented, but potent alchemical ingredients, precisely dosed for my spiritual growth. The delays, for instance, were sacred pauses, moments of divine timing where the universe gently coerced me to slow down, to integrate lessons, to prepare my energetic field for the next leap. They often prevented me from rushing into situations that were not truly aligned, or gave me the space to cultivate patience and surrender. Failures, then, were not indicators of inadequacy, but powerful purifiers, burning away limiting beliefs, attachments to outcomes, and false identities. They were the intense heat needed to temper the spirit, forging resilience and humility, reminding me that true strength isn't found in never falling, but in rising again with greater wisdom. And the wrong turns were not misdirections, but profound opportunities for reevaluation, for shedding what no longer resonated, for clarifying my true desires through the stark contrast of what wasn't working. Each one was a bitter herb, perhaps, but one that contained the precise healing properties required for my soul's purification and expansion, pushing me closer to my authentic vibration. They were the universe's way of saying, "Look closer. Listen deeper. There's a vital lesson here, perfectly tailored for your awakening." Each one taught me something. Each one shaped me. Each one refined my compass. The lessons gleaned from these medicines were invaluable. They taught me the profound wisdom of surrender, the necessity of patience, the power of self-compassion, and the unwavering truth of my own inner resilience. Each experience, whether seemingly positive or negative, chiseled away at the superficial layers of my being, revealing the core essence beneath. I learned to differentiate between the clamor of external noise and the subtle guidance of my inner voice. These challenging passages were like a master craftsman's tools, shaping the raw marble of my existence into a more refined, authentic sculpture. My inner compass, originally clouded by societal expectations and egoic desires, was systematically calibrated through these experiences. The vivid contrast provided by the wrong turns sharpened my discernment, making the energetic signatures of alignment and misalignment crystal clear. Every perceived setback became a data point, an energetic marker that helped me fine-tune my sensitivity to the subtle frequencies of truth. This iterative process of learning, shaping, and refining transformed my intuition from a faint whisper into an undeniable roar, a trustworthy guide even in the densest fog. Because the pathless path isn't straight. It's spiral. The illusion of a straight line, a direct trajectory from point A to point B, is a product of linear thinking, a human construct that fails to grasp the multidimensional nature of true growth. The path of spiritual evolution is not a race, but an ascending spiral, mirroring the sacred geometry found throughout the cosmos, from the smallest seashell to the grandest galaxy. We revisit similar themes, similar challenges, similar lessons, but each time from a higher vantage point, with greater understanding, increased awareness, and refined tools. It's not a repetition, but a deepening, a re-engagement with familiar energetic patterns from an elevated state of consciousness. Each revolution of the spiral represents an integration of lessons learned, a shedding of old skins, and a simultaneous expansion of awareness. What felt like a setback on a previous loop, on the next turn, becomes an obvious opportunity for mastery. This spiraling journey reminds us that life is not about reaching a fixed destination, but about the continuous process of becoming, of expanding, of integrating ever greater aspects of our divine selves. And spirals always return you to truth. This is the ultimate promise of the spiral journey. No matter how circuitous, how complex, how challenging any segment may appear, the inherent nature of the spiral always leads you back to your core truth. Each upward turn brings you closer to the absolute essence of who you are, a sovereign, divine being of light, intricately connected to all creation. It's a homecoming to the self, a deeper recognition of your inherent worth, your unique purpose, and your unwavering connection to the universal source. The detours, the delays, the failures, they are not distractions, but precisely engineered catalysts, each one designed to strip away the layers of illusion, conditioning, and fear, revealing the radiant truth that lies beneath. They compel you to shed what is false, to embrace what is real, to remember your primordial connection to the divine. The spiral ensures that you cannot truly get lost, for every twist and turn, every ascent and momentary descent, is perfectly orchestrated to guide you back to the luminous heart of your own being, to the immutable truth of your soul's existence, anchoring you ever more deeply into your authentic power and wisdom. I used to wait for clarity. The yearning for a crystal-clear vision of the future, a perfectly detailed blueprint of every step to come, was an almost paralyzing expectation. I believed that true action could only commence once every variable was accounted for, every potential obstacle foreseen, every outcome guaranteed. This waiting was often born of fear of making the wrong choice, fear of uncertainty, fear of the unknown. It was a subtle form of resistance to the natural flow of life, an attempt to override the organic unfolding with my limited mental projections. I sought external validation for my nascent desires, a sign or a confirmation that would grant me permission to begin. This rendered me stagnant, caught in a perpetual state of readiness that never actualized into meaningful movement, as the mind insists on having all answers before it deems it safe enough to proceed. Now I walk toward it. The monumental shift occurred when I realized that clarity is not a prerequisite for the journey, but a byproduct of it. It is not a distant shoreline waiting to be discovered across an ocean of inaction, but rather the gradual illumination that happens when one bravely dips their toes into the water, then takes the first stroke. The act of walking, of initiating motion, sends out a clear energetic signal to the universe. I am ready. I am committed. I am co-creating. This declaration of intent, embodied through action, opens the energetic channels for divine guidance to flow more freely. I no longer demand the full map. I trust that the next illuminated segment will appear as I bravely navigate the current one. This active engagement, this walking into the unknown, transformed my fear into an exhilarating sense of adventure, understanding that each step is not merely a movement, but a sacred act of co-creation with the cosmos. Because clarity doesn't come before the step. It comes from the step. This is a fundamental truth of conscious manifestation and spiritual unfolding. The universe operates on principles of energetic reciprocity and emergent revelation. It does not provide the totality of the path until you demonstrate your willingness to engage with the current segment. Imagine walking through a dense fog with only a flashlight. You don't see the entire road, but you see the next few feet. It is only when you step into the light of those few feet that the next segment becomes visible. Each conscious step is an act of faith, a quantum leap of trust. It generates new experiences, new information, new energetic feedback that refines your inner compass and illuminates the subsequent choices. The doing clarifies the being. It is in the very act of moving, of experimenting, of engaging with life that the subtle threads of intuition weave themselves into a discernible pattern, making the path ahead incrementally clearer. Each step is a question asked, and the unfolding path is the universe's gracious answer. I stopped waiting for permission. I started moving with presence. The deep-seated need for external validation, for permission from parents, peers, society, or even an imagined divine authority, was a remnant of old conditioning, a relinquishing of my own sovereign power. I finally understood that the only true authority for my soul's journey resides within me, an intrinsic permission granted by my own divine spark. The moment I claimed this inner authority, the energetic landscape of my life shifted dramatically. The paralysis of waiting dissolved, replaced by a vibrant impulse to do, to create, to explore. This shift was accompanied by a profound commitment to moving with presence and anchoring in the eternal now. It wasn't about rushing towards a future destination, but about fully inhabiting each moment, sensing the subtle nuances of my environment, listening to the quiet whispers of my intuition in the present. This mindful movement, divorced from future outcomes and past regrets, allowed me to perceive the synchronicities, the subtle signs, and the energetic nudges that the universe constantly offers, which are often missed when the mind is solely focused on the perceived end goal. And with each step, the path revealed itself. This unfolding was not a grand, sudden unveiling, but a gentle, organic revelation, like the slow blooming of a cosmic flower. As I walked, fully present and trusting, the universe met my commitment with its own benevolent guidance. A chance encounter, a book falling open to a specific page, a sudden surge of inspiration, a dream that provided profound insight, a conversation that unlocked a new perspective. These were the breadcrumbs dropped along the path. Each step forward, however small, generated a ripple effect, opening new energetic doorways and attracting the resources, people, and opportunities necessary for the next stage. It was a beautiful dance of co-creation, where my agency and the universe's intelligence moved in perfect harmony, a testament to the symbiotic relationship between human will and divine grace. Not all at once. Just enough. This was the profound wisdom of the pathless path. The universe honors our capacity. It never overwhelms us with the full complexity of our destiny. Instead, it provides just enough light for the next few steps, just enough clarity for the immediate choice, just enough insight for the current lesson. This incremental revelation builds trust, cultivates patience, and reinforces the belief that we are always supported, always guided, always provided for. It teaches us to live in the beauty of the present moment, to embrace the adventure of the unknown, and to trust that as we continue to walk with an open heart and a receptive spirit, the entire magnificent tapestry of our soul's journey will gracefully, perfectly, and divinely unfold, one luminous step at a time. The path isn't given, it is earned, created, and danced into being through courageous presence and unwavering faith. The others on the path. I met others walking their own pathless paths. We didn't compare our maps, for we knew the territory was constantly shifting beneath our feet, defying cartography. We didn't compete for the highest peak, understanding that altitude was merely a perspective, not a measure of divine ascent or spiritual accomplishment. We didn't conform to a prescribed tempo, allowing the rhythm of each soul, some a deep, grounding hum, others a bright, rapid sparkle, to set its own sovereign pace. The paths we walked were invisible trails woven from pure intention, accessible only to the soul seeking its own unique vibrational frequency. We witnessed. This witnessing was not mere observation, it was an act of sacred mirroring, the deep ontological recognition of the universal spark housed within the unique human vessel. It was the non-judgmental acknowledgement of the raw courage required to walk without assurance, to build a bridge solely upon faith in the next, undetermined step. We saw the divine navigating complexity in real time, unscripted and perfectly imperfect. In the eyes of another pathless wanderer, I did not see competition or instruction. I saw a reflection of my own infinite potential, validated by their brave rejection of the known. And in that witnessing, we found belonging. Not in sameness, where edges dissolve into comfortable, collective uniformity, but in sovereignty. True belonging, we realized, is the energetic resonance that occurs when two fully realized, independent frequencies coexist without attempting to merge, teach, or dominate. We belong not because we held the same beliefs or practiced the same rituals, but because we unconditionally honored the integrity of the distinct, living truth unfolding within the other. This was the fellowship of the unbound, the silent collective operating outside the matrix of societal expectation, unified only by the dedication to internal truth. Because the pathless path is personal, it is the unique geometric unfolding of the soul's blueprint, but never lonely. Loneliness is the illusion of separation, a symptom of seeking external validation for an internal journey. The pathless existence affirms the inherent, interwoven connectivity woven through the fabric of existence. We are solitary streams finding our way to the sea, and in recognizing the common destination, the isolation dissolves, replaced by the profound comfort of shared, radical self-trust. The beauty of not knowing, the metaphysics of uncertainty. This realization catalyzed the great surrender, the dropping of the heavy armor forged from linear logic and predictive calculation. I stopped needing answers. Answers, by their very nature, are finite stopping points designed to satisfy the ego's desire for control. I recognized that an answer, while temporarily satisfying, inevitably limits the field of exploration, shutting down the possibility of multidimensional insight. Answers belong to the 3D plane, infinite mystery belongs to the heart of the cosmos. I started loving questions. These were no longer demands made of the external world. Tell me what to do! But rather invitations extended to the inner self and the boundless intelligence that orchestrates reality. Questions carry possibility. They are energetic probes that gently lift the veil to higher dimensional understanding. They keep the channel of inquiry active, ensuring that the student is perpetual, and the lesson is infinite. A question is the acknowledgement of a larger system at work, a humble request for the next layer of truth to reveal itself in divine timing. I let mystery be sacred. Mystery is the sanctuary of the soul, the fundamental aspect of reality that steadfastly resists intellectual reduction. It is the recognition that the essential, creative force of existence operates beyond the scope of the measurable mind. It is the language of God that refuses translation into human prose. To embrace mystery is to kneel before the incomprehensible wisdom that governs the rotation of galaxies and the spontaneous regeneration of cellular structure. It is the practice of honoring the vast, unnameable source from which all knowns emerge. I let uncertainty be spacious. Uncertainty ceased to be a terrifying vacuum, or a void demanding immediate occupation. It transformed into the fertile void, the akashic field of pure, unformed potentiality. This spaciousness became the breathing room where old, fear-based structures could safely dissolve without the immediate pressure to replace them with new, equally rigid dogmas. This lack of definition was not a deficiency, but the necessary vacuum required for genuinely novel creation to enter. It was the gap in the breath where the cosmos whispers its next directive. I let the unknown be alive. The unknown was not an absence of data, but a potent, dense presence, brimming with unseen timelines and unrealized forms. It was the core, creative energy of the nascent moment, perpetually inviting participation. By abandoning the need to know the future, I stepped fully into the power of the now, where true creation resides. The unknown is the territory of the soul, vast, wild, and constantly moving, navigated not by charts, but by the sensitive compass of deep intuition. And life became art. Not a formula, a rigid, predictable sequence designed to yield a specific, often limiting, result, but a flow. This flow was the experience of living in harmonic resonance with the ever-moving stream of universal consciousness. It was the spontaneous emergence of form guided by vibrational alignment, where every action was an effortless stroke of synchronized creation. The ego, which craves formula, steps aside. The higher self, which understands pattern and rhythm, takes the helm. The architect of intuition. On the pathless path, intuition becomes the ultimate GPS system. It is the subtle, inner knowing that speaks in the language of sensation and frequency, bypassing the cumbersome machinery of logical analysis. Logic only processes data from the past. Intuition reads the energetic signature of the future and the present moment simultaneously. When the need for certainty dissolves, the capacity for reception amplifies. The fear of making a wrong turn evaporates, because on the pathless path, every step is, by definition, the right turn. It is precisely where the unfolding needs to happen for the unique instructional geometry of the soul to be completed. There is no error, only calibration. This radical acceptance of uncertainty forces the self out of the mind and into the heart center, the true seat of esoteric understanding. It is here, in the stillness of not knowing, that the energetic field reorganizes itself. We cease trying to push reality into alignment with our conscious desires, the formulaic approach, and instead, we begin to vibrate in the frequency of what we wish to manifest. The outer world then sculpts itself to match the purity of the inner state. This is the ultimate sovereignty, the deep, unshakable conviction that the universe is not something to be controlled, but something to be danced with. The pathless path is the dance of co-creation, where the human will submit its linear agenda to the infinite, creative intelligence, trusting that the result will always honor the highest good, even if the route to get there is utterly mysterious. We found freedom in the absence of definition, power in the stillness of the question, and ultimate connection in the absolute independence of walking alone, together, in the boundless beauty of not knowing. Just a moment to reflect. Stop. Breathe. Let the path unfold. When you're ready, we'll continue. Chapter 14. The Light You Carry. You are the light. Not because you're perfect. Not because you're polished. Not because you're always radiant. But because you're real. Your presence carries a frequency, a warmth, a truth. And when you stop trying to be someone else, that light shines. The sacred geometry of the scar. To be real is to be unfiltered. It is the acceptance of the sacred geometry etched into your being, the perfect imperfection that the universe recognized as complete from the moment of your inception. We have been conditioned to view our flaws, our doubts, our missteps, our unhealed wounds, as evidence of failure, believing that the path to worthiness requires their erasure. But your wounds are not deficits. They are the contours of your history, the very textures that allow your light to refract and illuminate. The refusal to hide the tremor in your voice, the vulnerability in your gaze, or the raw, unedited landscape of your inner world, releases a power that manufactured perfection can never replicate. This raw authenticity sends a signal of safety to the world, a primal confirmation that here is a soul operating in its native tongue. This is not defiance, it is harmonic alignment. The resonance of the unmasked self. Your presence carries a frequency, and this frequency is your soul's signature. It is the unique vibrational chord that only you can sound, the energetic blueprint of your specific connection to Source. When you attempt to mask this signature, by adopting the tone, the mannerisms, or the calculated performance of an idealized self, you create internal static. You push your true self into a state of dissonance, requiring immense energetic output simply to maintain the illusion. This energetic masquerade is exhausting because it asks the body and spirit to hold two conflicting realities simultaneously: the truth of who you are, intrinsic, and the expectation of who you should be, extrinsic. The warmth and truth that others feel from you are not derived from your achievements. They are the byproduct of your vibrational coherence. When you align your outward expression with your intrinsic frequency, the need for effort dissolves. You stop broadcasting scarcity and start vibrating abundance, not just of material things, but of pure, unadulterated existence. This is the difference between shining for others and simply being the light you are. The myth of earning worth. I used to think I had to earn my light. Through achievement. Through service. Through sacrifice. I thought worth was conditional. That I had to prove it. Perform it. Protect it. The architecture of the conditional self. The belief that we must earn our fundamental worth is the oldest and most pervasive form of scarcity programming instilled by the collective ego. It is the core mechanism of the conditional matrix, a system designed to keep us perpetually in motion, chasing a definitive state of enough. This matrix operates exclusively in linear time and duality, dictating that there is a cost for existence. We build elaborate structures of achievement, the career success, the perfect relationship, the spiritual discipline, believing these scaffolds provide stability. But these structures are inherently fragile because they are external. They require constant maintenance and validation. The minute the achievement fades, the service is forgotten, or the sacrifice is completed, the terror of unworthiness floods back in. This pursuit is not a spiritual journey, it is a treadmill powered by fear. The truth is that the moment you believed you were separate from the totality of existence, you fell into the illusion that you had to work your way back. This is the fundamental error of consciousness, mistaking the necessary act of incarnation, descending into form, for a debt owed to the universe. But light isn't earned. It's remembered. The reclamation of origin. To say light is remembered is to engage with the esoteric reality of cellular knowing. Your worth is not a reward awaiting future action, it is an existing, undeniable truth encoded in your source blueprint. It resides in the cellular memory, the akashic record of your being, beneath the layers of trauma, conditioning, and behavioral patterns you have adopted. The process of remembering is not a strenuous mental effort, but a radical dissolution of effort. It requires turning away from the noise of the proving grounds and settling into the deep stillness where your original template resides. This template, untouched by human judgment or societal benchmarks, confirms that you are not a damaged project requiring repair, but a sovereign piece of the divine. When you remember, you are simply accessing data that was always present. You stop looking for the light and recognize that you are the vessel through which the light is always pouring. The moment of recognition. It wasn't dramatic. Just a quiet moment of clarity. I saw myself, not through the lens of effort but essence. The zero point of being. This quiet moment of clarity is often referred to as the zero point, the spatial reality where linear time collapses, and the need to do stops dominating the reality of being. We spend our lives projecting our worth onto external screens, waiting for the reflection to confirm our value. The moment of recognition is the instant you withdraw that projection. It is a quantum shift in perspective wherein the energy you previously poured into performing is retrieved and reinvested into your essential self. In that stillness, the ego's narrative, the story of inadequacy, the list of failures, the pressure to optimize fades into background static. What remains is the pure intrinsic data of your being, stable, whole, and utterly sufficient. And I realized, I've always been enough. This realization is not a fleeting positive affirmation, it is a tectonic shift in consciousness. It is the recognition that the vastness of the universe does not make demands upon its creations. The flower does not ask if it is beautiful enough to bloom. The star does not question its right to shine. Their worth is inherent to their existence. The sacred acceptance. Not because I did something, because I am something. And that recognition changed everything, because it finally gave me permission to be unbearably human. It allowed me to grant myself the sacred acceptance that I had previously reserved only for those I deemed fully healed or spiritually evolved. The true work of the seeker is not to achieve perfection, but to achieve presence. To stand in the full, unedited sovereignty of the self, the messy parts, the brilliant parts, the unsure parts, and say, "This is my truth. This is my frequency. This is my light." And in that ultimate moment of surrender to reality, the light, which had been hiding in plain sight, finally illuminated the entire landscape of existence. You don't have to chase radiance, you simply have to cease obstructing it. You are the light, you always have been. The journey is simply the remembering of the way home, which is right here, anchored within the undeniable reality of you. The light is in the being. Your light isn't in what you do. It's in how you are. The way you listen. The way you breathe. The way you show up. I stopped trying to impress. I started trying to be. And being became the offering. The frequency of presence. Light has frequency. It's not just brightness. It's resonance. When you're aligned, people feel it. When you're authentic, people soften. When you're present, people open. You don't have to fix anyone. You just have to be yourself. And that being becomes healing. The courage to shine. Shining isn't always easy. It means being seen. It means being misunderstood. It means being vulnerable. But it also means being free. I stopped dimming. I started daring. Not to be loud. To be luminous. Because light doesn't compete. It reveals. The light in relationships. I stopped trying to be what others needed. I started being who I am. And the relationships that remained? They became sacred. Because when you shine, you invite others to shine. Not by force. By frequency. The light in the ordinary. I found light in the ordinary. In laughter. In silence. In kindness. In truth. I stopped chasing peak moments. I started honoring present ones. And life became luminous. Not because it changed. Because I did. Just a moment to reflect. Stop. Breathe. Let your light settle. When you're ready, we'll continue. Chapter 15. The Echo You Leave. You will leave an echo. Not just in memory. In energy. Not just in what you built. In how you were. Your legacy isn't your resume. It's your resonance. It's the feeling people carry after you've gone. The shift you sparked. The truth you embodied. And that echo begins now. The myth of legacy. I used to think legacy was about scale. Big impact. Big numbers. Big recognition. But legacy isn't size. It's depth. It's not how many people you reach. It's how deeply you reach them. And sometimes, the quietest presence leaves the loudest echo. The imprint of integrity. Every time you live in truth, you leave a mark. Not on paper. In people. Integrity imprints. Authenticity resonates. Presence lingers. I stopped trying to be remembered. I started trying to be real. And realness became the echo. The ripple of small moments. Legacy lives in small moments. A kind word. A deep listening. A shared silence. I used to chase significance. Now I honor subtlety. Because the smallest ripple can shift an entire tide. And the tide doesn't need credit, it just moves. The energy you leave behind. You leave energy behind. In rooms. In hearts. In timelines. I began asking, what energy am I leaving here? Not what did I achieve, or what did I prove, but what did I transmit? And that question shaped my presence. The echo in relationships. I stopped trying to be unforgettable. I started trying to be honest. And the relationships that remained? They carried my echo. Not as memory, as frequency. Because when you show up fully, you leave something behind, even in goodbye. The echo in creation. Everything you create carries your signature. Not your name, your essence. I stopped trying to be original. I started trying to be true. And truth became timeless. Because the echo isn't in the form, it's in the frequency. The echo in absence. Even in absence, you echo. In the way someone breathes differently, thinks differently, loves differently. I stopped fearing being forgotten. I started trusting being felt. And being felt became enough. Just a moment to reflect. Stop. Breathe. Let your echoes settle. When you're ready, we'll continue. Chapter 16. The Quiet Arrival. There is no grand finale. No fireworks. No applause. No dramatic crescendo. Just a quiet breath. A soft knowing. A moment where you realize you're here. Not because you reached a goal, but because you returned to yourself. The illusion of climax. I used to imagine arrival as a climax. A breakthrough. A transformation. A moment that changed everything. But arrival isn't loud. It's subtle. It's the absence of striving. The presence of peace. The feeling of enough. And that feeling doesn't shout. It whispers. The softness of completion. Completion isn't closure. It's integration. It's when the pieces fit. When the questions quiet. When the energy settles. I stopped chasing endings. I started honoring arrivals. An arrival felt like exhale. The arrival is internal. You don't arrive in the world. You arrive in yourself. In your body. In your breath. In your truth. I stopped looking outside. I started listening inside. And what I heard was simple: your home. The grace of simplicity. Arrival isn't complex. It's grace. It's the moment you stop needing more. Stop proving. Stop performing. It's when being becomes enough. And enough becomes everything. The echo of the journey. The journey echoes in the arrival. Every step. Every shift. Every silence. They live in you now. Not as memory. As frequency. You carry the path, not on your back, but in your being. The invitation to rest. Arrival invites rest. Not as escape, as embodiment. I stopped running. I started resting. And in that rest I found rhythm. Because rest isn't pause, it's presence. The quiet is the gift. The quiet isn't emptiness. It's fullness without noise. It's clarity without effort. It's truth without tension. I stopped fearing the quiet. I started honoring it. And the quiet became the gift. Just a moment to reflect. Stop. Breathe. When you're ready, let yourself arrive. Allow the exhaustion of the long journey to settle into the profound rest of recognition. When you are ready, and only you will know the precise, resonant moment of that divine readiness, we will simply transcend the limits of this book, stepping together into the expansive, limitless consciousness of the next grand cycle, where creation is instantaneous and wisdom is simply the air you breathe. The journey ends in true, being truly begins. End of Book 2. The Frequency of Becoming.